My name is Lu Sun, a reincarnated Immortal Emperor who just wants to quietly be a couch potato and enjoy life. At this moment, on the playground of Jiangcheng High School, staff members were adjusting the spirit measuring device, and the students were thrilled about it, but I felt utterly uninterested. Class 12-1 was the first to undergo the test. My childhood friend Yi Zi walked toward the testing platform. Her previous spiritual energy reserve had already reached 500, qualifying her for admission to China's top-tier institutions. Yi Zi paused mid-step as a system notification appeared. Contrast system successfully bound. Currently binding contrast target, Lu Sun. Contrast mission activated. Surpass contrast target Lu Sun in spiritual energy reserves. Comparative victory reward, 9 Heavens Emperor's secret technique, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. As the reincarnated female emperor, Yi Zi felt that comparing herself to a slacker like me was like receiving free cultivation resources. She resolved to utilize the system to gain resources and eliminate future enemies. At this moment, the delinquent Zheng Yuan looked at me with eyes full of resentment. In his first year of high school, he had pursued Yi Zi, and I, as her childhood friend, told him about my own interests, Gundam robots, game skins, and the like. Because of this, Zheng Yuan harbored resentment towards me. Suddenly, the detection platform emitted intense energy fluctuations, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. The numbers on the testing instrument skyrocketed, 545, 899. The dean and teachers were so shocked they cursed aloud. Yi Zi remained calm inside, sensing that 899 was not yet her limit. The principal excitedly invited her to enroll at the Four Gods Academy, to which she calmly agreed. Yi Zi had just returned to the classroom when the system panel suddenly popped up. Comparison task failed, truth or dare initiated. Dare, confess your feelings to the comparison target, Lu Sun. Note, you must appear shy and embarrassed during the confession. Failure to comply, the system will automatically unbind from the host and destroy the host's meridians, making it impossible for the host to cultivate for life. Yi Zi was shocked. How could she have lost before the comparison even began? She swore she would never confess to me, but the countdown had already begun, 50, 40. Not wanting to become a failure, she finally gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Under the gaze of everyone, Yi Zi lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness, her eyes tightly shut, and stammered, I, like you. Everyone present, including myself, was stunned. Ding! The system voice announced the completion of the dare mission. I was just about to speak when Yi Zi turned and walked away. This instantly caused an uproar among my admirers, who believed the goddess had left heartbroken after being rejected. How dare he, the perennial last-place student in his grade, reject my goddess's confession? Admirers roar with anger. At that moment, another dazzling light erupted from the testing platform. Zheng Yuan's spiritual power reserve test reached 575, earning him praise as a genius. He stepped down from the testing platform, ostentatiously spat on the ground, and sneered at me. Trash will always be trash, unfit to compete with the bright moon. I ignored him outright. The test was gradually coming to an end as I stood before the testing device. I'm feeling a bit distressed. Yi Zi's sudden confession startled me so much that my spiritual power value, which was only meant to qualify for vocational college, ended up exceeding the world's limits. Yi Zi stared fixedly at the testing platform. The moment I placed my hand on the instrument, the clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds, muffled thunder rumbled, and the spiritual power value numbers began to skyrocket. 579, 700, 850, 899. The digital momentum shows no sign of slowing down. Just as everyone thought it would stop at 999, boom! The instrument log exploded. The principal was so shocked his mouth could have swallowed 2 eggs whole. Yi Zi wore a solemn expression, unable to comprehend how her diligent cultivation after rebirth still couldn't surpass me in spiritual power. She lost, but she firmly believed that in the combat test 3 days later, she would definitely crush me and secure victory. The principal snapped back to reality and immediately approached me, applying for a full scholarship at the Four Divine Academy along with a 1 million yuan grant on my behalf. My eyes lit up as I asked when the financial aid would arrive, and the principal replied it would be credited instantly. Deal, I agreed readily. The test is over, and I become the center of attention throughout the entire school. During the lunch break, Class 8's homeroom teacher Old Wang placed the cultivation manual Qi Ling Ju on the desk and instructed everyone to line up and collect it in an orderly manner. He emphasized the need to guide the spiritual energy within the body through a complete cycle to temper the physique and become a martial artist. The process of becoming a martial artist is painful. The classroom was filled with the screams of students. Old Wang saw me leaning on the table with one hand, closing my eyes in heartfelt appreciation, thinking I was cultivating with strong willpower. He told the classmates to learn from me. Ding ding ding, the bell rang for the end of class. I jolted awake from my dream and dashed out of the classroom at top speed, because today was Crazy Thursday, and the school snack shop had special discounts. Old Wang was completely dumbfounded, because he didn't detect the slightest trace of spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from me. He thought I was cultivating, but actually I was just sleeping. Old Wang's anger welled up from his heart. He could not tolerate such a promising seedling giving up on itself. He chased after me, determined to catch me and make sure I practiced diligently. Chapter 3. Everyone should follow Lu Sun's example. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 1, the homeroom teacher stared wide-eyed at Yi Ziyi, while the rest of the students huddled in the corners. For when Yi Ziyi began her cultivation, she became like a vortex of spiritual energy, drawing the surrounding power toward her with frenzied intensity. Yet she sat quietly at her desk, circulating her cultivation technique. Bang! 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 With each muffled thud emanating from within Yi Ziyi, all returned to stillness. The homeroom teacher stared at her in utter disbelief. Third tier of the body-tempering realm. In all his years of teaching, he hadn't been without gifted students, but a prodigy like Yi Ziyi was a first. Having just obtained the cultivation technique, she channeled spiritual energy to forge her body and broke through to the third level of the forging body realm, utterly unheard of. Yet, faced with her teacher's shock and her classmates' relief, Yi Ziyi showed no reaction whatsoever. To her, this was merely routine. After all, she wasn't cultivating the spirit awakening art, she was practicing the Empress Hongtian Sutra. Thus, within the span of a single class period, she not only boosted her internal spiritual energy reserves to 1000 but also casually advanced through 3 minor cultivation realms. At that moment, Yi Ziyi gently exhaled a breath of stale air. Suddenly, a system panel popped up before her eyes. Comparison activated. Comparison target, Lu Sun. Comparison content. After receiving the cultivation technique distributed by the school, who can reach a higher cultivation realm within 1 hour. Victory reward, 1000 premium spirit stones, Great Wasteland Heaven imprisoning finger. Failure penalty, randomly trigger a grand adventure quest. Yi Ziyi examined the comparison details, her confidence unwavering. After all, the newly distributed spirit awakening decision could never compare to the Hongtian Empress Sutra she practiced. No matter how diligently one practiced the former, it could never directly grant breakthroughs across 3 minor cultivation realms. The latter, however, was different. Even if you didn't cultivate it, it would still grant you consecutive breakthroughs. This was the gap in cultivation technique tiers. Moreover, the comparison period was only 1 hour. Even if Lu Sun trained like a madman during that hour, he could never surpass her cultivation to the 4th layer of the body-tempering realm. Therefore, Lu Sun had absolutely no chance of winning this time. With that thought, Yi Ziyi walked toward the classroom exit. She intended to clear up the previous misunderstanding, to make Lu Sun understand that they belonged to different worlds, that she didn't like him at all, and that her confession had been nothing but a desperate act. However, what Yi Ziyi failed to notice was that the moment she stepped out of the classroom, a figure who had been standing outside the classroom, secretly observing, now had an unparalleled gleam in their eyes. This person was the principal of Jiangcheng High School. The moment the cultivation techniques were distributed, he had come to Class 1 to see how these two geniuses, who had surpassed his expectations, were faring. But boy, was he in for a shock. It was utterly terrifying. If this little Yi Ziyi is already so outstanding, I wonder how that other youngster, Lu Sun, is doing. The principal took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him. He couldn't fathom the heights Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun, once they graduated from Jiangcheng High School, would eventually reach. In the school grove. He. Lu Sun sat on a stone bench, grinning as he held a large bag of snacks. Crazy Thursday was seriously awesome. This huge bag of snacks was only 9.8 yuan. And what's more, his secret hideout was absolutely safe and hidden, no need to worry about some random classmates sneaking in for free snacks. One big bite. Just as Lu Sun was about to dig in. Suddenly, under the blazing sun, a head of golden hair poked out from the nearby grass. Soon, more yellow-haired figures emerged from the grass. Lu Sun frowned slightly, counting the members of the little yellow-haired squad before him. 15 in total. At their head stood Zheng Yuan. Now officially a martial artist, Zheng Yuan felt ecstatic upon sensing no spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Lu Sun's body. Brothers, revenge is within our grasp. Charge! At Zheng Yuan's command, the yellow-haired henchmen pounced toward Lu Sun. They had endured Lu Sun for far too long. Ever since they first ambushed Lu Sun, this grudge had been festering. Why should they be the ones doing the ambushing, yet still end up getting beaten? They refused to accept it. Now that they'd finally become martial artists, facing their old enemy, they had only one thought. Beat the crap out of him. But according to the laws of Huaxia, there's a reason martial artists are forbidden from attacking ordinary people. Martial artists wield extraordinary power. Even a martial artist at the body-tempering realm who hasn't learned any martial techniques can unleash gale winds when they fight. Imagine the gale winds stirred up by over a dozen martial artists at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Snack wrappers ripped apart. Spicy strips rained down onto the floor. Lu Sun fell silent, his gaze gradually turning icy. How much survival allowance did his frugal parents give him each week? 10 yuan. You lot. Lu Sun grabbed the yellow-haired thug lunging at him and slapped him hard across the face twice. The force was just right enough to stun without causing brain damage. The punk stared at Lu Sun, momentarily unable to process what had happened before his vision suddenly flipped upside down, and then he lost consciousness. Seeing this, the yellow-haired thugs led by Zhang Yuan were instantly reminded of their past beatings at Lu Xun's hands. They instinctively stumbled back several steps. What the hell? Lu Xun isn't even a martial artist. How could he defeat Huang San, a forged body realm first-tier cultivator, so effortlessly? Holy crap, did we get played by a wolf in sheep's clothing? Gulp. Zhang Yuan felt both stunned and terrified, just like his underlings. He was stunned that Lu Xun, not a martial artist, could defeat a forging body realm first-tier martial artist with such ease. And what terrified him was, all 15 of the young men present were at the first level of the forging body realm. Lu Xun had just disposed of one with such ease. Clearly, Lu Xun was stronger than all of them. Boss, should we still go up against him? A trembling subordinate beside Zhang Yuan asked timidly. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. Of course we're going in. What if the others find out? How would our yellow hair gang survive then? Don't be scared. Watch me knock Lu Xun out with one punch. Just as Zhang Yuan finished rallying his men, he turned to find Lu Xun standing right before him. Gulp. Zhang Yuan swallowed hard. Lu Xun raised his hand and clamped it around Zhang Yuan's neck. The other yellow-haired thugs, snapping out of their shock, instantly scrambled back 10 meters. Outraged, they shouted. Dishonorable. You ambushed our boss when he wasn't looking. Let go of our boss. Our boss has never been outmatched in his life. If you've got the guts, face him in a fair fight. Hearing this, Lu Xun released Zhang Yuan without expression. Zhang Yuan, released from the hold, felt his knees buckle. Thud. He knelt. Spare me. Zhang Yuan cried out, his voice breaking. Everyone. Lu Xun remained silent. Lu Xun pondered. Lu Xun reached out his hand. The yellow-haired youths were more than happy to hand over every last coin they had. After Lu Xun produced a 10 yuan bill, they hurried off to buy him snacks. But just as Lu Xun waited for the snacks, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 4, Yellow-Haired Squad, Let me go. This person was none other than their homeroom teacher, Old Wang. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Lu Xun must be made to cultivate properly. He stepped before Lu Xun, cleared his throat twice, and pulled 2 cultivation manuals from his pocket. Lu Xun, I know you look down on commonplace manuals like the Spirit Awakening technique. I've got 2 here. One is the 8th grade Vajra Invincible Child's Art, and the other is the 7th grade Jade Male Heart Sutra. Pick whichever one you want to practice. With that, an amused smile touched Old Wang's lips. He couldn't believe Lu Xun wouldn't be tempted. A 9th grade cultivation technique was worth 10,000 gold coins, let alone these 2 that surpassed even 9th grade techniques. Lu Xun stared blankly at the 2 manuals in Old Wang's hands. Vajra Invincible Youth Technique? Jade Male Heart Sutra? Just by their names, these techniques were clearly unscrupulous. Just as Lu Xun was about to refuse, the principal hurriedly arrived. Lu Xun, I just heard from Teacher Wang that you seem unenthusiastic about cultivation. Come, tell Uncle Principal why you don't want to cultivate? I just simply don't want to cultivate, Lu Xun replied after a moment's thought. His answer caused the principal to frown. Lu Xun, this attitude is unacceptable. In Uncle Principal's view, the reason you don't want to cultivate is simply that you lack a goal. How about this? Uncle Principal will set you a goal, reach the 4th level of body tempering within 3 days. If you succeed, Uncle Principal will treat you to a feast. Not interested. I already have a 1,000,000 yuan scholarship. What kind of feast could I possibly not afford? Lu Xun pouted. At the mention of scholarship, the principal chuckled. Lu Xun, I haven't submitted your report yet. Truthfully, I was torn between awarding this scholarship to you or Yi Zi. Both of you are exceptionally talented. But given your recent performance, I feel it's better suited for Yi Zi. With that, the principal waved 2 cultivation manuals in front of Lu Xun. At that moment, Lu Xun finally understood. The principal was threatening him. If he didn't meet his expectations, he wouldn't submit the report. Damn it! Without that 1,000,000 yuan, Lu Xun couldn't even imagine what kind of life he'd have to endure in college. After all, he'd heard from college students that university expenses were sky high. Even eating chicken at school costs 800 yuan. With his monthly allowance of $30, wouldn't he be forced to survive on campus once he got to university? At this thought, Lu Xun gritted his teeth, casually snatched a cultivation manual from the principal's hands, glanced at it briefly, then snapped it shut. The principal, seeing this, assumed the manual was too profound for Lu Xun to grasp and was about to offer guidance. Whoosh! A violent wind suddenly swept through the surroundings. Spiritual energy surged toward Lu Xun as if possessed. The next moment. Bang! 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 4 muffled thuds echoed in quick succession. Lu Xun opened his eyes, gazing at the principal and Old Wang as he released the aura of the 4th level of body tempering. The principal and Old Wang stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Fast! Too fast! They had never witnessed anyone activate their cultivation technique after just 2 glances, let alone break through to the 4th level of the forging realm on their very first attempt. But then... clatter! The book Yi Ziyi was holding dropped to the ground with a clatter as he approached the area. Comparison failed. Great adventure activated. Adventure content: hold Lu Sun's hand while strolling around campus and treat him to all kinds of delicious food. At that moment, the principal, Old Wang, and Lu Sun all had their eyes fixed on Yi Ziyi. Yi Ziyi, however, remained expressionless as she crouched down to pick up the book from the ground. She looked at Lu Sun, her expression puzzled. Could it be that Lu Sun also has a system? Otherwise, why would he lose to her this time? Lu Sun absolutely couldn't possess any god-defying cultivation technique, that much was certain. Then the only possibility left was... The thought struck her, and Yi Ziyi turned her gaze to the principal holding 2 cultivation manuals. She knew it. When the principal met her icy gaze, he shuddered. Why did he feel like this little brat wanted to slit his throat? Just then, the system timer showed only seconds remaining. Yi Ziyi immediately trotted over to Lu Sun, took a deep breath, and leaving him utterly bewildered took his hand and led him away. Youngsters these days. On the campus path. Lu Sun watched Yi Ziyi's retreating figure ahead and noticed her ears were bright red. She was kind of cute. Yi Ziyi, walking with her head down, didn't know what to do either. She could face formidable foes without flinching, tackle thorny problems with unwavering composure. But, right now, her heart felt tingly and irritated. The tingling sensation came from the fact that, despite living 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she'd ever held a boy's hand. How to put it? It felt a bit stiff. And what infuriated her was that old fat principal. Why on earth did he pass on that cultivation technique to Lu Sun? If he hadn't passed on that technique to Lu Sun, would she have lost the comparison? That damn principal. Next time, she must eliminate every single factor that could cause her to lose the competition. Wait, what was that task again? Walk him around and feed him all sorts of tasty treats? With that thought, Yi Ziyi quickened her pace, leading Lu Sun into the school snack shop and grabbing snacks indiscriminately from the shelves. As Lu Sun watched the snacks Yi Ziyi selected, a ripple stirred in the calm lake of his heart. Why is she picking only things I like? Could it be she's been secretly learning my preferences all along? She must really like me. But if Yi Ziyi ever found out he was thinking this, she'd be furious. What do you mean, secretly learning about my preferences? You have 0 dietary restrictions when it comes to food. Then, considering how bright the sun was outside and how thirsty they'd get walking around campus, Yi Ziyi grabbed 2 bottles of water. 2 bottles. And you say you haven't been secretly keeping tabs on me? Lu Sun, who always drank a lot of water, was deeply moved at that moment. She truly loves me. But I'll give you credit for your good taste. In this vast sea of people, you chose me, the reincarnation of a divine emperor. Even when you're rich someday, I'll never look down on your mansion and refuse to live there. With the shopping done and the bill settled, Yi Ziyi carried the bags and continued holding Lu Sun's hand as they walked. The classmates who saw Yi Ziyi walking arm in arm with him had their hearts shattered. It's one thing if you can't date the school beauty, but you can't date her either. In no time, a minor uproar swept through the school. Rumors about whether Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun were together began spreading like wildfire. Student A told Student B, "Did you hear? Goddess Yi is with Lu Sun now. They're walking hand in hand around the sports field." Student B then told Student C, "Did you hear? Goddess Yi and Lu Sun got married. Rumor has it they're actively trying for a baby now." Student C then told Student D, "You might not know this, but Goddess Yi and Lu Sun have been married for ages. Now the whole family of 3 is strolling hand in hand around the playground." In short, the story grew more and more absurd with each retelling. Chapter 5, The 80-Year Ancestral Loan. Insects swirled in the glow of streetlights, their chirping filling the air. At that moment, Yi Ziyi arrived at an empty, deserted spot outside the school grounds. Taking a deep breath, she pointed her finger. Bang! A palm-sized stone before her instantly crumbled into dust. It seems I still need more time to fully master the fragment of the Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger technique. The Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger was no ordinary martial art. It was a long-lost martial art. Even though Yi Ziyi had only obtained a fragment, this technique still possessed the caliber of an emperor-level martial realm. And if it were the complete text, it would surpass even the emperor realm. At this thought, recalling his previous 2 failed attempts, a flicker of fighting spirit ignited in Yi Ziyi's eyes. Lu Sun, next time, you absolutely cannot defeat me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Sun twisted the key and unlocked the door. Greeted by the sight of his parents, Lu father and Lu mother, both grinning like trumpet flowers. "Son, you're back? Come, son. You've had a long day. Give your backpack to dad. Son, are you hungry? Mom made your favorite spicy stir-fried instant noodles." The sudden outpouring of affection from his parents left Lu Sun feeling somewhat overwhelmed. When had they ever acted like this before? Could it be? No way. Could it be that his parents had terminal illnesses, so they decided to spend their remaining time being kind to their son? Otherwise, why would they even call over Uncle Yi and Aunt Yi? They must be entrusting me to Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin's care. Thinking this, Lu Sun opened his phone to check the scholarship notification that had just arrived, then glanced at his parents, who were still smiling at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he booked a hospital bed for them.
Son. Dad, Mom. Lu's parents and Lu Sun spoke almost simultaneously.
Lu Sun hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Mom, Dad, you go first. Mrs. Lu smiled gently. Son, it's really nothing major. It's just.
Mom knows about your NEE spiritual power test results this time, and we know the school has already decided to send you to study at the Four Gods Academy. At this point, under Lu Sun's worried gaze, Lu's mother nudged her good friend, Ye's mother, with her elbow. After a moment's hesitation, Ye's mother continued.
Xiao Sun, you see, you know Yi's temperament. I'm afraid she'll get bullied out there. So, if possible, I hope that once you're at the academy, you'll look out for Yi. Hearing this, Lu Sun froze. He had expected Aunt Yi to say something like treating him as her own son, followed by a scene of her parents weeping with their faces covered. Instead, it was this. Aunt Yi, you can rest assured leaving Yi in my care. Lu Sun assured Aunt Yi while canceling the hospital bed he'd reserved for his parents. Hearing this, Aunt Yi and Uncle Yi both felt Lu Sun's words were odd. They sensed there was more to his words than met the eye. But Ye's mother thought Lu Sun was practically raised under their watch. Though famously lazy since childhood, his character was fundamentally sound.
Yi father, however, had a different take. I asked you to keep an eye on my daughter, but the way you're acting, you're trying to marry her off to yourself. Ye's father was furious. Adjusting his glasses frame, he spoke with a hint of warning. I know what kind of person you are, Xiao Sun. But Yi treats you with such coldness, like you're a stranger.
I fear you might harbor resentment. Yi Zi was cold toward him?
Lu Sun froze. He desperately wanted to tell his father that his precious daughter wasn't cold toward him at all, but he feared provoking this doting father.
Uncle Yi, don't worry. I know she's just naturally like that. I understand.
Besides, for your and auntie's sake, I couldn't possibly ignore her. Hearing this, Ye's father's expression immediately softened considerably. You know how to play it smart, kid. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ye's parents prepared to leave Lu Sun's home. But the moment they were gone, Lu's parents immediately fixed their intense gaze on Lu Sun. Originally, they had both believed that Lu Sun and Yi Zi were impossible. But what the hell was this surprise? Their seemingly ordinary son turned out to be a genius. And judging by the tone of their homeroom teacher's phone call, it seemed their son showed even greater potential than their daughter-in-law Yi Zi. Son, Dad was always worried about what would happen if you couldn't get into college.
Our family's circumstances are just what they are.
Lu's father said, his voice choked with emotion.
But now it's all right. Everything is fine.
With that, Lu's father patted Lu Sun's shoulder. Looking at the son who once would only respond with a faint "hm" when he called him dad, he couldn't help but feel a bit lost in thought. The son who had always kept him on edge had grown up.
Meanwhile, Lu's mother, observing her husband's emotional state, wiped away tears and spoke.
Son, your homeroom teacher told me you won a $1,000,000 scholarship this time. Hearing this, Lu Sun, who had been moved by the warm family atmosphere, suddenly shuddered. The lesson from childhood when his mom tricked him into selling trash for money came rushing back. His mom was going to save his money again. Sure enough, his mother's next words hit the nail on the head. Here's what we'll do. You're still young, so I'll help you save the money.
No need, Mom.
I already went to the bank after school and set up a 100-year fixed deposit. A 100-year term. Lu's mother was a bit flustered. Why such a long term? What if the bank goes under? Come on, Mom will take you to cancel that fixed-term deposit right now. Mom, please, I've suffered enough these past years.
10 minutes later. Lu's mother smiled as she checked her bank balance.
When she turned to meet Lu Sun's sour expression, she spoke up. Why are you looking so gloomy, you little rascal? I'm doing this all for your sake, you know? See? I bought you an apartment right next to the Four Gods Academy in the capital. At those words, Lu Sun's eyes lit up noticeably.
$1 million for an apartment? He was clearly getting a steal.
However, when Lu's mother pulled out her phone to show him the loan details, his heart sank completely. An 80-year mortgage for descendants to ease his burden and motivate his grandchildren. Seeing Lu Sun's expression unfold exactly as she'd anticipated, Lu's mother smiled and added. Your mother has only one wish now, that you get married soon and give us a grandchild. So, as long as you and Yi make progress in your relationship, Mom will send you money to pay off your mortgage. Chapter 6, She Loves Me So Much. The next morning, Lu's mother opened the door and pulled Lu Sun out of bed while he was still half asleep.
Ouch, Mom, what are you doing? Don't ask questions. Don't make me slap you. Lu Sun.
As soon as his mother dragged him out the door, Lu Sun spotted Ye's mother and Yi Zi leaving together. Yi Zi wore a white t-shirt and short denim shorts today, her snow-white, slender legs boldly exposed.
Ah, honey. Did you really text me earlier saying you'd treat me to a beauty salon session?
Standing at just 5 feet 1 inch, the petite Yi mother, resembling a little girl, happily hugged her best friend, Lu's mother. After shooting Lu Sun a meaningful glance, Lu's mother replied to Ye's mother. Of course it's true, dear.
Hurry up, hurry up. I've even booked a Western restaurant for lunch. Wow, you're so sweet, dear. Then, arriving downtown. Sweetheart, go ahead and browse around. Mom will be at the beauty salon for a while. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Oh, and if you see anything you like but don't have enough money, remember to call Mom. Okay. Yi replied with a cold, two-word response. After that, Lu's mother and Ye's mother, like they'd eat and forget your child milk candy, dashed straight to the beauty salon, completely forgetting Yi and Lu Sun existed. Yi, however, didn't even glance at Lu Sun as she strode straight ahead. After yesterday's practice, all the martial arts she had learned except for the incomplete Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger and the Phoenix Reputation-Seeking Sword had reached the pinnacle of mastery. The Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger fragment was a martial art she hadn't cultivated in her previous life, and its incomplete technique meant progress was slow. As for the Phoenix Reputation Sword, it hadn't reached perfection because cultivating this martial art required a fire attribute spirit crystal and a sword. Therefore, she planned to visit the nearby martial arts guild to purchase these two items. Lu Sun, having nothing better to do, followed her along for the stroll. Soon, the pair arrived at their destination, the Martial Arts Merchants Guild. The Martial Arts Merchants Guild was divided into three distinct streets: Weapon Street, Spirit Street, and Food Street. Though called three streets, they were essentially one continuous thoroughfare divided into three distinct zones. At that moment, Lu Sun and Yi found themselves on Weapon Street, one of the three sections. The vendor stalls offered an array of goods: animal hides, medicinal herbs, elixirs, spirit essences, and spirit stones, everything imaginable. Yet in Lu Sun and Yi's eyes, the quality of these goods was far too low. But there was little they could do about it. Jiangcheng lay on the very edge of the Dragon Nation, and conditions were what they were. Yi, meanwhile, had no particular demands regarding the quality of fire attribute spirit crystals. So, she quickly approached a vendor stall specializing in fire attribute spirit crystals, picked up one of slightly better quality, and asked, "How much?" "Miss, you have excellent taste. This spirit crystal comes from an overseas mine. Price, 88,888. Hearing this, Yi furrowed her brow slightly. 8,888. Hearing that figure, Lu Sun, who had just taken a sip of water, spit it out with a puff. Because the vendor, upon hearing 888, immediately smiled, wrapped up the spirit crystal, and even tossed in 2 extra ones for free. "Miss, here's your spirit crystals. How would you like to pay? I recommend Alipay, there are red packet discounts available." Just as Yi pulled out her phone to pay. Whoosh! A flirtatious whistle sounded as a man dressed in luxurious attire, followed by dozens of bodyguards, approached Yi. "Hey, sweetheart, are you free this afternoon?" "No." Yi replied coldly, paid with spirit crystals, and turned to leave. But as soon as she took a step, she was surrounded by the man's bodyguards. "Do me a favor, sweetheart. Otherwise, my men don't have eyes on their fists." The man appraised Yi, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes. "Move aside." Yi frowned in annoyance. Sigh. Seeing she wouldn't give him the time of day, the man didn't waste further words. "Take her to my BMW M6, the one with the double doors, 4 seats, 4.4T engine, and V8 power." The man's words had barely left his mouth. "Excuse me, gentlemen, excuse me." Lu Sun rolled his eyes in exasperation, pushing past the bodyguards before turning to Yi. "Let's go." "Go? Where to?" The man's displeasure was palpable. His prey never got away. "Kill the men and dump them in the river. Tie up the women or bring them to my car." With that, the man clapped his hands, signaling his bodyguards to move. Lu Sun froze in shock. Why kill the men and toss them in the river, while the women just get tied up and thrown into luxury cars? Was this guy practicing gender discrimination? At that moment, the bodyguards surrounding Yi moved. Ding! Comparison task activated. Mission: outpace your counterpart in eliminating the enemies before you. Mission reward: superb fire attributed spirit crystal, 1 royal grade weapon. Failure penalty: randomly trigger a grand adventure mission. Seeing the comparison mission, Yi hesitated not a moment. She moved. Ah! Ah! For a moment, the bodyguards' agonized screams filled the air. Seeing the bodyguards sprawled all over the place, Lu Sun instinctively shuddered. Would this girl ever resort to domestic violence against him? The man, observing the scene, felt a flicker of amusement in his eyes. A martial artist? Interesting. With that, his figure materialized before Yi. A palm strike shot out. Yi, who had been about to strike another bodyguard, instantly redirected his palm strike, meeting the man's attack head-on. 2 palms collided. A violent wind surged. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom erupted, accompanied by rippling energy waves. The man stumbled back a step, yet his eyes burned with heightened interest. A martial artist at the 6th realm of body tempering, how intriguing. It had been ages since he'd encountered such a promising dual cultivation partner. Yi, however, was knocked back several paces. A martial artist at the awakening realm. Little beauty, a fist has no eyes. Admit defeat. I don't want to ruin your pretty face.
The man gazed at Yi Ziyi's cold, composed face and smiled faintly.
Get lost. Yi Ziyi spat out the word, her form darting forward in an instant.
Her movements were swift. Enhanced by martial arts techniques, she moved so fast she left after images.
The man seemed to be gradually losing ground. Yet strangely, the faint smile on his lips never faded. This farce must end.
As the man's words fell,
Boom!
Her fist shot forward, aiming straight for Yi Ziyi's face.
Damn it! Yi Ziyi inwardly cursed her misfortune. Having closed in too quickly earlier in her haste to subdue him, she now found herself unable to dodge the blow. But just as she braced to take the blow head-on, bang!
Her fist collided with his, the thunderous impact sending shockwaves through the surrounding vendor stalls.
Fourth tier of the body refinement realm? Shock and astonishment filled the man's eyes.
He couldn't comprehend how someone at the fourth level of the body realm could possibly block his punch.
Yet the next moment,
something even more astonishing happened.
Chapter 7, The 80-Year Ancestral Debt. Lu Sun moved with blinding speed.
In the blink of an eye, the man and the remaining bodyguards crashed to the ground. The man stared wide-eyed at Lu Sun, his gaze filled with utter disbelief.
How is this possible?
Before he could finish the sentence, he passed out.
Comparison mission failed. Adventure mode activated. Adventure mission, go on a date with comparison target Lu Sun.
Mission requirements, adjust facial expressions and behavior according to the situation. Adventure rewards, high-quality fire attribute spirit crystal, 1 spirit grade weapon. Watching the grand adventure quest activate once more. Yi Ziyi couldn't believe it either. How could someone at the fourth level of the body tempering realm unleash such combat power? What astonished her even more was that Lu Sun's footwork and martial arts techniques just now seemed identical to the dragon-splitting step and sky-shattering fist she had used against that man before.
How is that possible?
He learned them just by watching, and the combat power he unleashed while executing them surpassed mine.
Yi Ziyi refused to believe it, yet the evidence was undeniable. So, what do you think? Pretty impressive after I tweaked your techniques, huh? Want to learn? I can teach you. Lu Sun now stood before Yi Ziyi, smiling faintly. Improved. Teach you.
Those words swirled around Yi Ziyi's ears like a spell.
Her face flushed. With anger. She refused to accept it. She was the Empress, after all. What infuriated her even more was Lu Sun's brazen challenge to teach her wasn't that slapping her in the face. That damn Lu Sun.
Yet to Lu Sun, the expression on her face looked like a blush of shyness.
10. 9.
As the system countdown began,
Yi Ziyi took a deep breath, suppressing her lingering resentment.
She turned to Lu Sun with a forced smile and stammered.
Thanks for just saving me. I'll treat you to a date. Dinner. Dinner. Yi Ziyi emphasized each word. Alright. Dinner.
Lu Sun smiled at her flushed cheeks.
What do you want to eat? Yi Ziyi asked. Lu Sun pondered.
A sudden idea struck Lu Sun.
Let's go to the food street.
I saw on my phone that one restaurant there has a 70% discount for couples dining today.
Couples? Do you even realize what you're saying? Me and you, a couple? Warning.
Host's current emotional state severely mismatches situation. Friendly reminder, if this warning persists for over 30 seconds, the system will automatically determine the host is unable to complete the grand adventure mission.
The system warning faded.
Yi Ziyi suppressed her anger, forcing a smile as she turned to Lu Sun and replied in a soft, gentle voice, Alright, let's go to that restaurant you mentioned.
Damn system. Alright, I'll make the reservation first. Then.
After Lu Sun pulled out his phone and finished the reservation, he moved a little closer to Yi Ziyi.
Yi Ziyi frowned at this and took 2 steps away. Warning.
Host's current behavior severely mismatches the situation.
Damn system. Just because he got closer to me, you won't let me leave him, huh? Yi Ziyi cursed the system inwardly before returning to her original spot. Lu Sun cleared his throat twice before gathering his courage to ask. May I hold your hand?
At those words, Yi Ziyi's face instantly turned cold.
Hold hands? You still want to hold my hand? Oomph. Do you even deserve it? Warning.
Host's current behavior and emotions are severely inconsistent with the situation.
The system warning sounded again. As Lu Sun felt a bit flustered, the coldness on Yi Ziyi's face vanished instantly, replaced by a smile tinged with a hint of mischief. You're so clueless. Do you even need to ask about something like this?
After speaking, seeing the system hadn't issued another warning, Yi Ziyi stood on tiptoe and delivered a sharp thump to Lu Sun's forehead.
I'll smack you silly.
Lu Sun grinned foolishly for a moment before taking Yi Ziyi's hand and leading her toward the dining hall.
Throughout the entire process, Yi Ziyi spent the entire time mentally cursing the system. Damn this damn system. Why couldn't it be any other adventure mission? It had to randomly assign me this one. Next time, I absolutely have to beat Lu Sun.
I won't let him take advantage of me anymore.
I will exact my revenge. Make him wear a butler's uniform, get up at 3 in the morning to cook breakfast for me, and at noon I'll whip him mercilessly. Just as the little figure in Yi Ziyi's mind was wielding a whip against Lu Sun's little figure, the restaurant attendant's voice echoed through the space. Sir, I see you've reserved the 88 yuan special couples set menu. May I ask if you two are a couple? Yes. Lu Sun smiled naturally. Then please kiss to prove it. Holy. Yi Ziyi, FCK. Yi Ziyi nearly jumped up to punch that waiter. Kiss? I'll kiss your bull demon popsicle. But then. Smack. Lu Sun pressed his lips against Yi Ziyi's pale pink mouth. Swish. Yi Ziyi's face flushed. Half from anger, half from embarrassment. You dog of a man, you're taking advantage of me. Just you wait, next time I win, I'll make you pay. At that moment, two pairs of eyes across the restaurant stared over in utter shock. Honey, am I seeing this right? That couple in the restaurant over there looks like my daughter and your son. And your son just bullied my daughter. Ye's mother pressed her face against the glass, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lu's mother was doing the same. Of course, the two parents felt differently. Ye's mother was furious, that brat, picking on my daughter. Lu's mother, however, was delighted, good boy, picking on her daughter. No, I have to stop them. They're still so young. Hearing this, Lu's mother quickly grabbed Ye's mother's arm. Honey, don't go. Why not? Think about it. If your daughter Yi didn't have feelings for my son, would she have followed him to a couple's restaurant? If you go over now, won't you just interrupt them? That could make Yi start to dislike you deep down. Then there'll definitely be a rift between you two in the future. You don't want Yi to dislike you, do you? Hearing this, Ye's mother froze, her already dim wits going completely blank. It seemed logical. But, seeing her brainwashing had succeeded, Lu's mother continued to coax her. Darling, no more buts. You watched our stinker grow up too, and our homes are so close. If Yi and our stinker really end up together, she'll be right next door when she visits her parents. That way, the two of us can still go shopping and get beauty treatments together like we used to. Hearing this, Ye's mother pondered the life Lu's mother described and clearly felt tempted. Ye's mother pondered. Ye's mother analyzed. Ye's mother spoke up. Dear, then it's settled. All right. Lu's mother smiled faintly, glancing once more at the restaurant across the street before a mysterious smile touched her lips. Son, you'd better step up and win Yi over soon. Let mom hold her grandchild. Chapter 8. Once he sets his sights on his prey, it never escapes. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Lu Sun glanced at Yi Ziyi, who sat beside him with her head bowed, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Yi Ziyi lifted her head, her beautiful eyes meeting Lu Sun's as she spoke, her voice a little dazed. I was wondering about what you said earlier. How exactly did you refine my cultivation technique? Why couldn't I figure it out myself? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Sun replied. Let me tell you, everything has its essence. Once you grasp that essence, modifying any martial skill or even a cultivation technique becomes simple. Take that footwork you demonstrated earlier. As Lu Sun articulated her own insights word by word, Yi Ziyi experienced a sudden epiphany. Yet, a hint of mischief flickered deep within her eyes. You told me this yourself. When we face off in the combat assessment, don't blame me if I beat you soundly. Yes, from the very beginning, Yi Ziyi had wanted to know how Lu Sun had refined his martial arts techniques. Hearing his explanation now, she couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration for him. After all, the essence Lu Sun had just described was practically a martial arts secret manual. She had gained profound insights from it. At that moment, Yi Ziyi was attempting to refine the cultivation technique she had created in her previous life, guided by the insights gleaned from Lu Sun's words. Within mere moments, she was profoundly shaken. By roughly applying Lu Sun's principles to her existing cultivation method, it now showed faint signs of evolving into a technique surpassing the Emperor realm. At that moment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lu Sun asked in a soft, gentle voice. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Yi Ziyi picked up a piece of beef and placed it in Lu Sun's mouth. Consider it your reward. Lu Sun smiled gently. If you ever have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Hearing this, Yi Ziyi chuckled inwardly. How ridiculous. If I don't understand it, how could you possibly grasp it? You're only slightly more skilled in martial arts than I am. How could you possibly compare to this emperor in anything else? Though this time I used you, you should feel honored to have been utilized by this emperor. For some reason, Yi Ziyi found Lu Sun slightly more tolerable now. He might not be worthy of her, but at least he hadn't caused her any trouble. Therefore, she resolved to be more lenient toward him. Once she avenged her defeat in the next competition, she'd take Lu Sun under her wing as a subordinate. She'd train him to become a powerful ally in her future quest for vengeance against those who wronged her. Yi Ziyi. At that moment. Due to the requirements of the daring mission, Yi Ziyi could only offer a gentle smile as she spoke. Alright, then I'll be counting on you from now on. This is your favorite. Eat up. Here, have some more. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Sin returned home, turned on the air conditioner, and lay on the bed, utterly perplexed. Why could women change their expressions so quickly? One moment they were laughing and chatting, and the next she'd suddenly turn cold, say nothing, and walk away? Pondering this, Lu Sin took a sip of his milk tea. Slurp, slurp. Glancing at the time, Lu Sin set down his phone, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Yi Ziyi headed to the martial arts training room to hone her combat skills and cultivation techniques. After all, with only 1 day and 2 nights left before the school combat assessment, she couldn't afford to waste time on meaningless pursuits. Just as she was about to begin simulating her cultivation techniques. Ding! Combat assessment imminent. Comparison task activated. Comparison objective: outperform Lu Sin in the combat assessment. Reward for success: immovable Nether King Sutra, 1 holy grade Imperial Spirit Pill. Failure penalty: randomly trigger a grand adventure quest. Yi Ziyi narrowed her eyes as she studied the system task. She pondered how to exact revenge that would truly satisfy her. Make Lu Sin confess his feelings to her, then humiliate him mercilessly? Or perhaps make him prepare breakfast for her every single day for a month? After pondering, Yi Ziyi decided only a child would choose between them. She wanted it all. The reason she dared to dream so boldly was simple. Because Lu Sin, there's absolutely no way you can beat me this time. After all, he had shared his entire martial arts philosophy with her, and she had absorbed every bit of it. She had even gone to the training room to prepare. Besides, barring any surprises, Lu Sin should be asleep right now. She knew him too well. Whenever Lu Sin had free time, he was either eating or sleeping. And after waking up, he'd head straight to the internet cafe for all-nighters. Thinking of this, Yi Ziyi pursed her lips. But that slight pow proved costly. The wound where someone had bitten her flared with pain. Anger instantly flared in her eyes. If he dares do this again, I'll make him pay. No! There absolutely won't be a next time. The intermittent twinge of pain on her lip left Yi Ziyi's mind in turmoil. Lu Sin's smug, insolent face kept flashing through her thoughts, making proper cultivation impossible. She took a deep breath. Yi Ziyi forced herself to calm down. Lu Sin, just you wait. I'll get my revenge. Chapter 9, you're a couple, right? Prove it with a kiss? The setting sun pierced through the clouds, bathing the earth in its glow. Jiangcheng High School. At that moment, vast quantities of equipment could be seen arranged in orderly rows. Students from all high schools within Jiangcheng, guided by their teachers, entered the sports field to prepare for this pivotal test that would mark a significant turning point in their lives. It was a grand gathering, attended by many important figures. The mayor of Jiangcheng City and 4 mentors from the 4 divine academies and the ancient martial arts academy stood upon a raised platform. In their hands were dozens of dossiers, all belonging to the prodigies who had excelled in the previous spiritual power assessments. Only these individuals were worthy of their attention. After all, these 2 institutions in Dragon Nation were famously known for only accepting prodigies. And at that very moment, Lu Sin, standing comfortably within the ranks of Class 8 at Jiangcheng High School, yawned leisurely, looking as though he had just woken up. Yi Ziyi stood in the first testing group. Dozens had already been tested. Their combat strength was almost uniformly below standard, all qualifying only for junior college admission. This wasn't because their combat strength was unimpressive, but rather because the combat strength test was simply too stringent. The testing equipment assessed each candidate's strength and projected virtual demon beasts for combat evaluation. If 2 individuals could defeat the first demon beast projected by the machine, their combat strength would be deemed qualified. If their internal spiritual energy reserves also met the standards, they could enter a regular academy. By extension, the more projected demon beasts you defeat, the higher ranked academy you can enter within the Dragon Nation. However, the projected beasts become progressively more formidable, with some even possessing near human intelligence. At this moment, it was Yi Ziyi's turn to enter the testing arena to assess her combat strength. Yet the instant she stepped onto the platform, as the instruments activated, a deafening beastly roar erupted from within. Every observer watching the test couldn't help but hold their breath in suspense. 3-headed Crimson Flame Lions. This 3-headed Crimson Flame Lion ranks among the top 100 on the Earth Beast list. It's a top-tier demon beast. Even with its power restricted to 9th tier by the equipment, it's still beyond the capabilities of a forged body realm martial artist. Seriously? The goddess's starting strength is this high? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yi Ziyi struck. Clang! A cold gleam flashed from the sword in her hand. In the blink of an eye, she severed the heads of 3 Crimson Flame Lions. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in unison. Not even 3 seconds. A demon! Meanwhile, the 4 instructors from the 4 Gods Academy and the Ancient Martial Arts Academy nodded approvingly to themselves. Yi Ziyi's current cultivation level was fully revealed to them. Peak of the 9th heaven of the body forging realm. This girl's combat prowess is quite impressive. Old Gao wasn't exaggerating, she truly meets the 4 Gods Academy's admission standards, remarked the young female instructor from the academy to her middle-aged colleague beside her. After all, even if it was only a projection of a three-headed crimson flame lion, how many body-forging realm martial artists could achieve this? However, the very next second, as the instrument projected again, both the female teacher and the middle-aged teacher frowned. The 60th ranked Earth Beast, the Frost Corpse Vulture. No way. That's an absurd leap. Remember, this creature ranks 60th on the Earth Beast list precisely because it's not comparable to a single three-headed crimson flame lion. Not even 10 of them could match it. It's not an absurd leap. The device projected based on the test subject's newly unleashed power. So you're saying my goddess's sword strike just now reached combat power beyond the forged body realm? Holy crap, my goddess is seriously badass. At that moment, inside the testing grounds, clang! As several flashes of cold light streaked past once more, the projection of the Frost Corpse Vulture gradually began to fade. Without a doubt, Yi Ziyi once again drew gasps of astonishment. Lu Sun, observing the sword technique she had just executed, nodded to himself in silent approval. Not bad. But she could have done better. It seemed she still didn't fully grasp the essence of what he'd explained to her yesterday. He'd explain it to her again next time. Just as Lu Sun was considering whether to stand and catch a few more minutes of sleep before his team's turn to take the test, suddenly, a familiar face appeared before him. Hello, classmate. I'm Su Jingcheng from Tianhai High School. Lu Sun froze upon seeing him. Wasn't this the kid he knocked out cold with a single punch yesterday? Now, Su Jingcheng extended his hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What a pain in the ass. To run into this kid here of all places. Hey, it's rude not to shake hands, you know. Is that how your teachers at Jiangcheng High taught you? You think you're worthy of shaking hands with my brother Lu? At that moment, bathed in sunlight, a yellow-haired youth stepped forward. Yes, it was Zheng Yuan. Ever since Lu Sun taught him a lesson last time, he developed genuine respect for him and even considered acknowledging Lu Sun as his big brother. After waiting so long for his chance to prove himself, he couldn't let it slip away. Get lost. Don't block my big brother's view. Zheng Yuan tried to shove Su Jingcheng aside, intending to taunt him a few more times to prove his loyalty to his big brother Lu Sun. But before he could even get close to Su Jingcheng, the latter sent him flying several meters with a single palm strike. Seeing this, old Wang frowned and prepared to step forward to investigate. But a teacher from Tianhai High School stopped him. Teacher Wang, it's perfectly normal for kids to roughhouse. It would be rude for us adults to intervene. By the way, how's things going with that rich girl you're dating? At those words, a vein throbbed on old Wang's forehead. He and this man had a history of animosity, and now that he'd found a way to rub it in, he couldn't stop bringing up the wealthy family every single day. Meanwhile, on Su Jingcheng's side, he tapped the lapel of his jacket, which Zheng Yuan had nearly brushed against moments ago, and sneered. Jiangcheng High really only teaches trash. Hearing this, the Jiangcheng High students couldn't hold back. What did you say? Who do you think you are? If it weren't for the teachers watching, I'd beat you to a pulp. Hearing the crowd's words, Su Jingcheng gave a cold laugh. Beat me? Bring it on. As the words fell, the aura unique to the awakening realm spread out. The Tianhai High School teacher now strode triumphantly before old Wang. Well, what do you think? Isn't my student quite impressive? I hear you teach Class 8 at Jiangcheng High. I've heard Class 8 is the worst class in every graduating class at Jiangcheng High. Who was it back then, bragging to us teachers about teaching a student who would shock the entire nation? Ha! How laughable. Arrogant. Both teacher and student were utterly arrogant. Old Wang felt a surge of irritation deep inside, but he held his tongue. Meanwhile, the Jiangcheng students and Lu Sun's squad all fixed their gaze on him. Lu Sun felt a tingling sensation. Why are you all staring at me? My spiritual energy reserves already meet the admission standards for the 4 divine academies. I don't need to break through any further. Seeing everyone's eyes fixed on Lu Sun, Su Jingcheng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Ha, imagining he's your savior? Ridiculous. If he hadn't taken that forbidden substance the day before yesterday, how could he have knocked me out with a single punch? Yes, Su Jingcheng believed that the reason he had been knocked out by Lu Sun's punch the day before yesterday was because the other had taken forbidden drugs, temporarily unleashing the combat power of an awakened realm cultivator. And he was the type who never let a grudge go to sleep unless circumstances demanded otherwise. Now, he looked at Lu Sun and said with a smile, Classmate, how about this? If your combat test results come out better than mine later, I'll apologize to your Jiangcheng High School. But if your combat test scores worse than mine, you crawl on the ground barking like a dog, then crawl between my legs. How about that? Chapter 10, Lu Sun, you wait, I'll get my revenge. No sooner had Su Jingcheng finished speaking. The gathered Jiangcheng High students couldn't sit still anymore. Why does he only have to apologize if he loses, but Lu Sun has to crawl on the ground barking like a dog? Exactly. That's totally unfair. If you're so tough, crawl on the ground barking like a dog and crawl between someone's legs when you lose. Su Jingcheng sneered inwardly. Fair? Where in this world is there absolute fairness? Some are born with advantages that are insurmountable barriers for many. Since you want fairness, I'll give you fairness. Do you dare accept it?
The words fell silent. Su Jingcheng looked at Lu Sun with a smile playing on his lips.
Lu Sun pointed at himself. Me? You. Su Jingcheng. Lu Sun took a deep breath, inwardly complaining. Seriously, what's wrong with you? I just beat you up last time, why are you being so petty?
Your face made my fist ache for ages, yet I said nothing and even generously forgave you.
Now you come looking for trouble?
Just as Lu Sun was thinking it was better to avoid trouble and politely refuse. The students of Jiangcheng High School were filled with righteous indignation.
Lu Sun, agree to it.
Show him that Jiangcheng High doesn't have cowards.
Exactly. Let him learn that arrogance comes at a price. Right. Show him there's always someone better out there. I'll agree for you, no need to thank me.
Lu Sun turned to look at the classmate who had agreed for him. He remained silent. He was speechless. Why is it so hard to just be a slacker these days? But what he didn't know was, in the eyes of these classmates, Lu Sun was the man whose spiritual energy could blow up machines. After all, even those among them who hadn't caused machines to explode were already at the 6th level of the body-tempering realm, or even higher.
Could Lu Sun, the man who blew up the machine, possibly be at a lower cultivation level than them?
Therefore, they believed. Lu Sun certainly wouldn't be afraid of a mere Su Jingcheng.
Fine, I'll take that as your acceptance, Su Jingcheng murmured with a faint smile.
He was already looking forward to seeing these men witness Lu Sun barking like a dog and crawling between his legs. Lu Sun, however, stood frozen in place, his face twisted into a sour expression, utterly at a loss.
At that moment, Yi Zi's test concluded.
Though she failed her 9th test, merely drawing with the projection beast.
But at that moment,
2 instructors from the 4 Divine Academy, along with representatives from the Ancient Martial Arts Academy and the mayor of Jiangcheng, were all profoundly shocked. At the 9th level of the body-tempering realm, she had unleashed combat powers surpassing an entire major realm. More crucially, the testing apparatus had validated her, granting an exceptionally high evaluation. A peerless master within her realm. These 4 words carried far more weight than their simple meaning. After all, the last person to receive such a high evaluation from the instrument had since become a martial king, one of the Dragon Nation's crucial pillars.
This young girl will certainly receive considerable resource allocation after enrollment. Indeed.
She's on par with those 10 little monsters. 2 teachers from the 4 Gods Academy regarded Yi Zi with admiring eyes. Yet amidst the crowd's fervor, the protagonist herself, Yi Zi, remained remarkably composed. She joined the crowd of those who had passed the test, standing there as her gaze fell upon Lu Sun amidst the throng. She thought to herself,
this time, there shouldn't be any more unexpected incidents. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it would be Lu Sun's turn to undergo the combat strength test. But before that,
Su Jingcheng's test was nothing short of terrifying, leaving even the students of Jiangcheng High School on edge and worried for Lu Sun.
First tier awakening realm. 1 hit 7. He collapsed during the 8th projection test.
Though not as terrifying as Yi Zi's feat, the instrument still gave him an exceptionally high evaluation.
Peak of the same realm.
This moved 2 instructors from the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, who personally stepped in to treat his injuries.
Brother Lu, don't put any pressure on yourself.
Let's aim to match Goddess Yi and clear 9 levels in one go.
Brother Lu, we believe in you.
Lu Sun heard their words of encouragement and gave a faint, forced smile. Then, it was his turn to step into the test gate.
Entering the test gate.
All his data was detected by the test gate.
Name, Lu Sun. Age, 18. School, Jiangcheng High School, Senior 3, Class 8. Spiritual power, 1000. Realm, 4th tier of body-tempering realm.
Seeing the data before them, everyone was astonished. 18 years old, with a spiritual power reserve of 1000. Yet the final entry, his cultivation realm, left everyone speechless. Wait, with such high spiritual power reserves, how come he's only at the 4th level of the body-tempering realm?
That doesn't make sense.
Logically, the higher the spiritual energy reserve, the easier cultivation should be at the forging body realm. How come after 2 days, I, with only 200 spiritual energy reserve, have already reached the 5th tier of the forging body realm, while Lu Sun is still stuck at the 4th tier?
Compared to their astonishment, the expressions of the classmates who had just agreed to Lu Sun's wager against Su Jingcheng were even more grim.
Bro, what's going on? Why didn't you tell us you were only at the 4th level of the body-tempering realm when I was shouting so passionately just now?
How the hell are we gonna save this?
Su Jingcheng glanced at the data, a faint smile curling his lips.
4th tier of the forging realm? A mere clown. Yi Zi's brows furrowed slightly. 4th tier of body-tempering realm. Had Lu Sun truly not cultivated at all these past 2 days? Winning such a mismatched contest felt utterly meaningless to her.
In fact, a hint of disappointment stirred within her. Lu Sun, it seems we were never meant to be on the same path after all.
At that moment, the Tianhai High School teacher smiled mockingly at Old Wang, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Old Wang, is this the genius you mentioned who blew up the spiritual power testing machine in your class? Could it be possible he cheated on the spiritual power test? Old Wang remained silent, enduring the taunt. Meanwhile, the 4 teachers from the Four Gods Academy and the ancient martial arts school stared at Lu Sun's test results, their doubts mounting. Could he have cheated on the spiritual power test? But there was no doubt that cheating was impossible under the spiritual power testing machine. His spiritual power value is high, but his cultivation level is truly unimpressive. Average, I suppose. While it meets our academy's admission requirements, it's nowhere near comparable to 3rd-tier students or even 4th-tier ones. The next second, a beastly roar echoed through the air. Roar! A colossal beastly figure descended, causing the entire arena to tremble. The raging blood dragon lion, ranked 10th on the Earth Beast list. What's going on? Did the machine misjudge the test subject's strength? The crowd stared at the projected colossal beast in utter disbelief. After all, even Yi Zigi had started with a mere 3rd-ranked Crimson Flame Lion from the top 100 of the Earth Beast rankings. Yet Lu Sun had started with a ferocious beast ranked 10th on the Earth Beast list. For a moment, everyone shared the same thought. That was, the testing machine must be broken. Otherwise, there's no way they'd have the Blood Rage Dragon Lion appear right from the start. Old Wang's brow was deeply furrowed at that moment. Though it was merely a test, a massive disparity in strength between the test subject and the projection could lead to fatal consequences. Clearly, the mayor of Jiangcheng City was aware of this too. Therefore, just as he picked up the walkie-talkie to order someone to shut down the testing equipment and ensure the students' safety. Boom! A massive sonic boom and energy surge erupted from the testing site. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 11. Do you think he's your savior? Instant kill. Instant kill. Is this the combat power expected of a 4th-tier body-tempering realm cultivator? Many watched as Lu Sun instantly killed the raging blood dragon lion with a single punch, their jaws dropping in shock. Even those standing in elevated positions found it utterly unbelievable. Every realm has its limits. Clearly, the combat power unleashed by Lu Sun's punch did not belong to the 4th tier of the body-forging realm. They couldn't comprehend it. Even with martial arts techniques boosting him, it's impossible to unleash such power, right? Murmured the female instructor from the Four Gods Academy. But the detection equipment doesn't lie. That kid Lu Sun is genuinely at the 4th level of the body-forging realm. Su Jingcheng watched in utter disbelief. Even he couldn't achieve a one-hit kill against the raging blood dragon lion, ranked 10th on the Earth Beast list. How had Lu Sun managed it? Yet while these people remained ignorant of the answer, Yi Zi knew. After carefully analyzing Lu Sun's punch in her mind, she reached a conclusion. Interesting. He concentrated all his usable spiritual power into his fist, then unleashed an incredible burst of combat power with a single, charged strike? Too bad such a method can only get you through the first test. After all, against the stronger beasts that followed, he'd never have the chance for a one-hit kill nor the reaction time to build up that power. Though her deduction was correct. But, after instantly slaying the Blood Rage Lion, Lu Sun yawned as he watched the beast's silhouette gradually coalesce before him. He wondered, since passing the first test meant he qualified to attend the same school as Yi Zi, did he really need to keep pushing himself through more trials? Clearly not. Besides, being too conspicuous inevitably invites trouble. Therefore, he decided. In the second match, he'd simply fight until exhaustion and concede defeat. As for the earlier bet, he never agreed to it. Yet when Yi Zi witnessed this, she couldn't help but doubt her own judgment. Or did Lu Sun still have other cards up his sleeve? At that moment, as the beast's silhouette coalesced once more, the crowd gasped in shock. The 76th ranked ferocious beast on the celestial beast list, the purple-patterned sacred copper bear. Gazing upon the colossal beast's silhouette, every soul trembled in awe. While stunned, they also held their breath for Lu Sun. The purple-striped sacred copper bear was notorious for its thick height and astonishing speed. During his 8th test, Yi Zi had exchanged hundreds of blows with this ferocious beast before finally passing. Roar! With a thunderous roar from the purple-striped sacred copper bear. It moved. Fast. Its movements were so swift that no one present save for those seated in the high seats could discern its form. Yet when everyone, holding their breath for Lu Sun, turned their gaze toward him, they discovered he was gone. Bang, bang, bang. In that instant. Within the testing grounds. Countless sonic booms echoed. Those seated on the high platforms were stunned. He's actually keeping pace with the purple-veined sacred bronze bear. Though he's only at the 4th level of the forged body realm, his strength in this second test far surpasses the others. But it seems his limit is right here. What a pity. If his cultivation were just a bit higher, he might have passed this second assessment. The two instructors from the Four Gods Academy watched as Lu Sun's movements on the testing platform gradually fell behind the purple-veined sacred bronze bear. They sighed inwardly. On the testing platform, Lu Sun watched as his chi, fueled by his 4th-tier forged body realm cultivation, drained dry. He's not pretending anymore. He's showing his hand. Lu Sun, facing the charging purple-veined sacred bronze bear, roared, "Damn it! Am I really going to lose like this? How utterly frustrating." Meanwhile, the figures on the high platform watched Lu Sun. Was it just their imagination? They thought they saw Lu Sun smiling as he shouted those words. Sigh. A chorus of sighs rose from the crowd of students. They all felt sorry for Lu Sun. If his cultivation base had been just a bit higher, there was no way he would have stopped at the second test this time. Su Jingcheng sneered in disdain. Failed the second round? Nothing special. Sure, he fell at the 8th test against the purple-veined sacred bronze bear, but so what? Isn't 8 greater than 2? Yi Ziyi's face remained expressionless. It seemed she had already won this trial. As for Lu Sun, one could only say he had lost with honor. She acknowledged him. Yet what followed caught everyone completely off guard. As the purple-veined sacred bronze bear's paw slammed into Lu Sun's dantian, he yelped, "Holy!" Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him like a raging torrent. Bang! 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 Several loud thuds echoed as the tightly sealed barrier within Lu Sun's cultivation realm suddenly burst open like a dam releasing floodwaters. 5th tier of body tempering realm. 6th tier of body tempering realm. 7th tier of body tempering realm. It didn't stop until the peak of the 9th level of the body forging realm. The purple-veined sacred copper bear was violently scattered by the surging energy unleashed during his breakthrough. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Lu Sun broke through 5 realms in succession, and under such perilous circumstances. Holy crap, if I didn't know this was the real world, I'd swear Lu Sun was the protagonist of some novel. I get it. I get it. On the high platform, all eyes focused on the male teacher from the Four Gods Academy who had exclaimed in realization. The male teacher cleared his throat. Ahem. I imagine you all share my previous confusion regarding this young man Lu Sun's cultivation level. Why does his spiritual power reading show such high values, yet his cultivation level remains so low? There's only one reason for this: Lu Sun has hit a bottleneck in his cultivation. To break through, he must wait for the right moment. And just now, he found that opportunity and successfully broke through 5 minor realms. As the male teacher finished speaking, the others all turned their gaze toward Lu Sun, who now stood atop the testing platform. They couldn't help but admire the kid's audacity. He dared to take such a gamble. But thankfully, he won his bet. Yi Ziyi felt the same way. Now, as she watched Lu Sun on the testing platform, a flicker of competitive spirit flared in her eyes. Is this your trump card? If Lu Sun knew how wildly they were imagining things, he'd probably be furious enough to spit blood. He was betting on the bull demon. He stood there motionless, waiting to be knocked flying. But that dumb bear didn't hit him where it should have. It had to smack him right in the dantian. That single blow shattered the cultivation suppression he'd maintained for 3 solid days, propelling him straight through to the 9th level of body forging. Lu Sun was in agony. He just wanted to keep a low profile, content to be a lazy slacker from now on. Why did everything have to go against him? Heaven and earth show no mercy, treating all creatures as clowns. Lu Sun lamented helplessly in his heart. But he had no time to wallow in despair now. Because the test was still ongoing. At that moment, the testing equipment flashed intensely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The celestial beast rankings projected the 9 to 19 most ferocious beasts. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what the hell is going on? Am I seeing things? How are there 9 beast projections on the testing platform? 9 beast shadows are bad enough, but they're the top 9 on the celestial beast rankings. This world has gone mad. Gulp. Realizing it wasn't a trick of the light, everyone swallowed hard. A dead end. Even if the immortal king himself showed up, having him participate in this test at the 9th level of the body forging realm would still be a dead end. Chapter 12, Wherein this world is absolute fairness. The 4 divine academies, the ancient martial arts academy, and the mayor of Jiangcheng stared in astonishment at the testing platform. 9 projections at once, and all of them were heavenly ranked demonic beasts. They'd watched combat tests for years and never encountered such a situation. Could it be that the combat strength testing apparatus has activated its ultimate test mode? The mayor's muttered words reached the ears of the others, sending shockwaves through their minds. They had heard rumors about someone triggering the ultimate test mode during a combat strength assessment over a decade ago. And it had been exactly like this: 9 heavenly ranked beasts appearing consecutively. Could Lu Sun's combat strength now truly rival that legendary figure? As she spoke, the female instructor from the Four Gods Academy's eyes widened in awe. After all, that individual was the pride of the entire dragon nation. And now another figure like that had emerged: Lu Sun. Yi Ziyi's eyes were also filled with astonishment. A 9-headed heavenly ranked demon beast. This was beyond comparison in terms of the number of tests. Even though she had passed 8 tests and undergone combat strength assessments by the instruments, her 9th test only resulted in a draw against a demon beast ranked 6th on the heavenly beast list. Su Jingqing's face had turned deathly pale. But at this moment, even if Lu Sun were to lose, it was beyond comparison. Because the intensity of their battle was on an entirely different level. Lu Sun! Lu Sun! Go! At that moment, the Jiangcheng High students watching the test platform roared like beasts in unison, their blood boiling as they cheered Lu Sun on relentlessly. Roar! The beastly roar shook their eardrums. The Xianyun dragon, ranked first on the celestial beast list, and the black-striped sky-splitting tiger, ranked second, charged toward Lu Sun. Currently, only two choices lay before Lu Sun. 1. Take the beating and admit defeat. 2. Eliminate all 9 beasts and become renowned. At this thought, Lu Sun's expression darkened. Clearly, he did not choose the second option. He swiftly dispatched the Xianyun dragon and the black-striped sky-splitting tiger before charging into the midst of the remaining 7 demon beasts. Witnessing Lu Sun's savage ferocity, both students and teachers couldn't help but swallow hard. Why does Lu Sun feel more ferocious than the beasts themselves? Is that even the point? The point is that in front of him, these beasts from the celestial beast list look like toys. He takes them down in just a few moves. Isn't this kid a bit too monstrous? This is the final test mode. If he passes it so easily, what's the point of the final test mode? This is absurd. I wonder what those old farts at our academy would say if they knew. What kind of exclamations would they utter over such a prodigious young talent? As they spoke, the group exchanged glances. They all knew that Lu Sun's test results today would inevitably be exposed. And the powers beyond the Dragon Nation would never tolerate another Long Xian emerging within its borders. Therefore, after conferring, the 2 instructors from the Ancient Martial Arts Academy spoke up. We'll be staying in Jiangqing for a while. Keep the news about this boy and that girl's test results under wraps for now. Once arrangements are made, we'll send them to the capital. We're grateful for your help, the 2 teachers from the 4 Gods Academy thanked them. Ding! Comparison task failed. Grand Adventure quest activated, publicly kiss Lu Sun. Adventure requirement, kiss must last no less than 40 seconds. Adventure reward, fragment of the immovable lord of the underworld sutra, 1 common imperial spirit pill. Staring at the adventure quest before her, Yi Zi stomped her foot in frustration. FCK this SHT. Damn system, get your ass out here. You call this an adventure? You want me to force a kiss on Lu Sun right in front of all these people? Look at yourself, is this an adventure? This is blatant harassment, okay? And besides, I'm a girl. Don't I have my reputation to worry about? Yi Zi swore. Even if you starve me to death or make me jump off this building, I won't force a kiss on Lu Sun. Yet, the system's countdown began. 59. Yi Zi. 58. Meanwhile, after dealing with the 9-headed demon beast, Lu Sun brushed the dust off his clothes. But suddenly, the testing device emitted another beam of light, sweeping over him. Ha? Another test? Lu Sun was taken aback. Of course, he wasn't the only one surprised. Everyone was utterly taken aback. Another test? Could it be a demon beast from the 10 celestial beasts list this time? Even the instructors from the 4 divine academies and the Ancient Martial Arts Academy looked utterly bewildered. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any more tests after the final one. Why did the instrument run another scan? Could it be that there was a final test they didn't know about? Just as everyone's palms began to sweat, the device suddenly began smoking and sounding an alarm. Error! Error! Database failed to locate any lifeform stronger than the test subject. Requesting database update. Request failed. Requesting again, request failed. As everyone froze in shock, the machine, having made multiple unsuccessful requests, began emitting even thicker smoke. Mayor Jiang stared at the device billowing thick smoke and immediately shouted for help. Quick! Save the machine! After this brief farce of rescuing the machine, everyone watched Lu Sun walk out of the testing area, swallowing hard. Last time it exploded, this time it smoked. They began to suspect whether Lu Sun harbored some grudge against the equipment. Why else would every test he conducted result in its failure? At that moment, Yi Zi approached Lu Sun with a cold expression. Just as Lu Sun offered a faint smile, preparing to congratulate Yi Zi on her excellent test results. The next second. Chapter 13, he's done pretending. He's playing his hand. Yi Zi stepped before Lu Sun. While he stood there bewildered, she stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his neck, then closed her eyes and kissed him with all her resolve. Lu Sun, feeling the warm, soft contact, instantly widened his eyes. Holy! My goddess just kissed my brother Lu in public. I'm so jealous. No way. I'm gonna go hug brother Lu and kiss him later. You guys are so perverted. Don't forget to bring me along later. At that moment, Lu Sun and Yi Zi's thoughts formed a stark contrast. Lu Sun, she must be worried about my injury, that's why she's so eager. She really loves me. Yi Zi, just think of it as kissing a dog. No way, I'm so mad. I'll bite you to death. Ding. Adventure quest completed. Fragment of the immovable king of the underworld sutra and 1 common imperial spirit pill have been delivered to the system warehouse. At that moment, Lu Sun thought to himself, why isn't this over yet? Is there some kind of hint when it ends? Yi Zi thought, this is so awkward. What should I do? I feel like everyone is watching. Whatever. I'm heading to the 4 Gods Academy anyway, so I won't run into these people again. Just as Yi Zi steeled herself to stop and turn away, Suddenly, she felt a hand slowly creeping upward. A hand. Yi Zi was furious. Lu Sun looked awkward. Let me explain. I just saw you sweating and wanted to wipe it off for you. Yi Zi remained silent. Yi Zi shot Lu Sun a fierce glare. Yi Zi turned and walked away. Lu Sun stood scratching his head, momentarily at a loss. 3 hours later. As the combat assessment drew to a close. At that moment. A large group of classmates immediately swarmed toward Lu Sun. Bro Lu, you're so awesome. Can I give you a kiss? Don't worry, it's not for free, I'll pay you. Bunch of perverts. Lu Sun glanced at the grinning crowd and rolled his eyes. At that moment. Zheng Yuan spotted Su Jingcheng trying to slip away, blending into the crowd to minimize his presence. He immediately shouted. Guys, he's trying to get away. Instantly, a group of yellow-haired youths, already poised for action, surrounded Su Jingcheng, leaving him completely trapped. Seeing this, the Tianhai High School teacher put on a friendly face and approached old Wang. Hey, brother Wang, look what your student's doing to mind blocking him like this. What kind of business is this? We're all from the same. Before he could finish, old Wang cut him off with a laugh. Oh, it's perfectly normal for kids to roughhouse. Why should we adults get involved? Hearing this familiar refrain, the Tianhai High teacher was momentarily speechless. Seeing these misfits daring to block his path, Su Jingcheng couldn't help but sneer coldly. You think you can stop me? Of course we can't stop you. But look at what I've got in my hand. Su Jingcheng eyed Zheng Yuan's phone and sneered again. Just as he was about to act without further words, Zheng Yuan's next words froze him in his tracks. Guys, don't be afraid. As long as we don't strike first, the police will protect us. I've got this on video. If he dares to touch us, I'll call the cops immediately. Then we'll have evidence and injuries, and he'll end up in jail and paying damages. Su Jingcheng was dumbfounded. In all his years of fighting, he'd never encountered a situation where he was surrounded by a gang of thugs who were actually wielding the law against him. The problem now was this. He wanted to leave, but these men wouldn't let him go, and he couldn't leave. Let's go. Keep your promise to my big brother Lu Sun. Zheng Yuan threatened, holding up his phone. Su Jingcheng's expression darkened, his face turning ashen with suppressed rage, clearly on the verge of exploding. He let out a roar. Ah! Then he ran to Lu Sun, threw himself to the ground, and... Woof woof woof! Lu Sun? Just as Su Jingcheng seethed inwardly, vowing to repay him tenfold next time, he prepared to crawl between Lu Sun's legs. Lu Sun clamped his legs tighter. What are you doing? But asking only made things worse. Su Jingcheng's body trembled with rage. Humiliation. This was outright humiliation. He came to settle the wager, and now he dared ask why he was here. Su Jingcheng gritted his teeth. I came to settle the bet. I never agreed to bet with you in the first place. Lu Sun couldn't care less about what had happened before. Open it. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed. A real man keeps his word. If I said I'd crawl between your legs, I'll crawl between your legs. I never go back on my word. Lu Sun thought this guy had water on the brain. He'd told him not to crawl through, yet he insisted. You moron. Lu Sun watched Su Jingcheng trembling on the ground, muttered those two words, then turned and walked away. But he hadn't anticipated Su Jingcheng's sudden sneak attack. A dark shadow streaked past his crotch at lightning speed. Lu Sun. I don't owe you anything. With that, Su Jingcheng turned and walked away. But just as he reached a certain corner, he stared at his trembling hands and murmured. So this is how those people I bullied felt. For the first time in his life, he felt shame and humiliation. Before, he believed that with his strength and connections, bullying others was perfectly justified. Now, he understood exactly how those he had humiliated must have felt. He regretted it. He was at a loss. He was lost. He wanted to be a good person. Taking a deep breath, he picked up his phone and called his father. Dad, I want to give up that cultivation technique that drains others' potential. The voice on the other end trembled. Dad. I'll do whatever you say. Su Jingcheng's voice trembled too. And Dad, about those 68 girls I wronged before, and the 137 classmates I bullied, please help me contact them. Bring everyone who can make it to my villa. I need to apologize to them. The voice on the other end trembled again. Son, are you sure it's just an apology? I'm afraid you might get into more trouble. Su Jingcheng took a deep breath. Yes, I'm certain. After hanging up, he looked up at the sky. Seeing the sunlight, his mood instantly brightened. He thought to himself that years later, he would write in his diary. I met a guy. I lost a bet with him. I had to crawl between his legs, but he wouldn't let me and called me an idiot. In that moment, I finally understood. Chapter 14, this much? Are you trying to kill me? Jiangcheng Education Bureau. Lu Sun, Yi Zi, and the other three were led by staff into a room. Inside sat 5 people, the 4 teachers from the 4 gods and ancient martial arts academies, along with the mayor of Jiangcheng. The female instructor from 4 Gods Academy rose from her chair and introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Zime, instructor at the Four Gods Academy. Beside me is instructor Li Hung. You are fortunate to have earned admission to the Four Gods Academy. The two individuals still seated are instructors from the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, established by the Dragon Nation military. Next, fill in your names on the enrollment list and you may return home to await our notification regarding your admission. The Four Gods Academy and the Ancient Martial Arts Academy are inseparable, fundamentally one entity. One is a place for those yet to become masters to train, while the other is for those who have already become masters to refine their skills. Soon, Lu Xin and the others had filled in their names and prepared to leave. Lu Xin, Yi Ziyi, you two stay behind. Just as Lu Xin stepped out the front gate, the mayor suddenly spoke up. You two are the top talents of this generation in Jiangcheng. As mayor, I have nothing else to offer you. Consider these two trinkets as a token of my appreciation. The mayor's words fell silent. He pointed a finger, and a purple storage ring appeared on each of Lu Xin and Yi Ziyi's fingertips. While Yi Ziyi and Lu Xin couldn't care less about such trinkets. But to purchase a storage ring with a 30 cubic meter capacity would cost at least 1,000,000 credits. Thank you, Lu Xin and Yi Ziyi said in unison. The mayor nodded at them. Then, Chen Zime placed two brand new forms before them. One was a resource claim form. The four divine academies were exceptionally generous to every student. The more gifted you were, the more resources you received. At that moment, Yi Ziyi glanced at the resource claim form before her, a barely perceptible flicker of excitement passing through her eyes. She was thoroughly satisfied with this resource allocation form. Not only could she claim 30 top-grade spirit stones and 3 4th-grade spirit nurturing pills each month, but she also gained 10 days of access to cultivate within an advanced spirit formation. Without a doubt, these were precisely the resources she needed most right now. Lu Xun was also highly satisfied with the resource list in his hands. Because he knew the Four Gods Academy was an exceptionally brutal school. In this academy, if you failed to exhaust the resources allocated by the school for cultivation within the month, you would face extremely severe punishment. And the resource list in his hands was minimal. Which meant, fewer resources equals slower breakthroughs equals less to do equals more time to sleep equals being a slacker equals bliss. However, just as he finished writing his name Lu across the entire sheet, Chen Zimei suddenly let out a startled cry. My apologies, I mixed up your resource sheets. This one is yours, and this one is yours. My apologies, my apologies. Chen Zimei pulled the sheet in front of Lu Sun over to Yi Ziyi and moved Yi Ziyi's sheet over to Lu Sun. Why are my allocated resources so much less than Lu Sun's? Before signing her name, Yi Ziyi glanced at the monthly resource details and suddenly frowned. 30 top-grade spirit stones reduced to 1. 4th-grade spirit nurturing pills downgraded to 6th grade. Even her time for cultivation within the spirit array was reduced to just 1 day. Meanwhile, mentor, what's going on? Why are my resources so much more than what I just saw? Lu Sun also noticed the anomaly. 1 top-grade spirit stone turned into 30. A 6th-grade spirit nurturing pill had become a 4th-grade one. The time allotted for cultivation within the spirit array had expanded from 1 day to 15 days. With all these resources, are you trying to work me to death? Confused, he turned to look at his mentor, Chen Zimei. Chen Zimei smiled as she explained, little brother Lu Sun, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Lu Sun? Where did you get the idea? I'm surprised. Chen Zimei continued, her gaze fixed on Lu Sun. But there's no need for surprise, this is all you deserve. After all, you're the first kid in Dragon Nation to make the combat strength tester smoke. Our academy only granted you preferential resource allocation after high-level discussions, allowing you to enjoy first-class student resources ahead of schedule. Students at the Four Gods Academy are ranked from 5th to 1st tier, with each tier receiving different levels of resources and benefits. The resources allocated to Yi Ziyi, for instance, were already at the level a 5th tier student could access. And she was the only one to receive this honor before even passing the academy's entrance exam. Therefore, in Chen Zimei's view, Lu Sun must be absolutely thrilled, even ecstatic, to receive first-tier student benefits outright. After all, 30 spirit stones per month plus 3 4th-grade cultivation pills, these resources alone could propel a body-tempering realm cultivator to the upper stages of the awakening realm within a single semester. And that's not even counting the mandatory 15 days of cultivation in the spirit array each month. Yet, upon hearing this, Lu Sun felt as though he'd swallowed a mouthful of. A blissful life of doing nothing awaited him, yet he'd failed to seize the opportunity and even caused the combat strength testing machine to overheat and smoke. Now, if that lazy life could come back to him, he wished it would last 10,000 years, no, 100,000 years. With that thought, Lu Sun pushed aside the resource chart and turned to Li Zimei, determined to fight for his 5th-tier student status. Mentor, I refuse to be treated differently like this. I want the academy to treat me fairly, just like Yi Ziyi. Hearing this, Yi Ziyi's brow furrowed slightly. She suspected Lu Sun was deliberately showing off in front of her. Meanwhile, Li Zimei and Li Chiohan looked at him with admiration in their eyes. This kid seemed to have quite a bit of drive after all. After all, turning down the privileges of a top-tier student to insist on the treatment of a 5th-tier student could only mean one thing in their eyes. Lu Xun wanted to receive the same resources as everyone else, then prove to them all that he was the most capable. Li Qiuhong rose with a smile and walked over to Lu Xun. Lu Xun, I understand what you're thinking. You just want to hold the same resources as everyone else, then prove to them that you're the strongest. Lu Xun. You don't understand me at all. My dream is to be a big lazybones, just coasting through life eating and waiting to die until someday I can marry into Yi Ziyi's family. But the next moment, Li Qiuhong abruptly changed the subject. But do you really think this honor is so easy to keep? Every year, there are people like you who receive top student privileges before even enrolling. But they're constantly challenged by countless others. Because our academy only has one top student per grade level, you have to defeat the top student to become the new one. So, keep up the good work. Your teacher hopes you'll remain a top student forever. With that, Li Qiuhong patted Lu Xun on the shoulder, genuinely wishing him well. Yes. Yes. Yet, at that moment, an unparalleled light flared in Lu Xun's eyes. He couldn't even bear to think about how miserable and wasted those 15 days would be, forced to train in the spirit array for half the month, unable to drink cola, eat fried chicken, or watch movies. But thankfully, it was all a false alarm. But then again, why let others take all these resources? Might as well take them myself. After all, she was going to be the woman who would support him in the future. With that thought, Lu Xun immediately proposed to his mentors, Li Qiuhong and Li Zimei. Teachers, how about this? I'll hand this resource list directly to Yi Ziyi for her signature. After all, I'll be defeated by her on the very first day of enrollment. Honestly, I'm not lying to you. Lu Xun finished speaking, his gaze fixed earnestly on Li Qiuhong and Li Zimei. However, Li Qiuhong and Li Zimei merely exchanged amused smiles. This kid, was he already so eager to issue a challenge to his old rival? In their eyes, Lu Xun was saying this solely to taunt his old rival Yi Ziyi with the resources reserved for top students, to make her realize she was inferior to him. And Yi Ziyi was indeed provoked. She stared at Lu Xun. Just you wait. I, Yi Ziyi, will personally snatch those top-tier student resources right out of your hands, Lu Xun. Chapter 15, A Real Man Dives Right In. Kyoto. Four Gods Academy Sports Field. Lu Xun stood among the crowd of freshmen, his mood utterly gloomy. He knew the Four Gods Academy was fiercely competitive, but he never imagined it would be this intense. Summer break had barely begun when the academy's term commenced. At that moment, the dean of the Four Gods Academy addressed the assembly. Newcomers, welcome to the Four Gods Academy. You will now receive your academic credits. During your studies, all expenses on campus can be paid with credits. Of course, even when spending outside the academy, credits can be exchanged for cash at a rate of 1:100,000. The moment the dean finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement. After all, just moments ago, the wristbands they received displayed a whopping 100 credits. In other words, every person standing here was now a millionaire. Damn, Four Gods Academy sure knows how to throw down. Hey, Mom, how much was that makeup you were eyeing last time? The dean observed the freshmen's reactions and smiled mysteriously. Amidst the crowd, Lu Xun and Yi Ziyi sensed a hint of danger in that fleeting smile. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Sure enough, the next second, the dean spoke again. Alright, your nightmare begins now. The moment his words fell. Boom! The ground began to tremble. A massive bronze ancient door rose from the ground. Before anyone could react, the next moment, four stone pillars, each over 100 meters tall and covered in mysterious inscriptions, crashed violently into the ground from the sky. Bang! 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 Each pillar shot a beam of light toward the bronze gate. Creak! The bronze gate slowly swung open, revealing a luminous screen within. At that moment, the dean spoke once more. I'm sure you're all aware that our academy is every martial artist's worst nightmare. And for you rookies, your nightmare begins now. The new student assessment officially begins. The words fell once more. New student assessment? We're starting the assessment without knowing the rules? Just as everyone was about to contact their mentors to ask about the assessment rules. Boom! The bronze door shook violently, and the light barrier within swirled into a vortex. Holy! Those closest to the bronze door shouted in shock before being sucked inside. In mere moments, the vast training ground was left with only a handful of survivors remained on the vast playground. Just before Yi Ziyi was sucked into the bronze door, a system task popped up in his eyes. Comparison activated. Comparison objective, outrank Lu Xun in the freshman assessment. Victory reward, Divine Ancient Tower Imperial Artifact, one of the 10 secrets, the secret of movement. Failure penalty, randomly trigger a grand adventure quest. Seeing the words failure penalty, Yi Ziyi's face remained utterly expressionless. Last night, she had already advanced her cultivation to the 3rd layer of the Awakening Realm and even grasped a sliver of the Sword Intent Law. How could she lose? As for Lu Xun, he was still stuck at the 9th layer of the Body Tempering Realm. Their current combat power was simply not on the same level. The resources and system rewards reserved for top-tier students were within reach, practically hers for the taking. But Lu Xun, seeing her staring at him, assumed she was worrying about him again. She truly loves me.
After silently sighing at this thought, Lu Sun was also sucked into the light screen. And just moments after, all the newcomers were drawn into the bronze gate. Whoosh! 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 Nearly 100 figures shot out from the dormitory of the Four Gods Academy. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that even the weakest among them were martial artists at the Awakening Realm. At that moment, each of them wore an excited expression.
Finally, the day I've been waiting for has come. Last year we were the ones getting bullied, but now it's finally our turn to bully the newbies. Just thinking about the secret realm being filled with walking points gets me pumped. Let's go. Time to hunt rookies for credits. Newbies, Yang Bo is here. Yes, this is the new student assessment at the Four Gods Academy. Senior students bully the freshmen, teaching them that there's always someone better out there.
The Four Gods Academy has its reasons for instituting such an initiation.
After all, who among those who made it here isn't a genius? Who among them isn't full of pride and ambition? Their purpose is singular, to temper these young ones' sharp edges and cultivate humility in their pursuit of knowledge.
As one sophomore after another stepped through the bronze gate, the freshman's nightmare began.
The assessment realm teleportation at the four divine academies was random. But the entire realm only spans over 30,000 square meters.
Masks aren't that big, and people are bound to cross paths eventually.
What do you want? I'm a student of the Four Gods Academy. Don't come any closer. Don't be scared, freshman. I'm also a student of the Four Gods Academy. I'm not here for anything else, just to beat you up and take your credits. Senior, go easy on me.
In just half an hour, incidents like this had already occurred at least 30 times within the assessment's secret realm. The beaten freshmen cried pitifully, begging the seniors who were stealing their credits to at least spare them a single credit, but all they got in return was mockery. Meanwhile, those targeted by sophomores faced a different scenario. Junior, considering how pretty you are, I'll give you a chance. Add me on WeChat, then hand over your credits. I won't make things hard for you, I'll let you go. At that moment, Yang Bu, ranked 97th among sophomores, watched as a woman with an icy cold expression released a trace of 8th tier enlightenment realm aura. Her pupils contracted slightly.
This woman was none other than Yi Ziyi.
Though she didn't know the exact rules of the Four Gods Academy's freshman assessment, Yang Bu's words suggested these credits were crucial, potentially affecting her ranking in the evaluation. Therefore, she resolved to conserve her strength and avoid confrontation with Yang Bu for now, waiting to understand the rules before making her next move.
Yet Yang Bu sighed. Junior, why must you be so disobedient?
No sooner had the words left his mouth.
Yang Bu, spear in hand, suddenly materialized before Yi Ziyi. He crushed an array stone in his hand, and a 9th grade beast trapping array roared into existence, enveloping Yi Ziyi. Junior, hand over your credits. Or don't blame me for crushing the flower.
No point in beating around the bush.
Yi Ziyi naturally refused to hand over her credits. Clang!
A flash of sword light sliced through the air.
Crack!
The 9th grade trapped beast formation shattered.
Seeing this, Yang Bu's eyes widened in astonishment. Sword Dao rules. This junior classmate is so powerful. Looks like those 100 credits won't be easy to get. Watching Yi Ziyi grow farther and farther away, Yang Bu's heart sank. Chase. Meanwhile, Lu Sun was searching everywhere for Yi Ziyi. Suddenly, hey, freshman. Hand over your credits if you don't want to get beaten up.
Lu Sun stared blankly at the scrawny kid who'd suddenly appeared before him, looking as skinny as a monkey.
You're robbing me? You guessed right, freshman. Too bad there's no prize, replied Buigwa, the bottom-ranked sophomore, with a smirk. Hand over your credits quickly. Don't waste the senior's time.
Hearing this, Lu Sun's gaze toward him grew subtly complex. He'd been fretting over the lack of information about this assessment, and now someone had come right to him with answers.
Senior, how should I give you these credits? Easy.
I'll teach you, Junior. At this, Buigwa's eyes lit up, and he scampered over to Lu Sun. Junior, look, you navigate to this page, then I'll tap my wristband against yours.
Your credits will transfer to me. Simple, right? Just as Buigwa finished speaking and was about to tap his wristband against Lu Sun's, Lu Sun pulled out his wolf tooth club. Chapter 16, Double Standards, Yi Ziyi's Fury. But Buigwa was, after all, an enlightenment realm martial artist with extraordinary perception. The moment he sensed Lu Sun drawing the wolf tooth club, a sneer curled his lips. He activated his protective aura and raised his hand, intending to catch the club as it swung toward him. Junior, you've seriously underestimated your senior here. I'm a martial artist at the Awakening Realm. Do you really think your wolf tooth club and your forged body 9th layer strength are enough to defeat me?
But the scene he envisioned grasping the club with one hand never materialized.
Crack! The bones in his palm shattered one by one. The wolf tooth club swung with his hand, smashing into his forehead. In an instant, Buigwa was sent flying dozens of meters away. Damn it, I overestimated you. He dared say such things, and Lu Sun thought he was some kind of ruthless guy only to get a 10% discount? At that moment, Lu Sun jogged over to Buigwa's side, checked his pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's just knocked out. Lu Sun certainly didn't want to start his first day at school with a fatality. After quickly bandaging Buigwa's hand, Lu Sun sealed his spiritual sea. He then gathered supplies from the surroundings before finally tying him up with vines. When Buigwa finally woke up, only 3 questions surfaced in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? Did someone just whack me with a wolf's tooth club? Senior, you're finally awake. Lu Sun exclaimed joyfully as he watched Buigwa open his eyes. Let go of me. Buigwa struggled violently to break free from the vines binding him the moment he recognized Lu Sun's face. But with his spiritual sea sealed, how could brute strength alone break free from the vines Lu Sun had tied with over 20 pig tether knots? Senior, don't move. Keep struggling and you'll ruin your hand. Junior, I mean you no harm. I only wish to know the nature of this assessment test and the size of this testing ground. Lu Sun's words fell. Buigwa immediately turned his head away, clearly unwilling to reveal anything. What a joke! He was Lu Sun's senior, after all. Not only had he been beaten by him, but now he was expected to pry information out of him? Did he have no pride? Buigwa vowed that Lu Sun would learn nothing about this assessment from him. Until Lu Sun brandished the wolf tooth club again, seemingly aiming between his legs. Buigwa's back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Junior, let's talk this out. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Lu Sun grinned as he stowed the wolf tooth club. Senior, first answer my earlier question. Afterward. Buigwa revealed everything he knew to Lu Sun. From this information, Lu Sun learned the rules of this assessment and the size of the testing grounds. Looks like finding Zi won't be a quick task. Lu Sun murmured before fixing his gaze on Buigwa. Buigwa felt uneasy under his intense stare. Junior, I've told you everything I know. What else do you want? Senior, you mentioned earlier that credits seem crucial for this assessment ranking, and the top performer gets $1,000,000 cash reward from the academy? Get away from me. What are you doing? Don't touch my wristband. This is against the rules. Traditionally, sophomores compete for freshmen's credits. Please spare me some. Buigwa broke down in tears. He never imagined that the very transfer method he'd just taught Lu Sun would now be used against him. Those were 800 credits he'd painstakingly earned through tasks, carefully saved up to exchange for a cultivation technique. Meanwhile, Lu Sun gazed at the 900 points displayed on his wristband, feeling utterly delighted. Based on the exchange rate, his personal assets were about to break through the 100 million mark. What he didn't know, however, was that though the space seemed to hold only him and Buigwa, countless pairs of eyes were watching. At that very moment. Inside a classroom, the instructors were utterly stunned, watching Lu Sun snatch credits away from the second-year students. Typically, it was the sophomores who bullied the freshman rookies. How could a situation like Lu Sun's possibly occur? Is this kid the one you mentioned, Instructor Lee, the one who made the testing machine smoke in Jiangchen? Yes, that's him. What do you think? Pretty impressive, huh? Don't let his low cultivation level fool you. His combat prowess is downright monstrous. Even at the 4th level of the body tempering realm, he can unleash the strength of someone at the 9th level. Interesting. Seems this batch of rookies has a few standout talents after all. I wonder if this kid will get his ass kicked by the others in the final 3 hours. The vice dean watched the scenes unfolding across the monitors, a flicker of interest flickering in his cloudy old eyes. Lu Sun snatching Buigwa away didn't faze the vice dean much. After all, he was merely a second-year student ranked near the bottom of his class. Lu Sun hadn't even encountered the truly formidable newcomers yet. Meanwhile, Lu Sun, having snatched Buigwa's credits, was now pondering how to quickly locate Ez. He thought rationally. He analyzed the situation calmly. Ultimately, he concluded that more people would make the search easier. After all, the testing grounds were vast. Just as he was about to ask Buigwa if he was interested, offering to pay him credits. Stop running, rookie! A sudden shout from nearby instantly captured Lu Sun and Buigwa's attention. It was a sophomore chasing after a freshman. The freshman with the bright yellow hair stood out like a sore thumb. Yes, it was Zheng Yuan. Zheng Yuan, who was frantically running for his life, spotted Lu Sun and, as if finding a lifeline, sprinted madly toward them. Seeing this, Lu Sun frowned slightly. This guy brought people over. Buigwa, recognizing the pursuers, immediately shouted defiantly. Junior, if you know what's good for you, let me go now. Maybe later I can put in a good word for you with this senior who's chasing us. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Zheng Yuan dashed to Lu Sun's side and, with genuine emotion, took the latter's hand. Bro, I've been searching everywhere for you. Lu Sun. He-chi, the 176th ranked sophomore who had chased them down, stared at the bound Buigwa. His expression froze for a moment before darkening as he shot a glare at Lu Sun and Zheng Yuan. Buigwa, you've brought shame on our entire sophomore class. All that slacking off during training paid off. Now look what happens when a damn freshman takes you down like this. If word gets out, it'll ruin the reputation of our entire room 203. Cut the crap. Just deal with these 2 rookies and untie me. Buigwa's face darkened as well. So you're the one who disgraced us seniors? He Qijing fixed his cold gaze on Lu Sun. Every sophomore entering the assessment grounds represented the collective pride of their class. Now that Buigwa had disgraced them, it was up to him to restore their honor. Boom! The aura of the sixth realm of enlightenment erupted instantly. Kid, take this palm strike. Zheng Yuan immediately stepped back silently. Brother, this is yours. Lu Sun drew his wolf tooth club. Chapter 17, Lu Sun drew his wolf tooth club. Bang! 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 After several blows from the wolf tooth club, He Qijing seemed to be struggling to hold his ground. No wonder the Patriotic Association fell into this kid's hands. He Qijing was utterly astonished. He too had cultivated step by step, but at the 9th level of body tempering, who possessed combat prowess like Lu Sun's. This kid was a monster. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuan watched as his older brother Lu Sun dominated the pursuit, cheering him on from the sidelines. Go, big bro! Take him down! He Qijing, what the hell is wrong with you? How can you be getting beaten by a rookie? Buigwa questioned He Qijing. This remark infuriated He Qijing. You have no right to say that. This farce is over. Ah! He roared, his aura surging violently. With a pop. His bulging muscles instantly ripped through his clothes, revealing bronze-colored, terrifyingly coiled muscles like writhing dragons. Zheng Yuan looked and was utterly horrified. A devilish muscle man. Indeed, He Qijing at that moment could only be described as a devilish muscle man. Muscles bulged across his entire body, even his toes sprouting terrifyingly thick tendons. Kid, forcing me to resort to secret techniques is something you can be proud of. Boom! He Qijing unleashed a punch at Lu Sun across the distance. A sonic boom echoed through the air. Spirit Chi manifestation. Lu Sun's brow furrowed as he murmured these words. In the next instant, the spiritual energy within his body coalesced into a series of weapons. Whoosh! 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 The spiritual energy blades surged toward He Qi. I'll see just how much spirit energy you can burn through. He Qijing shattered one of the spirit energy blades with a single punch. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering spirit energy blades filled the air. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. He Qi's expression grew increasingly grave. Because Lu Sun was simultaneously absorbing spiritual energy and using it to form blades to attack him, perfectly creating a closed loop. If this continued, he would be worn down to death by Lu Sun. Do you think this is enough to control me? To put it nicely, you're just wasting my time. To put it bluntly, you're too scared to face me head on. He Qijing's eyes brimmed with defiance as he stared at Lu Sun. If you hadn't backed away, one punch from me would have left you unrecognizable to your own mother. After uttering those words, He Qijing studied Lu Sun's expression. He wanted to see the other man enraged. Yet, he saw not a trace of anger on Lu Sun's face. Lu Sun stared back impassively, thinking to himself. This guy really is a college-educated intellectual, his manners could use some work. His words lacked any trace of aggression. With that thought, Lu Sun smiled faintly, deciding to demonstrate a real provocation technique. Bro, where'd you get all that dead muscle? As everyone knows, gym rats hate being called dead muscle more than anything. He Qijing lost his composure. However, as a blade of spiritual energy pierced He Qijing's chest, his secret technique's duration reached its limit. His terrifying muscles instantly shrank, his entire frame shrinking in size as he lay on the ground gasping for breath. Lu Sun stepped forward to collect his wristband, instantly boosting his credits from 900 to 1900. His assets had surpassed 100 million. Lu Sun's heart surged with wild joy. This was far quicker than that other way of making money. If he pulled off a few more heists like this, he'd have more money than he could ever spend in a lifetime. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuan swiftly sealed He Qijing's spiritual sea and bound him with vines he'd prepared in advance. Hey, big guy. Chase me. Why'd you stop chasing? You were having a blast chasing me just now, weren't you? You little brat, don't you know this violates rule number 1 of the circle, students of all grades must love and care for one another? If you do this, the moment I get out, I'm going straight to the mentor to report you. Fatso, did I give you permission to speak? You're going to tell the mentor on me? You want mutual affection, huh? I'll make sure you get it. With that, Zheng Yuan produced 4 thick wooden poles from somewhere. He bound them into a cross with vines, then strained every muscle to hoist He Qijing and Buigwa onto it before setting it upright. The two were positioned very close together. Whether they were in love or not, they certainly ended up kissing. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Sun and Zheng Yuan forcing 2 second-year students into a lovey-dovey display, several instructors and the vice dean couldn't help but twitch their lips. While Lu Sun and that little brat Yi Zi do have some talent, has there ever been a freshman in our academy's history who not only passed the entrance exam but also snatched credits from the upperclassmen? Don't you know rules are meant to be broken? Lu Sun and Yi Zi are quite the pair. Having witnessed countless routine new student assessments, the mentors found it novel to see freshmen like Lu Sun and Yi Zi snatching credits from seniors a first in their experience. Inside the assessment grounds. At that moment, Lu Sun was raking in credits by the handful. All the credits belonging to the sophomore students ranked between 190th and 170th had fallen into his hands. With 20 spots separating each pair of rankings in this range, Lu Sun's actions not only secured credits but also saved 20 freshmen who would otherwise have been bullied. These freshmen would have gone their separate ways, but Zheng Yuan, a newcomer to the academy who felt his influence was lacking, decided to establish a yellow hair faction here. Leveraging Lu Sun's reputation, he swiftly recruited these 20 freshmen and dyed their hair yellow. Now, Zheng Yuan gazed at his new underlings with a satisfied grin. He could almost envision the day the yellow hair gang would dominate the Four Gods Academy. "Boss, is there anything you need us to do?" Lu Sun remained silent for a moment. After wrestling with the decision, he finally gave them orders, reasoning that strength lies in numbers and that finding Yi would be quicker this way. You know the saying, many hands make light work. A single chopstick can be snapped easily, but a bundle of chopsticks takes some effort to break. So, I need you to find a girl named Yi for me. Once you find her, tell her I'm here, or come back and tell me where she is. Lu Sun finished speaking. Hearing this, Zheng Yuan and his yellow-haired henchmen fixed him with eyes as determined as if they were joining the party. "Got it, boss. We'll find the lady for you," X-21 voices. Lu Sun. Once Zheng Yuan and his yellow-haired henchmen departed, Lu Sun immediately leaned against a large tree to rest. After enduring 20 battles, he had come to terms with it. Over 40 billion was more than enough for him to spend. What he didn't know, however, was that the yellow-haired squad's journey to find the boss's wife wasn't going smoothly. Shortly after setting out, the 21-member squad encountered a sophomore-senior harvesting freshman credits. After covertly observing and confirming the sophomore was merely a third-stage awakening realm martial artist, they grew cocky. Could it be that 21 of them, all at the 9th tier of the body-tempering realm, were afraid of a mere third-stage awakening realm martial artist? If word got out, wouldn't that be a disgrace to their leader Lu Sun's reputation? Thus, the yellow-haired squad swarmed the sophomore, catching him completely off guard. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, so numbers really do make a difference. Big Brother really wasn't lying to us. Is that all? Is that all he's got? At that moment, the yellow-haired squadron felt nothing but satisfaction as they watched the sophomore tied up like a rag doll on the cross. Who said newbies like them were only good for getting bullied? Meanwhile, Zheng Yuan, who had just put away that veteran's bracelet, was still pondering Lu Sun's words. You know the saying, many hands make light work. A single chopstick can be snapped easily, but a bundle of chopsticks takes some effort to break. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I get it. The boss means for me to recruit more underlings and fully leverage the strength in numbers advantage. With that, he grabbed his cleaver, lit a cigarette, and strode over to the newly rescued freshman with the air of a seasoned street boss. Hey, kid, wanna join our yellow hair gang? The newcomer swallowed hard, staring at the gleaming cleaver in Zheng Yuan's hand. He feared he might die right here if he refused. And so, yellow hair squad membership +1. As time slowly passed. Under Zheng Yuan's leadership, the yellow hair gang rescued more and more freshmen, rapidly expanding their ranks. Having weathered countless battles, the yellow hair gang learned to use military strategy to compensate for their lack of strength. Setting traps, luring enemies deep into ambushes, swarming their positions, and beating them senseless with clubs. Got it, family. Of course, Zheng Yuan also proved his worth as the gang's second in command. Every time he and the yellow hair gang members stole credits from upperclassmen, they not only tied them to crosses in a show of brotherly love, but also fairly distributed strategic resources. For example, credit distribution. Lu Sun took 50%, and the remaining 50% was divided among them. And that's precisely why, even while Lu Sun slept soundly, his wealth kept skyrocketing. Chapter 18, Freshman, Fear Not. Meanwhile, after luring Yang Bo into a perilous location, Yi narrowly managed to eliminate him. From his mouth, she learned the rules of the assessment. After a brief regrouping, Yi attempted to use the wristband to transfer credits. Beep. With a beep from the wristband, Yi's credits jumped from 100 to 1100. After transferring Yang Bo's credits, her total soared to 4,751. Seeing this number, Yi smiled faintly. According to Yang Bo, the highest credits any examinee has ever earned were only 100. Lu Sun, this time, you simply can't beat me. As time slowly passed. Within the assessment's secret realm, the map grew smaller and smaller. Countless sophomores glared fiercely at the yellow hair gang, the faction that made them grind their teeth in frustration, poised for action. But the yellow-haired gang showed no fear. After all, a tiger fears another tiger who knows who'd win in a fight. But at that very moment, a massive stone stele erupted from the ground at the very center of the final zone. The stele starkly displayed the assessment rankings. Ding! Comparison failed. Adventure quest activated. Adventure quest, act cute and flirtatious toward Lu Sun. Mission requirements, do not lose your temper with Lu Sun. Facial expressions and actions must be appropriate for the situation. Adventure reward, Blazing Tower Xian grade, low tier Xian grade body technique skill, Kuanping step. Staring at the pop-up adventure quest, Yi froze in place, unable to recover for a long moment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Lucen possibly have more credits than me? Yi Ziyi's gaze shifted to the assessment stele. Ranking first, Lucen 49,176 credits. Second place, Zhang Yuan 36,784 credits. Third place, random student 24,756 credits. Fourth place. It wasn't until the very last three names on the assessment stele that she found her own. Rank 197, Yi Ziyi 4,751. Impossible. Yi Ziyi couldn't believe it. She had earned credits from two second-year seniors just to reach 4,751 credits. Lucen had 49,176 credits had he defeated over 10 seniors? Could someone at the 9th level of body tempering really defeat over 10 seniors who were at least at the 3rd level of enlightenment? At that moment, Yi Ziyi stared at Lucen's retreating figure, her heart filled with bitter resentment. But the stone tablet wouldn't lie. She had lost. Despite pouring so much effort into this, even risking severe injury to defeat Yang Bo, she still couldn't win against Lucen. This time, she had even fallen short compared to others. No, she had to figure out exactly how she lost. With that thought, Yi Ziyi pushed through the crowd and approached Lucen. Lucen, how did you rack up so many credits? Well, those guys wanted to beat me up and steal my credits, so I beat them up and stole their credits instead. Plus, that jerk Zhang Yuan and his gang of yellow-haired punks were terrorizing the upperclassmen everywhere, so that's how I ended up with so many credits. Hearing this blunt explanation, Yi Ziyi's lips twitched slightly. She was so annoyed. Why did he make it sound so easy? You, hold out your hand. Ding. Adventure quest completed. Blazing Tower Xian grade low tier, Xian grade martial art technique Kunpeng step has been delivered to system inventory. Hearing the completion notification chime in her mind, Yi Ziyi was utterly flabbergasted. Damn system, is she just being cute? She was trying to get revenge, okay. Lucen obediently complied, extending his hand. Then, Yi Ziyi bit down hard. Lucen yelped in pain. Why did she suddenly bite me? Does she not believe the facts I just told her? Just as Lucen was about to open his mouth to explain that everything he'd said was true, Yi Ziyi turned and walked away. After all the freshmen emerged from the assessment realm, the vice dean stepped forward to reward the top 10 performers. Compared to the joy radiating from the others, Lucen stood out like a sore thumb. Holding the 3rd grade Imperial Extreme Pill and Cultivation Technique worth 1 million cash, he looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't known that 1 million in cash was how such rewards were given. Meanwhile, upon seeing the pills and cultivation technique in Lucen's hands, Yi Ziyi clenched her teeth. This time, you got lucky. Next time I'm careless again. I won't hold back, I'll crush you completely. At that very moment, the system's comparative task appeared once more. Comparison task activated. Comparison content, compare with Lucen to see who first comprehends and masters the 5 elements in the awakening realm. Success reward, 9 transformations Mystic Heaven Sutra, Tao Immortal Divine Treasure. Failure penalty, randomly trigger a grand adventure quest. Facing the system's comparison task, Yi Ziyi's expression remained unchanged. Lucen, this time I won't lose to you again. This time, Yi Ziyi was confident she wouldn't lose again. After all, she had been the Empress in her previous life. Reborn into this life, she once again commanded the 5 elements. While instant mastery was impossible, it was merely a matter of retracing her steps, simple as that. Chapter 19, Many Hands Make Light Work. After the assessment concluded and a brief rest period, all freshmen were assigned to their exclusive first-year classrooms. Classmates, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chunwei Lai, and I will be your subject teacher responsible for instructing you in martial arts knowledge over the next 4 years. The teacher, wearing thick-rimmed glasses, stood at the lectern. After writing his name on the board, he began the lesson. Lesson 1, The Theory of the 5 Elements. As the teacher slowly explained, nearly all the students in the classroom grasped the theoretical knowledge of the 5 elements, needing only practical application. Just as the teacher was about to bring out the 5-element stone for everyone to sense the elemental power within it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 distinct spiritual energy fluctuations sounded. 3 elemental orbs, water, earth, and wood, materialized around Yi Ziyi. Instantly, many around her were stunned. No way, dude. The teacher hasn't even finished the lesson, and you've already grasped 3 elemental powers. The teacher adjusted his thick-rimmed glasses, his eyes brimming with astonishment. She hadn't even distributed the 5-element stones yet, and he'd already grasped 3 elemental powers on his own. No student in previous years had ever mastered elemental power this quickly. Could she have a natural affinity for elemental power? Or had she already mastered these 3 elemental powers beforehand? With that thought, Teacher Chen withdrew her gaze and turned to the anxious faces of the other students. Yi Ziyi has done exceptionally well. Everyone, you've witnessed the symbol of elemental mastery. Next, I will distribute the 5-element stones. Try to sense the inherent elemental powers within them. Once the 5-element stones were distributed, the teacher glanced at those who were eager to begin and cautioned. Everyone, take your time. Don't rush. Not everyone is like Yi Zi. Start by slowly sensing the energy. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could not only prevent you from mastering the elemental power, but even cause it to backfire. But her words seemed too late. Several students, seeing how easily Yi Zi had mastered the elemental power, immediately suffered backlash from the elements. My hand turned to stone. Damn it! My hands turned into a wooden stake. At that moment, the teacher looked at the students whose hands had turned to stone and wood, paused in silence for a moment, then picked up her phone to call the school nurse. The nurse arrived and had the students carried out. Yi Zi glanced at Lu Sun, who still hadn't condensed a single elemental orb, then looked at the 5 elements stone on the table. Without hesitation, she picked it up and began to meditate on its essence. After the previous failures, she fully realized that when dealing with Lu Sun, she absolutely couldn't afford any carelessness or complacency. After all, this guy was downright strange. Even now that she had regained control over 3 elemental powers, she dared not be careless. Lu Sun, this time I absolutely will not let you win. Soon, very soon. Another elemental orb materialized beside Yi Zi. Gold element. Her action stunned many, driving more and more people to desperately seek their own connection with elemental power. Comparing yourself to others is like comparing yourself to the dead. I'm supposed to be the top genius in our city, yet I barely sense the existence of one element, while others have already mastered 4. Stop talking. At least you sensed it. I haven't even sensed any elemental power. Teacher, I suspect the 5 element stone you gave me is defective. I can't sense any elemental power at all. Many believed their 5 element stones were defective and demanded replacements. The teacher agreed to each request. But even after the replacements, many still couldn't sense the elemental attributes. They were sweating buckets, so frustrated they were practically farting. Damn it! Let me sense it already. Unconsciously, the entire classroom's atmosphere had been stirred up by Yi Zi. Everyone was frantically competing, striving to master an elemental power sooner. In this charged atmosphere, even Lu Sun clutched the 5 element stone tightly, his brow deeply furrowed and eyes shut, clearly immersed in his elemental meditation. Upon seeing his state, Teacher Chen couldn't help but silently praise him. What an exemplary student! So dedicated to his insights. She had reviewed Lu Sun's records in every aspect, he was undeniably the top student of this cohort. Yet, as time ticked by, buzz, buzz, buzz. As several students who had previously struggled to grasp elemental power now formed elemental orbs, some even managing a second orb, Teacher Chen glanced back at Lu Sun, who remained deeply absorbed in his contemplation. Her brow furrowed slightly. This shouldn't be happening. His record stated exceptional talent. Even if he lacked innate affinity for elemental power, he should have formed at least 1 elemental orb by now, shouldn't he? She approached Lu Sun and tentatively suggested. Lu Sun, would you like to try a different 5 element stone? Perhaps the current one isn't suitable. Lu Sun remained utterly still deeply immersed in his contemplation. Lu Sun? Lu Sun? Lu Sun remained utterly still, though a glistening droplet seemed to fall from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Teacher Chen couldn't help but suspect he might have suffered a backlash while sensing the elements, knocked unconscious by the shock. She reached out and placed her hand on Lu Sun's shoulder, just as she was about to extend a thread of her aura to check. Whoosh! Lu Sun stood up. The next second, he bowed to her and said with perfect ease, "Good morning, teacher." "Goodbye, teacher." As he spoke, Lu Sun walked out of the classroom with an air of utter nonchalance. Teacher Chen's face instantly darkened. She thought this kid was seriously meditating, but instead he'd put on a show of sleeping with his eyes wide open. And he was still groggy from it. "Lu Sun, come back here and sit down." Lu Sun froze upon hearing this. After glancing around to confirm none of his classmates had left, he returned to his seat with an embarrassed expression. Scratching his head, he looked at Teacher Chen with a sheepish expression. "Sorry, teacher. I was possessed by a ghost just now." Teacher Chen's mouth twitched. Like I'd believe that. Teacher Chen, who never wanted any student to waste their time, now looked at Lu Sun with earnest concern. "Lu Sun, you must understand how many people would kill for the chance to study here, yet they can't. And here you are, sleeping. You must understand that if you don't work hard now, you'll be expelled after the next monthly exam. While you'll still receive a diploma, think about it, will you ever get another chance to study here?" Hearing this, Lu Sun's eyes lit up noticeably. Get a diploma after being expelled? Is that really true, teacher? Absolutely true. Our academy is ruthless. Alright, no more wasting time. Hurry up and focus on grasping your elemental power. As Teacher Chen's final words fell. Ding dong. The bell rang. Lu Sun shot to his feet again with a whoosh, then started walking out as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Get back here. Teacher Chen was furious. Lu Sun, I'm putting this out there now, just like your classmates, you won't be leaving this classroom until you've mastered the 5 elemental powers. With that, she waved her hand, and an advanced barrier instantly enveloped the classroom. Lu Sun stared at the barrier, then looked back at Teacher Chen, utterly dumbfounded. He was in a hurry. His mortgage payment was about to default. Just before class started, the loan company had been hounding him to repay by noon. Suppressing the urge to report Teacher Lee to the Education Bureau, Lucen glanced at the time. 11:54. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly grabbed the 5 elements stone. Just as Yi Ziyi's fire element sphere began to take shape, she was so excited she mentally popped the champagne cork in anticipation. Buzz 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 buzz. A dazzling sphere of 5 elemental lights appeared beside Lucen. Ding! Comparison failed. Yi Ziyi? Chapter 20, Lucen, this time I won't lose to you. Grand Adventure Quest activated. Adventure Quest, become a kitchen maid at Lucen's home. Mission requirements, wear a cook's uniform, do not poison the food, and adjust your emotions and behavior organically as events unfold. Failure to comply will result in automatic mission failure. Adventure reward, 4 Ancient Towers yellow base, low tier, 100 low-grade spirit stones. Countdown, 59 minutes 59 seconds. Yi Ziyi trembled as she read the adventure quest. The sensation of being on the brink of victory only to fail in the next instant instantly engulfed her. How could this happen? Yi Ziyi gazed at the 5 elemental orbs surrounding Lucen, her eyes flickering with emotion. Am I really not as good as Lucen? If losing to Lucen the first time was a coincidence, could all the subsequent losses also be coincidences? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she firmly dismissed it. She took a deep breath. Burning determination ignited in Yi Ziyi's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Lucen. She finally understood why the damn system had chosen Lucen as her benchmark. Her path in her previous life had been too smooth, leading her to become overly self-assured and prideful after her rebirth. Little did she realize that it was precisely this arrogance, this belief that everything was under her control, that led to her repeated failures when compared to Lucen. No one remains undefeated forever. Lucen, you won't win the next comparison. The words fell. An invisible force erupted from Yi Ziyi's body. As the 5th elemental orb solidified into form. Bang! 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 3 muffled thuds echoed from her body. Breaking through 3 realms in succession. 5th tier of the awakening realm. For a moment, the students in the classroom stared at Lucen and Yi Ziyi in utter disbelief. One instantly masters 5 elements, while the other breaks through 3 realms after mastering them. Damn! This world truly has no limits, there's always someone better out there. Teacher Chen stared at the pair in astonishment. His gaze was as if he'd seen 2 monsters. Because the record for fastest mastery of all 5 elemental powers among the top-ranked students at the 4 Gods Academy, a feat previously held by the Dragon Nation's elite, had been shattered by both Yi Ziyi and Lucen. Moreover, the latter had achieved it at a speed incomprehensible to ordinary people. Mastery in seconds. Teacher Chen was also a martial artist who had walked this path step by step. As an elite among her generation, it still took her an hour to master all 5 elemental powers during her awakening realm cultivation. But now, these 2 monsters. Teacher Chen murmured, watching Yi Ziyi and Lucen's retreating figures leave the classroom. Lunchtime. Nearly 90% of the students at the 4 Gods Academy were still intensely focused on mastering the 5 elemental powers. With nothing else to do, Lucen had already made his way to his spacious apartment. At that moment, he lay on the sofa, picked up his phone, and ordered takeout. Just as he settled on pork knuckle rice from Shaxian Grand Hotel. Ding ding ding. The doorbell rang. Coming. Who is it? He opened the door. Lucen froze. Before him stood a young woman dressed in a blue and white medieval kitchen maid's outfit, her slender legs encased in white stockings, appearing long and straight. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Her lotus root-like arms held 2 bags, and her pink lips parted slightly, moist and glossy. I came to cook for you. After speaking, Yi Ziyi feared Lucen might misunderstand that she had come specifically to cook for him. Though that was indeed the case, her pride prompted her to add, I bought too much food and didn't want it to go to waste. Oh, I see. Seeing Lucen's skeptical expression, the little voice inside her mind gave him a good thrashing to vent her frustration before she offered a faint smile. Yes. Alright, do you need me to help out? Lucen's lips curved into a faint smile, choosing not to call her out. No need. Just sit tight and wait. With that, Yi Ziyi slipped off his shoes, stepped into the kitchen, and got to work. Moments later. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables filled the air. Lucen leaned against the kitchen door, watching Yi Ziyi quietly. She was his lifeline. After lunch, she tidied up the dishes. Though the apartment had a 5-bedroom, 2 living room layout, 3 rooms stood completely empty. One of the remaining 2 had been converted into a piano room by the previous owner. Lucen observed Yi Ziyi sitting on the sofa, noticing the faint traces of bloodshot in her eyes and the slightly heavy dark circles beneath them. He spoke up. You look exhausted. Why don't you take a nap in the bedroom I've made up for you? No need. I'm not tired. I still need to practice my cultivation this afternoon. Alright then. If you have any questions about your practice, come ask me. Okay, go rest. Yi Ziyi walked into the music room and sat down on the piano bench, her eyes burning with determination. Rest? Only those without dreams in their hearts would rest. She needed to practice. But just as she retrieved several spirit crystals from the system warehouse and began circulating her cultivation technique, at that moment, a warm breeze brushed against her temples and temples through the window. Yi Zi felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over her. Since her rebirth, she hadn't taken a proper rest, constantly striving to cultivate. Now, for some reason, the tension in her heart suddenly eased. Half an hour later, Lucen gently pushed open the door to the piano room, carrying a quilt. It was the first time he'd ever seen Yi Zi sleeping. Leaning his head to the side beside the piano, Lucen gazed at Yi Zi's small head resting on the pillow. It looked so tempting to touch. Her eyes were tightly shut, casting shadows beneath her long lashes, while a few strands of hair lay scattered messily across the piano. The breeze rustled the gauze window screen, framing Yi Zi's beauty like a painting too exquisite to disturb. At that moment, chirp chirp. Several birds perched on the window rail outside showed no mercy for the delicate beauty. They stood there and began singing in harmony. Yi Zi frowned in her sleep, clearly disturbed by the noise. Lucen glanced into the piano room, set down the quilt he was holding, grabbed a broom, rolled up his sleeves, and tried to shoo the birds away from the window. But after all that fuss, the birds remained, and Yi Zi woke up. "What are you doing?" A hoarse voice sounded as he woke. Lucen's body tensed abruptly. How embarrassing. A mighty immortal emperor unable to shoo away a few birds, what a disgrace. You're awake? I'll go get you a glass of water. When Lucen returned with the water and placed it before Yi Zi, he discovered she couldn't even lift her arm. Their eyes locked. Yi Zi, oh no, my arm went numb from sleeping on it. Lucen immediately understood the situation. He carefully held the cup to Yi Zi's delicate lips. Take it slow. I forgot to buy water, save some for me. What do you mean? Trying to take advantage of me by sharing a cup? Yi Zi snorted. I'm drinking fast. Moments later, Yi Zi's chest was already soaked in a large patch, revealing the white lace beneath. Even her collarbone had pooled a bit of water. She noticed Lucen staring at her and snorted. What are you staring at? Don't you know drinking like this is refreshing? Lucen, oh. Really refreshing? Maybe I'll try drinking like that next time? The words fell. The two locked eyes, and before either could hold back, they burst into laughter. Adventure quest completed, 4 ancient towers, yellow foundation, low tier, and 100 low-grade spirit stones added to system inventory. The system voice echoed. Watching Lucen's silly grin, Yi Zi felt a peculiar sensation stir within her heart. When the two arrived at school, a system notification chimed in Yi Zi's mind. Ding! Comparison mode activated. Chapter 21, sorry, I was possessed just now. Comparison content, the cultivation techniques and martial arts deduced within the contemplation tower surpass those of the comparison target, Lucen. Victory reward, immortal scripture revelation, 1 million premium spirit stones. Failure penalty, randomly trigger a grand adventure quest. The system announcement faded. A flicker of astonishment flickered deep within Yi Zi's eyes. The divine scripture revelation. In his previous life, countless mighty warriors had gone mad over it, a scripture rumored to contain the secrets of transcending martial arts limits to attain immortality. This time, he must win the comparison. Yi Zi glanced at Lucen, and within moments, her resolve was set. With the immortal scripture revelation in hand, she would have a far greater chance of exacting vengeance upon her old enemies once the ancient starry land descended. Unaware of Yi Zi's thoughts, Lucen stared intently at the figures streaking toward the same direction overhead and the crowd gathering ahead. Among them were undoubtedly powerhouses at the spirit platform realm and even the martial spirit realm. What's going on? Why are so many heading that way? Just as Lucen was puzzled, dozens of figures appeared, their golden hair gleaming in the sunlight, quickly dispelling his confusion. Brother, why are you still here? Didn't you hear the contemplation tower in the academy has opened? Seeing Zhang Yuan's excited expression, Lucen looked slightly puzzled. The contemplation tower? Zhang Yuan explained, brother, it's like this. The contemplation tower is within the academy. After listening to his rapid-fire explanation, Lucen finally understood why so many people were heading that way. One of the 4 divine treasures of the academy, the visualization tower, had opened. The visualization tower, aiding martial artists in deducing cultivation methods and combat techniques, guiding them toward the martial path most suited to them. The tower's spirit entity would also evaluate and rank martial artists based on the strength of the cultivation methods and martial techniques they deduced. Ranking within the top 200 would attract the academy's attention and grant resource rewards. Moreover, those ranking within the top 10 might even be taken as registered disciples by the vice dean. At this moment, a towering purple light erupted from the direction of the contemplation tower. On the ranking board, the name of third-year student Boo Fan instantly jumped to 176th place. As Boo Fan stepped out of the meditation tower, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Purple light. Senior Boo has actually created a Xian tier cultivation technique. Creating a cultivation technique differs from creating martial arts.
Martial arts are like a person's form, while cultivation techniques are their very flesh and blood.
The superiority between the two is immediately apparent.
Ranked 176th. Wonder what reward the Academy will bestow this time.
That's incredible.
Senior Boo's combat ranking should rise even further after the third-year rankings.
The crowd chattered excitedly, each remark highlighting Boo Boo Fan's extraordinary talent.
After all, creating martial arts techniques meant forging one's own path in the martial arts.
Just then, Boo Boo Fan's younger brother, Buigwa, approached him and whispered something.
Boo Boo Fan's gaze immediately shifted to Lu Sun, who stood among the crowd waiting for Yi Zi to emerge from the contemplation tower.
He approached Lu Sun, his expression cold. "You're Lu Sun?" "Yes, what is it?"
Lu Sun frowned, glancing at Buigwa beside him. "Hand over the credits you stole to my brother."
As Boo Boo Fan finished speaking, all eyes instantly turned to Lu Sun. Isn't this Lu Sun, the top-ranked freshman in this year's entrance exams? Rumor has it, this guy is the first in the history of the 4 divine academies to actually snatch credits from a sophomore. The credits he holds now astonish even many juniors. If not for the Academy's rules, many would drag him straight to the credit arena for a battle. Is Senior Boo sticking up for his brother? Lu Sun stared blankly at the Boo brothers, Boo Boo Fan and Buigwa. "Senior, are you sure you've got the wrong person? I don't recall ever stealing credits from the senior next to you." Hearing this, Buigwa couldn't help but bellow, "Bull! You clearly stole my credits, I remember it perfectly. After stealing my credits, you even tied me up and made me kiss my roommate." "Put!" Someone in the crowd chuckled. The next moment, everyone burst into mocking laughter at Buigwa. Buigwa sure has some nerve. He's too weak to defend his credits, yet he's bragging about it in front of everyone. Doesn't he feel embarrassed? This is hilarious. Lu Sun snatched so many people's credits he doesn't even remember this guy, and now he's stepping forward just to make himself a laughingstock. Unbelievable. He's embarrassing us seniors. Hearing these remarks, Buigwa's face flushed crimson. Boo Boo Fan, however, turned to Lu Sun and frowned slightly. If the Academy didn't prohibit private fights among students, he would have already taken action. After all, Lu Sun stealing Buigwa's credits had disgraced the entire Boo family in the capital. The Boo family's honor must not be disgraced. As he passed by Lu Sun, his voice dropped to a low murmur, audible only to the two of them. "Junior, watch your back outside the Academy." With that, he gave Lu Sun a pat on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with a chilling threat. Lu Sun casually brushed his hand away, replying, "Senior, you needn't worry about that. I'm a very cautious person." The moment their words fell silent. Boom! A golden beam shot skyward from the meditation tower. The next moment, dark clouds pressed down, thunder rolled. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning struck the meditation tower directly. But in that instant, a majestic female apparition materialized. With a wave of her hand, the thunderclouds instantly dispersed. Behind her coiled a golden dragon, a phoenix, and the yin-yang taiji symbol, all extraordinary visions. At that moment, all eyes turned to the sudden apparition, hearts filled with shock. Good heavens! Golden dragons and phoenixes have appeared. Who could be practicing martial arts and techniques inside the contemplation tower? Could it be that Senior Long Xian has returned? That can't be. Senior brother Long Xian must still be on a mission in the wilderness battlefield. Could it be Senior Chun Lulu, the second-ranked student? As everyone speculated endlessly about who might be inside the contemplation tower, the next moment, an unfamiliar name suddenly appeared at the 200th rank, rapidly climbing the list and pushing previous entries down. 175, 169, 9876, 297, 52. First. Freshman, Yi Zi, Supreme Grade Martial Art, Eternal Classic. Unbelievable. Everyone stared at Yi Zi's name, their hearts trembling with awe. The top 10 in the Contemplation Tower were all recognized as the strongest young talents in the entire Dragon Nation. Unbelievable. A monster like this has emerged among this year's freshmen. Holy crap, this freshman actually knocked Senior Long Xian off the second spot. If that battle maniac finds out, he'll definitely challenge her to a fight. At that moment, Yi Zi stepped out of the contemplation tower, her eyes gleaming with the certainty of victory. The cultivation technique she had deduced this time combined all her past lives into one, its grade surpassing even the Emperor realm, the supreme immortal scripture. Lu Sun, prepare to face my vengeance. Lu Sun observed the energy surging within Yi Zi and silently nodded. A cultivator's scripture with growth potential, seemingly accompanied by a complementary divine martial technique. Excellent, excellent. It seems she's nearly mastered the essence of what I taught her before. Just as he prepared to leave once Yi Zi approached. Suddenly, Buigwa pointed at him and shouted. Lu Sun, I challenge you to a credit battle. Chapter 22, This is how I drink cool and refreshing. Hearing this, everyone's gaze turned toward Buigwa. Bro, lend me your credits. Sure. As Boo Boo Fan handed the wristband to Buigwa, a sly gleam flashed in his eyes. The next second, Boo Boo Fan turned to Lu Sun and declared, You. Dare you accept the points battle? Lu Xun gave a faint smile, just about to politely accept the challenge. Boo Boo Fan sneered coldly, "You have no choice." As his words fell, a teacher stepped forward from the crowd, narrowing his eyes at Lu Xun and Bu Aigua with a smile. "I shall serve as the arbitrator for your points battle." This teacher was known to nearly everyone except this year's freshman. Bu Dawi Bu Aigua's uncle. They're setting Lu Xun up. Once a points battle is notarized by a teacher, even if one side withdraws voluntarily, it counts as conceding defeat. How shameless. The murmurs spread among the crowd, though voices remained hushed. No one dared offend the Bu family of the capital. Even Yi Zi, who had just stepped out of the meditation tower, couldn't help but frown slightly at the scene. Bullying others with power was something she despised most. Lu Xun was the one she had set her sights on recruiting as her subordinate. If he got bullied later, she would definitely help him regain his dignity. As for the outcome of the competition, Yi Zi couldn't care less. Because she possessed absolute confidence that she wouldn't win this time. After all, the cultivation techniques she had created had already surpassed the emperor level of her previous life. She couldn't even imagine losing. This credit battle will determine who can comprehend the strongest combat techniques and cultivation methods within the contemplation tower. As Bu Aigua spoke again, everyone was momentarily defeated by his sheer audacity. Lu Xun, a freshman who hadn't even studied the foundational theories of cultivation techniques, was being asked to compete with others in creating cultivation methods and martial arts within the contemplation tower? As for the other freshmen, a freak like Yi Zi? They wouldn't believe another like him existed in this world. When one has no shame, they are invincible. The Bu family truly lives up to its reputation for petty-mindedness. Sigh, looks like Lu Xun will have to hand over his credits this time. Junior Lu, as your senior, I'll let you enter the contemplation tower first. Bu Aigua appeared to be yielding to Lu Xun, but everyone knew full well that regardless of who entered the contemplation tower first, the outcome would be the same. Lu Xun would lose, then surrender his credits. Lu Xun, however, was taken aback. He couldn't quite grasp why Bu Aigua would willingly cede the advantage to him. Lu Xun looked at Bu Aigua, hesitantly pointing at the meditation tower. "Are you sure you want me to go first?" "Yes." Seeing Lu Xun's hesitant expression, Bu Aigua mistakenly thought he was afraid, which only made him feel more smug. "Alright then, I'll go in." Lu Xun spoke, then slowly and deliberately swayed his way into the visualization tower. After he entered, everyone let out a collective sigh. Ah, Lu Xun is bound to lose this time. Bu Aigua really played his cards right. He even blocked Lu Xun's escape route. Even Yi Zi was prepared to help Lu Xun save face. In her view, though Lu Xun possessed profound insights into martial arts, he lacked the experience and knowledge. Even at his absolute best, he couldn't possibly create martial arts techniques surpassing the 8th rank. "It's okay, Lu Xun. I'll avenge you. As payment, you'd better be ready to make me breakfast every single day for the next 3 months." Yi Zi had barely finished speaking when, in the next instant, boom! The once azure sky darkened as if someone had flipped a switch. A fierce wind howled, thunder rolled. What's going on? Why did it suddenly start thundering? Is it going to rain? Oh no, I gotta rush back to the dorm and bring in the laundry. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a dragon, struck the meditation tower. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. A bolt that thick, won't it destroy the contemplation tower? However, just as the thunderbolt struck the top of the meditation tower, boom! 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 A faint golden light rippled outward from the tower. In an instant, the void shattered, and black lotus blossoms bloomed from the void. In that moment, the heavenly thunder was frozen in place. Everyone stared at the scene, unable to recover for a long time. Void black lotus. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Lu Xun has cultivated some extraordinary technique within the meditation tower? Is an extraordinary technique some kind of cabbage? Do you think anyone can just come up with one? Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, suddenly, a figure appeared, its back turned to the crowd. At his feet, a bizarre primordial beast lay prostrate on the ground. Merely gazing at his silhouette left the crowd dizzy and disoriented. Those of weaker constitution fainted outright. Who is this man? My head is spinning. I can't look. Yi Zi stared at the figure standing with his back to the crowd, her heart trembling. This was the first time she had ever felt true fear. He's terrifying, but thankfully it's just a visionary projection, not real. Yi Zi's thoughts barely formed. The next moment, the figure turned its back on the crowd and waved its hand lightly. The pitch-black sky instantly turned azure again. Even the thunderbolts that had been standing tall in the sky shattered abruptly. In their place, dazzling black light radiated from the observation tower, illuminating the surrounding area. Boom! 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 An ancient, weathered aura rippled outward. In that instant, all eyes witnessed the blooming of countless void black lotuses, their hearts trembling with awe. The void black lotus has bloomed. This. Legend says only those with extraordinary achievements in the way of the void can cause the void black lotus to bloom. No, look!
Suddenly, someone pointed toward the sky above the contemplation tower and exclaimed. All eyes followed his gesture.
Lu Sun. Those void black lotus are actually lifting him up. Could all these strange phenomena be caused by him? Check the rankings. At that moment,
Lu Sun's name surged like a dark horse, charging straight toward the top 10 rankings.
6th place. No. 3rd. F 1st. Freshman, Lu Sun, Super Great Art, the Void Sutra. The Void Sutra.
A super grade cultivation technique, yet another technique surpassing the Emperor grade.
Damn it, they're both top-tier cultivation techniques. Why did Yi-Zi's eternal scripture get pushed down to 2nd place?
Everyone stared in shock as Lu Sun's name claimed the top spot, forcing Yi-Zi, who had only appeared 3 minutes ago, down to 2nd place. As for the Bu brothers, Bu Fan and Bu Aigua, their faces turned deathly pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
Ding. Comparison failed. Dare activated. Adventure task, request to cohabit with Lu Sun and ensure it is not refused. Adventure notes, rejection results in mission failure. Post, proceed with caution.
Reward for completion, fragment of the Divine Scripture Revelation 1 page, 100 high-grade spirit stones.
Yi-Zi stared at the adventure task before her delicate frame trembling slightly as she clenched her dainty fists. Co-living, co-living. Chapter 23, don't you know this way of drinking water is refreshing?
As Lu Sun stepped out of the meditation tower, everyone swallowed hard in unison.
Was there even any comparison?
A top-tier cultivation technique. Even if Bu Aigua had another 10 years, he might not be able to develop something like this.
Brother, what should we do? Bu Aigua asked Bu Bufan. Bu Bufan turned to his uncle, Bu Dawi, seeking his decision.
Give it, Bu Dawi said, gritting his teeth.
We really gave it away? Bu Bufan's tone was filled with astonishment.
He clearly remembered his uncle saying earlier that they had a backup plan. Even if they lost, they wouldn't have to surrender their credits.
What he didn't know was,
ever since Lu Sun triggered the strange phenomenon earlier, Bu Dawi had sensed numerous unseen eyes watching them.
If he continued targeting Lu Sun, those observing in the shadows might just have him dismissed as a teacher. Do as I say. Give it to him.
Bu Dawi finished speaking and turned to leave.
Bu Aigua's legs trembled. Bu Fan, clutching the 2 bracelets, gritted his teeth as he approached Lu Sun. In a barely audible whisper, he spat out. Just you wait. Yes, yes. Lu Sun replied while transferring the credits from the 2 academic bracelets to himself.
After finishing all this, he stepped out of the crowd, ready to go on a spending spree. After all, earning money is for spending, and earning credits is no different.
But then, Yi-Zi, head bowed, walked up to him and grabbed his arm, pulling him toward a quieter spot.
What she didn't notice was that a stunning blonde woman in the crowd was watching her and Lu Sun intently. She was Jiang Badayo, the 2nd-ranked campus beauty among the 4 divine academies and a 3rd-year student. The reason he had fallen to 2nd place was partly because he was effeminate, and partly because since Yi-Zi's enrollment, countless students had voted for her on the campus beauty rankings. Jiang Badayo came from a privileged background and had always been number 1 in everything since childhood. But now, one of his top spots had been snatched away by Yi-Zi, and this rankled him deeply. Therefore, as he watched Lu Sun beside Yi-Zi, he resolved to take revenge on her. The others watched as Yi-Zi walked away holding Lu Sun's hand, their eyes filled with envy.
At the corner. Zi, you seem so rushed as something.
Lu Sun hadn't finished speaking.
Yi-Zi suddenly spoke up. I want to live with you. Live together. Lu Sun felt a surge of excitement.
But once the excitement faded, only reason remained.
Zi, listen to me.
I know you love me deeply, but…
Blah blah blah, 10,000 words omitted. Love me? Where did you get the idea that I love you?
Yi-Zi was both furious and exasperated, her lovely face flushed crimson as if it could drip blood. Yet Lu Sun looked at her and said, so, I think now isn't. The word right set off alarm bells in Yi-Zi's mind.
No. He can't reject me. If he refuses me, my mission will fail. Yi-Zi had only one thought in her mind at that moment. Shut Lu Sun up. Yi-Zi reached out both hands to cover Lu Sun's mouth. Zi. What are you doing? I was just saying.
Lu Sun mumbled incoherently.
Alarm bells rang loudly in Yi-Zi's mind once more.
Seeing Lu Sun still trying to speak, she steeled her resolve.
Here goes nothing.
As Yi-Zi suddenly drew near, the strange sensation on his lips made Lu Sun's eyes widen instantly.
She's kissing me.
The others who had followed watched the scene, their mouths agape.
This. Could our aloof junior Yi be this wild behind closed doors? Yi-Zi, FCK me. That dog of a man stuck out his tongue. I could kick him to death.
Yi-Zi shoved Lu Sun away, her face flushed crimson as she faced him, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Living together. Lu Sun had never seen her so bossy before, but his rationality kicked in. He said, Zi, listen to me first. I really don't think now is.
No. Yi-Zi was utterly furious, damn it all. Although completing the mission would only yield a single page of the divine scripture Apocalypse, it was certain to contain numerous hidden secrets. Gaining access to those secrets would undoubtedly accelerate her cultivation progress significantly. Therefore, the mission absolutely could not fail. Lucen froze again as Yi leaned in to kiss him once more. Then, Yi pushed him away once more, her tone as unwavering as ever. Are you going to agree or not? Wait, give me a moment to catch my breath. Zi, I really don't think. Lucen didn't finish his sentence. Yi was at it again.
Lucen was completely flustered. Honestly, if she wanted to kiss him, she could have just asked. She didn't need to use living together as an excuse.
Yi, damn it. Sticking out her tongue again. I'll bite you to death.
But to the onlookers peeking from the sidelines who hadn't caught their exact words, the scene looked like, holy crap, Yi confessed to Lu, and when he refused, she just forced herself on him, kissing him until he gave in. Damn, if a girl did that to me, I'd gladly drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. So jealous. Moments later, Yi pushed Lucen away again. You can only say yes. Lucen paused, took a couple deep breaths of fresh air, and looked at Yi.
Fine. I agree. Ding. Mission complete.
Reward, fragment of the Divine Scripture Revelation 1 page, 100 high-grade spirit stones have been dispatched to your system inventory.
The system's voice faded away. Yi felt immense relief wash over him. Yet, as he watched Lucen touch his lips with a pained expression, the corners of Yi's mouth couldn't help but curve upward.
Though this was a mutual wound, it was far better than one person's failure.
A draw. This time it was a draw, but next time she would definitely win. But what truly troubled Lucen was, he simply didn't want to become a father so soon. If it were a daughter, it wouldn't be so bad, but if it were a son, Chun would just be a burden. Those who had been eavesdropping, seeing Lucen seemingly agree, all looked astonished. No way, is that even possible? Guys, I've got a bold idea. Never mind, I'm going to test this out with my goddess right now. On the rooftop of the teaching building, unnoticed by everyone, Jiang Badayo's expression was slightly peculiar. After a long pause, he suddenly let out a wicked laugh. Interesting. Truly interesting. Would someone with Yi's looks actually confess to someone else?
Seems this Lucen is quite important to her.
With that thought, Jiang Badayo twirled a strand of his golden hair, glancing over at Yi with a smirk as he muttered in a rough voice. Wonder what kind of look she'd give me if I snatched that freshman away? Chapter 24, The Supreme Immortal Scripture, Yi's Certain Victory.
The entire morning had been quite pleasant. As soon as lunchtime rolled around, Lucen hummed a tune as he headed toward the restroom. As his most loyal subordinate and the current second in command of the Yellow Hair Gang, Zhang Yuan naturally trailed behind him with two other underlings in tow.
Boss, should I help steady you later? Get lost.
Lucen shot Zhang Yuan a dismissive glance.
At that moment,
a woman with golden blonde hair and light brown eyes approached, her chin lifted slightly, radiating pride like a young lion. A breeze lifted her skirt, revealing her fair, slender legs. Zhang Yuan recognized her. The woman overshadowed by her sister-in-law, the former male-dominated school beauty, Jiang Badayo. Ever since Yi enrolled, the debate over who truly held the top spot on the school beauty rankings between her and Jiang Badayo had never ceased. Some admired Jiang Badayo's fiery, feisty spirit. Others preferred Yi's aloof, reserved beauty. But the battle for top beauty soon fell squarely on Yi's shoulders. Because a teacher, abusing his position, made inappropriate advances toward Jiang Yuehua only to be kicked by Jiang Badayo so hard he was left permanently incapacitated. Beauty may be captivating, but one must be alive to enjoy it. Moreover, many couldn't stomach the idea of their partner carrying a gun just like them. Ever since Jiang Badayo appeared, Zhang Yuan and his two henchmen kept their eyes glued to the floor. They certainly didn't want to risk a lifetime of misery just for glancing at the other. Lucen and Jiang Badayo, however, met each other's gaze calmly. Jiang Yuehua walked up to Lucen, waving her phone playfully with a mischievous expression, though her voice remained gravelly. Junior, can I add your contact info? Later, your senior will take you to. Lucen shuddered at the sound of his voice. No thanks. In that instant, Jiang Badayo froze in place. The long string of words he'd planned in his mind choked in his throat. He couldn't swallow them, nor could he spit them out. She stared at Lucen in disbelief, unable to fathom that she had actually been rejected. Why did he refuse me? Is it just because I'm a guy? Damn it! Jiang Badayo clenched her jaw, then turned to leave, but not before facing Lucen one last time. Actually, I didn't really mean to add you. Put. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Lucen suddenly felt a chill run down his neck. Someone was watching him. He turned his head and immediately locked eyes with two pairs of intense, golden-haired gazes. He felt like he should probably buy some iron underwear to wear right now. One of the blonde-haired youths abruptly grabbed Lucen's hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Bro, you're awesome. Not only has my sister-in-law been completely bewitched by you, but even that effeminate Jiang Badayo has fallen under your spell. Godfather, teach me."
I really like that kind of guy like Jeong Badayo. Lu Sun stared at him in astonishment, then chuckled as he rubbed his fingers. Well now. The blonde-haired youth immediately understood and promptly handed over every last coin he had. After stuffing the cash into his pocket, Lu Sun leaned close and whispered mysteriously into his ear. I don't know either. Yellow hair? I think I just got mugged. Heaven knows, Lu Sun genuinely had no idea how he ended up catching Jeong Badayo's eye. He was telling the absolute truth. But what the others didn't notice was that Jeong Badayo, who had walked to the far end of the corridor, suddenly turned back to glance at Lu Sun. His eyes held an inexplicable look of conquest. The afternoon passed uneventfully. The only significant event was the Academy's sudden announcement: the top 10 students from each cohort must enter the Daoyun secret realm, 100 miles away. The exact purpose of this mission remained undisclosed for now. Now. Night fell, stars shimmering like radiance, silver frost dusting the earth. Lu Sun had just finished showering and was about to curl up in bed to finish his game. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up. Yi Zi, are you asleep yet? Lu Sun, not yet. Yi Zi, get some sleep early. It's good for your health. Reading the message, Lu Sun felt a warm glow in his heart. She really loves me. She told me to get some rest. Lu Sun, okay, I'm going to sleep. You should get some rest too. After sending the message, Lu Sun fell asleep instantly. Meanwhile, in another bedroom, Lu Zi set her phone down, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. As Lu Sun's childhood friend of 18 years, she was absolutely certain he'd fall asleep immediately after sending that message. Which meant she was guaranteed to win this comparison. Comparison task: compete with Lu Sun to see who can achieve more minor breakthroughs in cultivation by the next day. Victory reward: the Weak Water Emperor Sutra, 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Failure penalty: randomly trigger a major adventure quest. Glancing at the challenge, Yi Zi immediately retrieved and arranged them into a spirit-gathering array. By afternoon, she had already examined the fragmentary page of the immortal scripture revelation. That page contained the very secrets of cultivation. She believed that by combining these secrets with her newly researched eternal scripture, she could break through at least 5 minor cultivation realms overnight. I have no idea how I lost this time. Yi Zi uttered these words. The spirit summoning array activated, the cultivation technique activated, the secret cultivation techniques activated. But the flood of spiritual energy she had imagined surging into her body did not materialize. Yi Zi frowned, pondering. Could it be that the spirit gathering array I set up is faulty? Or perhaps the spiritual energy here is too sparse? Why else would it gather so little? Never mind. Cultivation comes first. I must win this comparison. Had she opened her eyes then, she would have seen the spiritual energy within her array seeping away along the wall toward the neighboring space. Lu Sun swore. This nap had been truly blissful. His entire body felt warm and cozy, and even rolling over made his bones creak with satisfaction. All the cultivation techniques he had suppressed were now comfortably circulating on their own. Operating on their own? Lu Sun sensed something was off, but the sheer comfort made him choose to sleep on. Soon. Midnight. Ha! 8th heaven of the enlightenment realm. Yi Zi exhaled a breath of stale air, opening her bloodshot eyes. A hint of triumph flashed within them. Though arduous, she had broken through 5 minor realms as planned. Lu Sun, get ready to make breakfast for me every day for the next month. After uttering these words, Yi Zi stretched lazily, picked up her water cup, and prepared to take a sip. But in the very next second. Ding! Comparison failed. Great adventure activated. Challenge details: prepare a delicious, heart-shaped breakfast for comparison subject Lu Sun. Task requirements: the breakfast must be meticulously prepared. Eggs must be fried into heart shapes without using any feeding techniques, all done by hand. While feeding Lu Sun, maintain a gentle expression throughout. Adventure reward: 1 page of the Weak Water Emperor Sutra, 3 spirit stones. Yi Zi nearly threw her water cup on the floor in frustration. Wait, how did she lose this? She suspected the damn system was tricking her. Refusing to accept defeat, Yi Zi slipped out of her bedroom and quietly pushed open Lu Sun's door. But the moment she saw it, she was utterly stunned. Half-step opening Vane's realm. This guy was actually cultivating in his sleep. Yi Zi slammed the door shut in frustration. Bang! Thunder? Lu Sun jolted awake from the bed. After glancing out the window and finding nothing unusual, he rolled over and went back to sleep. Chapter 25. What expression will she have? The next morning, Lu Sun was jolted awake by his phone's alarm. My cultivation broke through again. Who did this to me? Could it be Z? But it probably wasn't her. After all, I didn't leave the door open for her last night. She couldn't have gotten into my room. Puzzled and frustrated, Lu Sun got out of bed and headed to the kitchen for a cold can of cola as usual. But the moment he opened the kitchen door, black smoke billowed out. Seeing this, Lu Sun began to wonder if his kitchen had become the new battleground for the Iran-Iraq war. Cough 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 cough. Amidst the persistent coughing echoing from the kitchen, Yi Ziyi emerged running, holding a plate of eggs finely fried into heart shapes.
Lu Sun was startled by her sudden appearance. Her hair was a mess, and a large smudge of black grime covered her right cheek, giving her a dazed look.
Lu Sun.
Spotting him standing in the kitchen doorway, Yi Ziyi wiped the smudge from her face and said somewhat sheepishly.
The range hood isn't very good. When I was beating the eggs, I accidentally cracked a bit of shell into it and it broke. That's why the smoke couldn't escape.
Lu Sun couldn't resist ruffling her hair as he looked at her disheveled state.
It's fine. I'll have someone come fix it later. Go wash up first. Yi Ziyi hadn't fully processed the head pat yet.
By the time she did, she immediately remembered the adventure quest was still unfinished.
No way. You have to eat breakfast first.
Saying this, she picked up a fork, speared a piece of egg, and stared straight at Lu Sun. Seeing Lu Sun take a bite, she couldn't help but ask. After frying eggs all night, she was curious whether the heart-shaped ones tasted better.
How does it taste? Lu Sun didn't know how to respond. Would saying it was a bit too salty sound too dismissive? What if it upset her again?
After a moment's thought, Lu Sun replied with high emotional intelligence, it has a bit of a grainy texture.
The texture is a bit too grainy? Yi Ziyi was utterly confused. How could eggs possibly have a grainy texture? Could it be that I'd fried the eggs all night, causing them to mutate?
She speared a piece and took a bite. In just a second, her expression changed drastically.
So salty. How did Lu Sun manage to eat this? Should I go make a new one? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Ziyi looked up at Lu Sun. Don't you think it's too salty?
Lu Sun looked at the bloodshot veins in her eyes and shook his head.
Not salty. I think it's pretty tasty. After saying that, Lu Sun silently gave himself a mental pat on the back. This girlfriend deserves to be cheated on. But what he never expected was that the next second, Yi Ziyi, who just assumed he had a naturally strong palate, picked up another piece of egg and fed it to him. If you like it, eat more.
Lu Sun glanced at Yi Ziyi's gentle expression, swallowed hard, and finally decided to speak again.
Then came one bite, two bites, one after another.
As the plate of eggs gradually emptied, Lu Sun felt the entire world had turned salty.
Ding! Adventure quest completed, 1 page of the Weak Water Emperor Sutra. 3 spirit stones have been deposited into your system warehouse. After the system's voice faded, Yi Ziyi watched the tears welling in Lu Sun's eyes and couldn't help but giggle.
She handed the plate back to Lu Sun.
I'm going to wash up first. 2 hours later. Outskirts of the Daoyun Secret Realm entrance.
Led by the Vice Dean, all top 10 students from the freshman and junior classes of the 4 divine academies gathered here. Yet at this moment, all 30 students from the sophomore and senior classes were staring at the 10 freshmen in their ranks, their gazes carrying an indescribable strangeness.
Are this year's blondies that strong? 8 out of the top 10 freshmen are blondies.
Compared to Zhang Yuan's blonde-haired squad, more attention was focused on Lu Sun and Yi Ziyi.
Those 2 freaks from the freshman class, Lu Sun and Yi Ziyi, are terrifyingly formidable too. Silence.
The Vice Dean's voice cut through the chatter, instantly silencing the students who had been talking. As he spoke slowly, everyone understood the rules for this descent into the secret realm.
The Daoyun Secret Realm served as a crucial training ground for core new recruits from various academies.
Open for 7 days, it held countless opportunities and dangers, and only cultivators at the opening veins realm or below were permitted entry. As students of the 4 divine academies, their purpose for entering the secret realm, aside from seeking their own opportunities, was singular:
to seize the cauldrons. Within the Daoyun Secret Realm lay 10 ancient cauldrons.
The 3 academies that seized the most cauldrons would receive special attention from the state, which would allocate additional resources to support their students' cultivation.
Students who seize cauldrons will also receive substantial rewards from their respective academies. The secret realm is now open. Students of all academies, prepare. With a resonant voice echoing through the air. Led by the 4 divine academies, the major institutions entered one after another. Upon entering the realm, a gleam of sharpness flashed deep within Yi Ziyi's eyes. In his previous life, after the ancient star continent descended, a Chongming bird appeared in the Daoyun Secret Realm. Its combat prowess was so formidable that even Yi Ziyi at his peak had to retreat 3 steps. According to my memories, that Chongming bird should be in the far eastern part of the secret realm. If I can subdue it, it will become a formidable force for my future revenge against those people. With this thought, Yi Ziyi glanced again at the system interface that had appeared before him. Comparison: who can seize more cauldrons than Lu Sun?
Victory reward: 1000 premium spirit crystals, sword slashing heaven technique emperor tier.
Failure penalty: randomly trigger a grand adventure quest. Seizing cauldrons isn't about talent or insight, it requires strategy.
With her memories from her previous life, Yi Ziyi knew exactly where the 10 cauldrons were hidden within the Daoyun secret realm and how to obtain them. Therefore, she was confident she wouldn't lose to Lu Sun this time. Meanwhile, Lu Sun was deep in thought. Before deciding to reincarnate, he had thoroughly explored every corner of this world. He had visited the Daoyun secret realm once before.
Beyond the locations of all the opportunities, he also knew of two extraordinary entities within the secret realm. One was the Chongming bird, one of the 10 divine beasts. The second was Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. This circle is so messy. But once those beasts mature, they could become divine beasts capable of suppressing an entire realm. Just as Lu Xun pondered how to capture these two beasts and present them to Yi Ziyi for proper cultivation so he could retire to a life of leisurely idleness, Zhang Badayo walked up to him with a faint smile. Junior, this isn't my first time. Chapter 26, this time I don't even know how I lost. You're here. I know of an opportunity. If you wish to go, I can take you along. But in exchange, you must. Thanks, senior, but no thanks. Lu Xun returned a polite smile. Unfazed by the rejection, Zhang Badayo smiled again. He refused to believe Lu Xun wouldn't be tempted once he finished explaining. Junior, don't rush to refuse. The opportunity one know of is a realm-spanning spiritual spring. If you cultivate within it, you'll definitely reach the third level of the opening veins realm by the time you leave the secret realm. At the mention of the third layer of the opening veins realm, Lu Xun's expression instantly fell. He couldn't afford to advance any further. Senior, I still decline. Why? Zhang Badayo couldn't fathom why Lu Xun wasn't taking the bait. Outside the secret realm, without divine opportunity, breaking through 3 minor realms would take at least a month or even longer. Do I need a reason to refuse? Lu Xun finished speaking and broke away from the group, walking off in the opposite direction. Yi Ziyi glanced at Jiang Yuehua before following Lu Xun's departing figure. Zhang Badayo clenched his jaw tightly at the sight. In all his years, there had never been anything he couldn't obtain. Just then, a yellow-haired boy approached. Mr. Jiang, about that spirit spring you mentioned earlier. Can I join you? Zhang Badayo didn't even glance at the man, coldly uttering a single word. Get lost. With that, he too broke ranks and headed off in a different direction. At that moment, Lu Xun, who had already reached a spot 10 kilometers away, suddenly turned back and asked Yi Ziyi. Do you prefer someone who looks good, or someone who's capable? Yi Ziyi was completely baffled by the question. What does pretty mean? What's powerful? What are you getting at? Well, when the Su family is handling business, outsiders step aside. Before Lu Xun could finish speaking, a woman's sharp cry rang out. Before their eyes, a golden palanquin drawn by 4 dragon-like steeds descended from the sky, halting mere paces from Lu Xun and Yi Ziyi. 4 young maidens dressed in maid uniforms stood around the palanquin. At that moment, the maiden holding the compass on the right side of the palanquin lifted the curtain. Young master, the compass indicates the location is right here. Hearing this, the occupant of the palanquin opened their eyes and stepped out. Meanwhile, the other 3 maidens approached Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun. Please leave this place. If you refuse, don't blame us for being impolite. Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun exchanged a glance, their brows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, a man's voice as soothing as spring breeze rang out. Hold on. The 3 girls turned in confusion to look at the man whom the girl holding the compass had addressed as young master. Now, the man stepped before Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun. He lifted his head, narrowing his eyes slightly before speaking in a calm tone. I see you have talent. You can be my maid. Hearing this, the 3 girls were visibly startled. After all, their status as maids had been earned through countless battles. Yet now, this woman before them, the young master had offered her the position with a single word. The man then glanced at Lu Xun and spoke again in the same detached tone. You have talent too. You can be my groom. Hearing this, Lu Xun stared at him wide-eyed. And he, in turn, simply stared back at Lu Xun. The girl holding the compass chimed in, you should both feel honored to have caught the young master's eye. After all, even the geniuses of the 3 Saints Academy don't have the privilege of catching the young master's attention. Sorry, not interested. Yi Ziyi said coldly, preparing to leave. I never asked for your input. The man's words had barely faded when 4 maid-costumed girls instantly materialized around Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun. The next second, the 4 formed an array, trapping Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun within it. Gentlemen, we'd prefer not to resort to force. If you could. Before the maid could finish her sentence, Yi Ziyi drew his sword. Clang. A cold gleam flashed. The formation shattered instantly. Seeing this, astonishment filled the eyes of the 4 women. After all, the formation they had jointly created was a 3rd-tier confinement array, yet it had been shattered by a single strike from Yi Ziyi, whose strength was inferior to any one of them. Even the man's eyes flickered with a fleeting trace of astonishment. But the next second, that astonishment transformed into greed. If he could make her his servant, then when the time came to capture that divine beast from the secret realm grandfather spoke of, he would have a much greater chance of success. Step aside. As soon as he shouted, the 4 maids instantly stepped aside. He lunged forward, his palm striking out as he neared Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun. A colossal palm print appeared, radiating an overwhelmingly domineering will, as if capable of suppressing all things. Suppress. Crack. Yi Ziyi drew his sword from its scabbard once more. Sword energy surged. Boom! Sword and palm collided, unleashing terrifying gale force winds. Sword path rules. Palm technique rules. Yi Ziyi and the man both felt a jolt of shock. They had never imagined that someone of their own generation could also comprehend the power of rules. Yet compared to Yi Ziyi, the man was even more stunned. Because, from their earlier exchange, Yi Ziyi's combat prowess had proven nearly on par with his own as a third-tier Meridian opening realm martial artist. Battle intent flared in both their eyes. Boom! 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 Two streams of law force collided relentlessly, their ripples devastating everything in their wake. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was being surrounded and attacked by 4 maids. Dare to get distracted. Seeing him turn his head toward Yi Ziyi, the woman in the pink maid outfit shouted, her greatsword igniting with flames as she swung it toward Lu Xun. Void bind. Lu Xun took a step back, silently chanting the incantation in his mind. In an instant, countless chains of void materialized, forming a cage that trapped the 4 maidservants within. Clang! Clang! The maids' weapons hacked relentlessly at the void cage, sparks flying everywhere. The next moment, the void cage began to contract. The maids watched in terror. Master, save me! Hearing this, the man who had been locked in an intense battle with Yi Ziyi using the laws of the Tao snapped back to attention and looked over. His gaze fell upon Lu Xun, who was watching him, and his heart skipped a beat. This man has mastered the laws of the void to such an extent. Those who grasped rules and laws were invariably geniuses born once in 1,000 years. In terms of rule power alone, he and Yi Ziyi were on equal footing. But if Lu Xun were to join the fray? The thought sent alarm bells ringing in the man's mind. The next instant, he leapt back several paces, drew a talisman, and shot a stern glance at Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun before shouting. You forced my hand. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, cold, heat, dawn master here to save you all. Hearing this, the 4 maids were deeply moved. The young master was willing to expend such an incredibly precious magical artifact to save them. Just as Yi Ziyi braced herself, preparing her most powerful technique to counter his impending attack. The next instant. Whoosh! The man moved with blinding speed, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, both Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun froze in shock. What the hell? He'd shouted with such force just now, and they'd both assumed that talisman in his hand was some kind of powerful spell. Turns out it was just an escape charm. Not only did the 4 maids' hopes shatter in an instant, but they were now left standing there like fools. Their young master had abandoned them to flee. What happened to the promise of eternal devotion, life after life? Their hearts sank. What are you planning to do with your spoils? Yi Ziyi sheathed his sword and glanced at the 4 maidservants before asking Lu Xun. After a moment's thought, Lu Xun suddenly asked, isn't human trafficking illegal in China? MHM. Yi Ziyi shot him a peculiar look. Lu Xun sighed inwardly, waved his hand to dispel the void cage, and released the 4 maids. But just then, something appeared ahead. Chapter 27, If you like it, eat more. A creature with a turtle shell, a pair of pure white wings, a tiger's body, and inexplicably lustrous blue scales. Seeing it, a sharp gleam flashed in Lu Xun's eyes. He hadn't expected this strange beast to have made its way here. Yi Ziyi, however, couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Was it a turtle that split apart, a bird that strayed, or a tiger that committed a crime? What on earth could have caused it to grow so bizarrely? Spring and summer, autumn and winter, cold and heat. Dawn watched it approach and couldn't help but say, what kind of monster is this? How can it be so hideous? Wings and a turtle shell. Could this be some fusion beast that escaped from a lab? Hearing their words, the bizarre-looking demon beast merely shot them a disdainful glance. What kind of eyes do you have? Calling me a fusion beast? I am a super divine beast possessing the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts. Its ancestral memories told it that its father was a divine beast fused from the phoenix and black tortoise, while its mother was a divine beast fused from the white tiger and azure dragon. Therefore, it was the super white phoenix black tortoise dragon beast. And its presence here served but one purpose. Because it had sensed the aura of that terrifying being, the one it had detected even before hatching. Though that being's aura was faint now, it knew beyond doubt it was him. With that realization, it charged straight toward Lu Xun, the gleam of excitement in its eyes impossible to contain. A feast lay before it, and it could not let such an opportunity slip away. And so, under the gaze of the crowd, it ran while calling out "Daddy" in a childish voice. Daddy, Daddy, I finally found you. Of the 6 people present, Lu Xun was the only male, so all eyes turned to him. Lu Xun's face darkened. Before his reincarnation, he had given this little creature a small stroke of luck. It was possible that very stroke of luck had caused it to awaken its spirit consciousness prematurely, granting it memories from before it had even hatched. Therefore, Lu Xun concluded that this might be why it believed him to be its father. And now, the little beast ran up to Lu Xun, wagging its tail incessantly and calling out "Daddy. Daddy, 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 Daddy." Lu Xun glanced at Yi Ziyi and asked, Ziyi, would you like to be this little one's master? Before Yi Ziyi could respond, the little beast immediately refused. No way. I don't want her to be my master. I only want Daddy to be my master. Though it sensed Yi Ziyi's extraordinary qualities, having witnessed the colossal presence of the giant beast, how could it possibly fancy a weakling? But the very next second, Lu Xun shouted a look and it immediately fell into line. That look told it plainly, you have no choice. The trembling little beast glanced at Yi Ziyi. It vowed silently that even if she could possess its body, it would never possess its heart. Yi Ziyi glanced at the creature that could speak human words. Though a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, she shook her head. If you like it, you can keep it. Such an ordinary demon beast was beneath her. Even if it reached its full potential, it would never become a true ally to her. Seeing her refusal, the little beast felt immense relief. It looked longingly at Lu Xun and whimpered pitifully, Daddy. Daddy. Hearing that word, Lu Xun's lips twitched as he met the gazes of the four women: spring, summer, autumn, winter, cold, heat, and dawn. Do any of you want it? The four women shook their heads like bobbleheads. I don't want it. Me neither. It's too ugly. I like pink demon beasts, preferably ones that look like kittens. As they spoke, they never imagined they'd later regret their words, nor could they have guessed that this odd-looking little beast would prove so formidable, saving them time and again. Of course, that was all yet to come. At that moment, seeing them all refuse, the little beast looked at Lu Xun with pleading eyes, calling him Daddy. Daddy! Lu Xun stared back at the creature, his expression utterly devoid of hope. This little thing was impossible to hide. What was he supposed to do now? Daddy! Cut it out. I'm not your daddy, we're not even the same species. The little beast murmured, observing Lu Xun's stern expression. But my inherited memories tell me that when you meet someone you can't beat, calling them dad is the right thing to do. At the mention of inherited memories, Yi Ziyi's expression visibly softened. Generally speaking, beasts possessing inherited memories were extraordinary creatures of significant lineage. But it was merely a flicker of emotion. After all, no matter how extraordinary it might be, Yi Ziyi knew it couldn't possibly compare to the Chongming bird, one of the 10 divine beasts. We need to hurry. What if someone else gets the Chongming bird? After speaking, Yi Ziyi watched as Lu Xun finally bound the small beast to his contract. She was about to set off. The next second. Ding! Additional comparison task activated. Comparison content: after obtaining the Chongming bird, compare the combat strength of the small beast Lu Xun contracted with that of the Chongming bird. Victory reward: the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon, 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Failure penalty: randomly trigger 1 adventure quest 1. Notes for this comparison: 1. If the host has not contracted the Chongming bird, the task automatically becomes invalid. Seeing the system task appear before her, Yi Ziyi snorted in disdain. In her eyes, this comparison quest was a complete no-brainer. What other creature in the world could possibly match the Chongming bird besides the 4 sacred beasts? A sure win. Lu Xun, you won't win either of these tasks against me. Yi Ziyi felt she held every advantage: timing, location, and momentum in both these comparisons. If she didn't win this time, it would be utterly unreasonable. Yet the very next moment, a sense of crisis washed over her. Because, at that moment, the little beast pulled 2 small tripods from its turtle shell, ones that looked extremely familiar to Yi Ziyi. Master, I noticed that in previous years, humans always came here to seize these little tripods. I got bored and grabbed 2 to play with earlier. Now, I'll give them to you. With that, it shrank its size and leapt onto Lu Xun's hand, carrying the 2 small tripods. The 2 small tripods seemed to recognize something. Their bodies trembled slightly before suddenly emitting a beam of recognition light that swept across Lu Xun's face. Identity verification successful. For God's Academy student Lu Xun. Current number of tripods acquired, 2. As the 2 small tripods emitted identical, icy voices, Lu Xun felt like killing the little beast. Obtaining a single tripod earned the school's reward of substantial resources for mandatory cultivation. And now, 2 tripods. Lu Xun could almost picture the dean's face beaming like a trumpet flower as he patted his shoulder and declared, "For securing 2 tripods for the academy this time, we've decided to reward you with resources you couldn't possibly cultivate through in a lifetime, and we'll have you cultivate within the spirit array for your next life too." No. I don't want cultivation. I want fried chicken and Coke. That's not up to you. The horrifying vision of himself being dragged into the spirit array by the dean left Lu Xun pale as a sheet, sweat pouring down his forehead. Only when Yi Ziyi came to call him did he snap out of his terrifying fantasy. Then, staring at the shrunken beast in his hand, he flung the wretched thing hundreds of meters away without a second thought. Forget about that thing. Let's get out of here fast. Lu Xun grabbed Yi Ziyi and pulled her along. He never wanted to see that damn thing again. However, when the little beast, tossed hundreds of meters away, finally scrambled to its feet, it looked dazed at first, then utterly helpless. It wasn't until it began analyzing the situation frame by frame. I just gave my master the little cauldron, then he suddenly threw me this far away. Could it be he meant? The little beast finally understood. Master must have meant for me to help him get more cauldrons. Rest assured, Master, I will never disappoint your expectations. Chapter 28, You've got talent, you can be my maid. while the little beast searched for the cauldron. Meanwhile, under Yi Ziyi's seemingly deliberate yet inadvertent guidance, she led Lu Xun to a place where strange rocks stood densely packed. A cold wind howled past, whistling eerily. In the distance, a faint, flickering light could be glimpsed. Yi Ziyi's eyes lit up instantly. This was the place. In her past life's memories, it was here that person had obtained the divine beast Chongming bird and the 2 tripods. The next moment, Yi Ziyi noticed Lu Xun staring at the flickering light, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. She absolutely could not let Lu Xun seize the initiative. With that thought, Yi Ziyi's figure shot forward at blinding speed, her sword slashing toward the ethereal glow. A cold gleam flashed. Identity verification successful. For Divine Academy student Yi Ziyi. Current cauldrons acquired, 2. As she tucked the 2 small tripods into her pouch, her gaze flashed like lightning. In another instant, she appeared nearby, thrusting her sword forward. Clang. Submit, or die. Yi Ziyi's sword stood before a bird no larger than a chick, yet its entire body was bathed in sacred flames. The bird trembled in fear, staring at her. It had no choice. It sensed the killing intent emanating from this human woman before it. I submit. Yi Ziyi's expression remained impassive as she forced a drop of essence blood from her body, condensing it on her fingertip before letting it fall onto the bird's head. Instantly, a web-like network spread beneath their feet. The contract method. Lu Xun couldn't help but look at Yi Ziyi with surprise. After all, the contract method she used should have been long lost. How did she learn it? Seems Ji has quite a few little secrets up her sleeve. Just as Lu Xun finished this thought, a familiar voice rang out. Daddy, save me. Lu Xian turned around and froze instantly. The wretched creature was now clutching a small tripod in its mouth, with a group of people chasing it toward him. Stop right there. Hand over the cauldron. Yi Ziyi's brows were deeply furrowed. With so many people, she wasn't entirely confident she could protect the cauldron in her hands. Yes, once inside the secret realm, anyone could seize a cauldron already claimed by another. That was one of the rules. Just as she was considering whether to flee, the little beast suddenly shrank its body and leapt onto Lu Xun's shoulder. The Chongming bird stared at it, its body trembling involuntarily due to the bloodline suppression. It sensed this creature was terrifying. Identity verification successful. For Divine Academy student Lu Xun. Current ding count, 3. Lu Xun's body trembled. Staring at the little beast in his hand, he felt like crushing it to pieces. Is this never ending? It just gave me 2 ding, and now this? But then, seeing the crowd closing in on him, he relaxed. Thank goodness someone came to fight for the tripods. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do. But giving them away, it feels like it would be better to give them to Ziyi. Just as Lu Xun was thinking this. Seeing the tripod now registered under Lu Xun's name, the group that had been chasing after the little beast instantly turned vicious. Charge! Everyone, first come, first served. Stay right there. If I catch you moving, I'll kill you. Yi Ziyi frowned slightly, grabbed Lu Xun's arm, and shouted at the Chongming bird. Zhongming. The Chongming bird understood. Its wings swept out, enveloping Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun in blazing flames while a chilling wall of fire separated the crowd. What kind of demon beast is this? I can't even cut through its flames. It looks like the Chongming bird, one of the 10 divine beasts? Does it look like it? It clearly is, isn't it? How did those 2 get so lucky? The crowd's gaze toward the Chongming bird grew increasingly greedy, like starved wolves long deprived of prey. Beyond seizing the cauldron, their purpose now held another. Seizing the Chongming bird. Just as Lu Xun contemplated conjuring a grand formation to trap them all inside, then seizing their treasures to present to Yi Ziyi. Chirp! With a piercing cry from the Chongming bird. Their figures were engulfed by the flickering flames as they shot away into the distance. Witnessing this, the crowd hesitated not a moment. But Lu Xun's array was one step faster. Holy, who the hell cast that sword formation? And an illusion array too. Bro, you smell so good. You, stay away from me. After what felt like an eternity, the Chongming bird suddenly spoke. Master, I'm exhausted. Considering those people wouldn't catch up anytime soon, Yi Ziyi took out several high-quality spirit crystals and gave them to the Chongming bird. Rest for a while and recover properly. Thank you, master. Watching the Chongming bird happily absorb the spirit crystals, the little beast glanced at Lu Xun, who still hadn't made a move. Dad. No, master, I expended quite a bit of energy stealing that cauldron for you earlier. Look. Lu Xun shot at a glance, his eyes blazing with anger. He hadn't even scolded it for bringing so many cauldrons in the first place, and now it had the audacity to demand resources? With that thought, Lu Xun bent down, grabbed a handful of grass from the ground, and shoved it into its mouth. You should recover properly too. The little beast chewed the dry, parched grass in its mouth, glancing at the Chongming bird and then at Yi Ziyi with a look of grievance. They were both beasts, so why could that bird absorb spirit crystals to recover while it had to eat grass? Enough! It didn't want to be Lu Xun's beast anymore. Just as the little beast prepared to spit out the grass and unilaterally break the contract, it suddenly met Lu Xun's smiling gaze. In that instant, it backed down. It wasn't fear of Lu Sun, it was simply a love for grass. As for Lu Sun's smile, it stemmed from his plan to gift all the cauldrons in his possession to Yi Zi. Although the holder of a cauldron must be defeated by the challenger for the cauldron to count, the rules didn't forbid intentionally losing, nor did they specify the method. Just as Lu Sun prepared to challenge Yi Zi and deliberately lose to gift the cauldron to her, Yi Zi spoke first. Lu Sun, I have an idea. Lu Sun raised an eyebrow. Seeing his puzzled expression, a faint smile appeared on Yi Zi's face. When I just contracted the Chongming bird, I discovered it's only a step away from breaking through its hit a bottleneck. So I wanted to fight your demon beast. Let's see if it can break through during the battle. Of course, I won't let your demon beast take a single blow for nothing. Put. If your beast can defeat the Chongming bird, I'll give you these 2 tripods. Yi Zi finished speaking, batting her watery eyes as she deliberately looked at Lu Sun. She'd already put 2 tripods on the line as stakes she couldn't believe Lu Sun wouldn't be tempted enough to accept. Once he agreed, the tripods would automatically recognize the wager as binding, and she would receive the reward for victory. After all, in Yi Zi's view, a battle between the Chongming bird and Lu Sun's contracted beast would be nothing but a one-sided slaughter. The Chongming bird wins. That loser loses. Meanwhile, the Chongming bird, currently absorbing spiritual energy from the spirit crystal, heard Yi Zi's words and was utterly confused. What is my master talking about? When did I hit a bottleneck? Lu Sun, however, was deeply moved. It seemed she had sensed my desire to challenge her, then deliberately lose to me. Yet, fearing she might lose control and hurt me during the fight, she devised this plan. She truly loves me so much. I accept. If your Chongming bird wins, I'll give you all 3 tripods I'm wearing. Yi Zi's eyes lit up. An unexpected bonus. Bet accepted. Betters, for God's Academy Yi Zi, for God's Academy Lu Sun. Stakes, Yi Zi 2 tripods, Lu Sun 3 tripods. The winning party shall claim all of the opposing party's tripods. Hearing the sound from the small tripod in his embrace, Lu Sun couldn't wait to send it off. To avoid any mishaps, he even called the little beast aside and had it release its power. With every precaution taken and preparations complete, the contest between the 2 beasts commenced. Chapter 29, You've left me no choice. The next second, the young beast moved. Its speed was so swift it was barely perceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, its claw slammed down upon the Chongming bird. By the time Yi Zi and Lu Sun reacted, the little beast had pinned the Chongming bird to the ground. Feathers scattered everywhere as the bird pleaded. Spare me, please spare me. Yi Zi's eyes widened in disbelief at this outcome. Impossible. It must be an illusion. How could the Chongming bird have been instantly defeated by Lu Sun's unknown little beast? It must have been a sneak attack. A rematch. There must be a rematch. Lu Sun's face darkened. You were supposed to let it go, but you just one-shot it with a claw? What the hell was that about? He thought his misery was already unbearable, but the next moment, as the small tower trembled slightly and emitted its scanning beam, something even more agonizing unfolded. Winner of the bet, for God's Academy Lu Sun. Current tripod count, 5. Losing party, for God's Academy Yi Zi. Current tripod count, 0. Ding. Comparison failed. Randomly triggering a grand adventure quest. Ding. Comparison failed. Randomly activated a grand adventure quest. Before Yi Zi could even utter the word rematch, 2 consecutive icy electronic tones echoed in her mind, causing her face to contort in terror. Had she heard correctly? 2 beeps. It must be a hallucination. She must be dreaming. Losing the Chongming bird wasn't the issue. How could the previous ding-seizing quest have failed the comparison too? Lu Sun only has 5 small tripods now. Could it be that the others have already been claimed by someone else? Before Yi Zi could process this thought, the system's electronic voice sounded again in her mind. Ding. Since the host lost both comparison attempts, the system has decided to merge the 2 adventure missions and their rewards into one combined mission. Adventure mission, flirt with Lu Sun and hint for him to sneak home and steal the household register. Mission requirements, do not get angry. Facial expressions must change naturally according to the situation. Yi Zi? If it weren't for this Lu Sun, it wouldn't matter, but what does hinting at him stealing the household register even mean? This adventure quest is definitely not legit. Adventure reward, 1000 mid-grade spirit stones, heavenly sword manual mystic grade. Target Lu Sun detected nearby. System countdown, 30 seconds. Host, prepare to execute adventure mission. 29. 28. As the countdown began, Yi Zi clenched her fists tightly, her slender frame trembling. Meanwhile, Lu Sun, completely oblivious to her presence, glared at the little beast with blazing fury, wishing he could strangle it on the spot. But just as he was about to act, Yi Zi suddenly approached him with a smile. Her sweet, girlish sense seemed to carry warmth. What is it? Lu Sun stumbled back 2 steps, startled by her sudden proximity. What do you think is wrong? Yi Zi countered with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Lu Sun's mind raced. Her sudden closeness. She'd lost the bet earlier, and she was such a competitive person. Could it be? Was she hinting that she wanted the little beast because Chongming Bird had been defeated by that damn thing? This thought struck Lu Xun as highly plausible. He promptly pointed at the little beast and said, "Z, if you want that little beast, I'll release the contract immediately so it can sign a new one with you. You don't need to sulk like this." But no sooner had the words left his mouth. Yi Zi suddenly leaned closer to him again. Her face still bore that gentle smile, but her ears were flushed crimson. At that moment, she extended a finger and tapped Lu Xun's forehead. "Silly, what I want is you." Lu Xun heard these words and stared at Yi Zi before him, his heart racing in shock. If he got her, would the little beast even dare to run? This insatiable woman wanted it all. Watching Lu Xun stare at her in utter shock, Yi Zi silently cursed the damn system while maintaining a smile as she continued fulfilling its tasks. "So, do you think there's any way I could never lose you?" This. Lu Xun was momentarily at a loss for words. In fact, seeing Yi Zi's flushed cheeks now, he thought to himself, "Oh no, could it be that my charm is too overwhelming, turning her into a Yandere? What should I do? What should I do?" Just as Lu Xun was frantically pondering in his mind, Yi Zi suddenly spoke in a muffled voice, "Think carefully. Isn't there a little notebook in your house? And as long as you take that little notebook to a certain place, two different people will be bound together for the rest of their lives." Ding! Adventure quest completed. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and the heavenly sword technique mystic grade have been deposited into your system inventory. The system's voice echoed. Yi Zi took a deep breath. The quest was finally over. Lu Xun watched her, utterly stunned. Lu Xun. Damn it, was she just hinting at me? No. This is blatantly obvious. In that case, Z, I know how eager your heart is to be with me. Yi Zi? Is he misunderstanding something? She was merely completing a system task. How did that become wanting to be with him so badly? Just as Yi Zi was about to say she'd been possessed by a ghost, Lu Xun pulled out a small red notebook from his storage ring, leaving her stunned. Yi Zi, Sigma LLL. This guy. Why does he carry his household register around? Z, once we leave this secret realm, we'll go get married. Lu Xun's words fell. Yi Zi, Sigma LLL. Bro, I was just joking with you earlier. Besides, even if you have the household register, I don't need it to register our marriage. Hearing this, Lu Xun realized it was indeed a problem. He pondered. He fell silent. Suddenly, it dawned on him. His expression turned serious as he declared, "We can sneak back during the weekend break." Yi Zi was dumbfounded. Steal the ox demon? Damn system, come out here and explain to Lu Xun. I was just trying to complete the system quest. Lu Xun, how do I even tell you this? We're probably too young to get one yet, you know what I mean? It's fine. We can get fake ones first and replace them with real ones later. Hearing this, Yi Zi stared at his earnest expression, feeling utterly shattered. Someone save me, please. However, seeing her expression on the verge of shattering, Lu Xun mistakenly thought she was this happy. After all, he just helped her fulfill her wish. She must be both touched and overjoyed. It made perfect sense she look like this. But at that moment, Yi Zi stared back at him, her heart filled with conflict. What was going on? In the past, she would have immediately put on a cold face, told him it was all just a joke, and then said something hurtful to crush him. Why couldn't she bring herself to say it now? Yi Zi was dying inside, but the memory of how she promised to buy Lu Xun ice cream when they were kids, only to stand him up later because of something else, came flooding back. The look of disappointment on his face back then made her unable to bring herself to say the hurtful words she already prepared. Conflicted. Yi Zi felt torn inside. But suddenly, boom! The next moment, she saw. Chapter 30, Lu Xun, I have an idea. The ground shattered, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. When the dust settled, a man stood bare-chested atop an ancient bronze cauldron radiating an air of antiquity. Seeing it, the little beast inwardly sensed trouble. It could overpower the Chongming bird only because of its bloodline advantage, but this man was someone it could never hope to defeat in a fair fight. Realizing this, it immediately flapped its wings, snatched the unconscious Chongming bird in its beak, and retreated at lightning speed behind Lu Xun. The figure atop the bronze cauldron observed the scene, brushed the dust from his robes, and turned his gaze toward Lu Xun and Yi Zi. How fortuitous. We meet again. With that, he leapt down from the bronze cauldron, which transformed into a streak of light in his hand. This was the man who had arrived earlier with 4 maidservants. Last time, Lu Xun and Yi Zi had caused him to lose his 4 maidservants. This time, he was determined to get his revenge. As they watched him, Lu Xun and Yi Zi both frowned. He had grown stronger. He had reached the awakening realm. Trying to run? As if reading their minds, the man snapped his fingers, instantly enveloping the area within 5 li with the trapped beast formation. In that moment, the place had transformed into an arena. Yi Zi and Lu Xun exchanged a glance. This battle was unavoidable. Then let's fight. Clang. A cold gleam flashed. Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun instantly materialized before the man. Swords drew, fists flew. Ridiculous.
The man chuckled lightly, holding the tripod in one hand while blocking both attacks with the other. He was no longer the man he once was. This time, he had inherited the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, breaking through to the awakening realm, and had even obtained the sacred artifact, the Supreme Cauldron. Had he not been pursuing his own objectives, he could have crushed Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun with overwhelming force long ago. Seal. The man uttered a light command as he swung the cauldron in his right hand toward Lu Xun and Yi Ziyi. Lu Xun and Yi Ziyi drew in sharp breaths, slamming a palm and thrusting a sword against the ancient cauldron. Using the recoil, they stepped back. Yet the man had only one target from the start.
Seal. The man roared once more. The next instant, the bronze cauldron swelled in his hands and shot forward, enveloping Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun.
Seeing no way to evade it, Yi Ziyi slammed a palm onto Lu Xun's shoulder.
Hum.
The bronze cauldron hovering above Yi Ziyi released a light barrier, trapping them within.
Yi Ziyi inwardly realized something was terribly wrong. The spirit of this cauldron is still alive.
Whether a war artifact possessed a spirit was one thing, but this was a spirit from a sacred artifact that had lived for untold ages. Knowing he couldn't escape for now, and that certain forbidden methods couldn't be used in front of Lu Xun, Yi Ziyi shouted to Lu Xun.
Run!
But whether due to the light barrier or not, Lu Xun didn't hear him. Instead, his mind was stirred by the thought of Yi Ziyi anticipating danger and pushing him away just moments ago. Yet he seemed to forget the urgency of the moment. The man appeared before Lu Xun in an instant, a smile on his face. Their faces were inches apart.
Now, it's just you and me. It's time to settle our score.
The man's words had barely left his lips. His hand moved. Boom! His fist slammed into Lu Xun's arms, which were shielding his chest. A flicker of surprise flashed in the man's eyes. This physical strength, could it be that he, too, had cultivated a body cultivation technique to its grand perfection?
Interesting.
The man chuckled twice, then unleashed a hail of punches toward Lu Xun.
Is defense all you know? Punch me. I dare you to punch me.
He shouted defiantly as he attacked.
Seeing this, Yi Ziyuan disregarded the potential harm forbidden techniques might inflict on her body.
But just as she began to chant the incantation, Lu Xun spoke in a calm tone.
I've memorized your attack patterns. The next second.
Before the man could comprehend why Lu Xun had spoken those words, Lu Xun's fist slammed toward his face with thunderous force.
Thud. The collision sent shockwaves rippling outward. Then came the rapid succession of punches, like a storm of blows.
Their movements were so swift, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, that the ground shattered beneath their feet wherever they passed. It was clear that with every exchange, both men were giving it their all. But Yi Ziyi knew that the gap in cultivation levels wouldn't allow Lu Xun to keep fighting like this for long.
Sure enough. The next second.
As Lu Xun's chi stalled mid-air, his body faltered.
Thud.
The man seized the moment, landing a punch above his eye that sent him flying backward. By the time Lu Xun scrambled to his feet, blood trickled from the wound, staining half his face crimson. Tap tap tap.
It sounded like the drip of blood hitting the floor.
Seeing that even wounded, Lu Xun's expression remained impassive, the man spoke.
You're impressive.
Despite the vast gap in cultivation, you've managed to fight me to this point. If you become my groom and follow me, I'll forget the past.
Otherwise die.
His eyes flashed with cruelty as he uttered the final word, then turned to address Yi Ziyi.
The same goes for you.
If you refuse to become my maid and follow me, die. As the words fell,
the bronze cauldron understood his intent. The light barrier enveloping Yi Ziyi abruptly transformed into a different kind of black. It sought to refine Yi Ziyi.
But Yi Ziyi, upon hearing the man's words, ignored him completely and turned to look at Lu Xun, a rare flicker of emotion appearing in her eyes.
Let's go. I'll come find you later, she said to Lu Xun. Lu Xun smiled upon hearing this. Injuries like this?
He'd endured them daily in his past life long since numb to the pain.
No problem. Watch closely.
I'll take him down in one move.
The little beast didn't think Lu Xun was joking at all.
After all, it had witnessed this man at the peak of his power.
Yi Ziyi, however, thought differently.
Believing Lu Xun was joking, she was about to say something. Lu Xun's form dissolved like mist in clouds, vanishing from the spot, leaving only a swirling haze behind.
As the mist gradually obscured the view ahead, shock flashed in Yi Ziyi's eyes. Momentum.
This was the symbol of a cultivator who had perfected a particular technique to its ultimate limit, creating a realm of their own. For example, when one cultivates a fire-based technique to this level, a mere thought can conjure a lava-filled inferno. Even in his previous life, Yi Ziyi had only glimpsed this layer at the very end, unable to wield it himself.
How could Lu Xun possibly? Just as Yi Ziyi was puzzled, a booming laugh echoed through the mist. You think a smokescreen will defeat me? Ridiculous. Keep firing. If you can defeat me, I'll. The voice abruptly cut off. The mist dissipated.
As if sensing something, the bronze cauldron shrank into a small vessel and fell to the ground.
The light barrier enveloping Yi Ziyi vanished in an instant. At that moment, Lu Sun stood before the man, his hands formed into a blade-like stance. At his feet lay a severed head. Its eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of its own beheading even in death. Under Yi Ziyi's stunned gaze, Lu Sun turned and offered her a warm smile. "Mother, this time I protected the people I care about." Lu Sun. Yi Ziyi watched him collapse to the ground and cried out in alarm. Her spiritual energy probe revealed that Lu Sun had fainted due to excessive exhaustion. What she didn't know was that Lu Sun had deliberately avoided breaking through his cultivation level, leading to the severe depletion. Chapter 31, Someone, please save me. Outside the secret realm. As the final second ticked away on the timer, excited leaders from various academies rushed toward the ranking stone. "Quick, let me see if my academy made the list." "Don't push. We're all old bones here, what's the rush?" "My pants." After the initial crush, the crowd was organized by officials and stood in orderly rows before the list stone to read the names. But what they saw left them stunned. Good news, aside from the two longtime rivals, the Four Gods Academy and Tyre Academy, every other academy ranked within the top 3. The bad news, not a single student who entered the secret realm had obtained a single ding. Wait, how come this year's 4 Divine Academy students are even more monstrous than previous cohorts? Are you sure they only sent students below the Divine Platform realm into the secret realm? They snagged 7 out of 10 cauldrons. How are we supposed to compete now? How should the national resources be distributed? We're all tied for 3rd. They wouldn't withhold the resources, would they? While some rejoiced, others grieved. Where there's sorrow, there's bound to be worry. Look at the vice dean of the 4 Divine Academy. His old face was beaming like a trumpet flower. Excellent. Excellent. That youngster Lu Sun snagged 5 cauldrons all by himself. What a credit to our 4 Gods Academy. Once we return, we absolutely must reward him, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuehua handsomely. Saturday. Starry Community, Unit 3, 8th floor. Yi girl, don't worry. I'll get a top-grade sacred medicine from the old dean. Once he takes it, he'll wake up immediately and might even break through several minor realms. He could reach the opening veins realm overnight. With that, the vice dean immediately took the supreme-grade pill radiating green spiritual energy in his hand and fed it into Lu Sun's mouth as he lay on the bed. The moment the supreme elixir touched Lu Sun's lips, sweat instantly broke out all over his forehead. Someone was trying to harm him. He was only feigning unconsciousness, he wasn't truly unconscious. Seeing him sweat so profusely, the vice dean nodded with satisfaction instead. It was taking effect even before he swallowed it. Once he did, he'd surely wake up immediately. With that thought, the vice dean shoved the pill into Lu Sun's mouth. Lu Sun jolted awake. He stared at the smiling vice dean before him and instinctively wanted to shout, "What the hell are you doing, you old bastard?" But the words stuck in his throat. Something huge was lodged in his throat. Just as Lu Sun tried to spit it out, the vice dean acted. He channeled his spiritual energy, forcing the pill down Lu Sun's throat. Lu Sun stared at him. He looked at Lu Sun. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Sun's cultivation instantly reached the 3rd level of the opening veins realm. He trembled as he asked the vice dean, "What did you just give me?" "A top-grade pill. It seems to be an 8th tier one." "You?" Lu Sun extended his trembling hand. The vice dean seized it firmly. "It's fine. You deserve it. We'll reward you handsomely at the Academy's award ceremony on Monday." Lu Sun felt his world shatter. He thought, why didn't that guy say earlier that he wanted to refine Yi Ziyi? If he'd said it from the start, he would have killed him right then and there. If that had happened, he wouldn't be in this mess now, facing such a generous reward. Never mind. Next time something like this happens, he'd cripple the guy first. That would save him a lot of trouble. Alright, Lu Sun, focus on stabilizing your cultivation base. Prepare for the grade-wide competition after Monday's reward ceremony. He paused there. Ding. Comparison activated. Compete against Lu Sun in the grade-wide competition to see who can achieve a higher ranking. Victory reward, 33 layered Linglong Pagoda Emperor grade artifact, Dao Heaven Thunder Formation Emperor grade. Comparison failure reward, randomly trigger a grand adventure quest. Hearing the adventure quest trigger again, Yi Ziyi glanced at Lu Sun lying on the bed and thought to himself, this is a sure thing. This time, victory is hers. After all, through last night's enlightenment, she had already gained preliminary mastery over one type of momentum. All that remained was to test it in actual combat. And the force she had grasped, its attribute was wind. If she faced Lu Sun in the grand competition, his smoke bombs wouldn't work on her at all. But for now, I'll have to cut this short. I need to discuss martial arts principles with young Miss Yi. With that, the vice dean chuckled and addressed Yi Ziyi, who stood nearby. Little Yi, I'll wait for you in the living room. Watching the vice dean stroll off to the living room with a satisfied smile, Yi Ziyi felt a mix of resignation and exasperation. She had merely noticed the little old man showed some talent and offered him a few pointers, only to be constantly pestered by him for further discussions. Right now, Yi Ziyi was more concerned about one thing.
Whether Lu Sun's earlier display of momentum had been a fluke born of straining his body, or if he had truly mastered it. Thus, she probed cautiously. Lu Sun, that technique you used back then, the one where mist and clouds filled the sky, was that something you'd practiced before? How come I never knew you'd been practicing it for so long? Hearing this, Lu Sun froze. After waking up, her first concern wasn't his physical condition, but instead something related to cultivation. Though it stung, Lu Sun answered honestly, I hadn't practiced it before. Hearing this, Yi Zi, who had already felt certain of victory, felt even more confident. It seemed he'd only unleashed that technique by pushing his body to its absolute limit through sheer coincidence. At that moment, Lu Sun looked at her and spoke. Zi, I'm hungry. Yi Zi pulled out her phone and asked, what do you want to eat? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork, cabbage and tofu soup. And 3 servings of rice. Lu Sun ordered a few simple dishes. Yi Zi tapped the phone screen. Alright, you can go get it yourself later. With that, she left the bedroom and headed to the living room. When the delivery arrived, Lu Sun had just taken the food from the delivery guy. The delivery guy pulled out a knife and lunged at him. Die. Lu Sun was stunned. He'd just come downstairs to get his food, why would the delivery guy try to kill him? Moreover, this delivery guy was clearly a martial artist too. His knife was trailing flames, and his speed was absurdly fast. Just as Lu Sun prepared to confront the delivery guy, the Vice Dean suddenly appeared. With a casual wave of his hand, the 3 vanished into another dimension. Tell those by family scum to rein it in. Stop pulling these disgusting stunts. I'll say it again, go tell that old dog by that if anyone at the same cultivation level can kill Lu Sun, I won't interfere. With that, the Vice Dean waved his hand, and the delivery guy was flung out of the space. Though bewildered by the Deputy Dean's words to the delivery guy, Lu Sun understood someone was after his life. Dean, tell me who it is. Ah, it's like this. The one you killed in the secret realm was Bai Wuchang, the most gifted cultivator of this generation from the Bai family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. His grandfather. The Vice Dean looked at him, sighed, and finally began to explain. Upon hearing the outcome, Lu Sun's expression darkened. He tried to kill me, yet now he dares to prevent me from ending his life? Now that he was dead, those old fools behind him were stirring up trouble. If it were anyone else, he might have let it slide. But crossing paths with him? They'd just stepped on a steel plate. Tonight, he would go. Chapter 32, I'll take him out in one move. He'd shake the egg yolks out of the Bai family. The Vice Dean looked at Lu Sun, assuming he was worried the Bai family would keep pulling strings. Don't worry, kid. The Dean sent me to protect you personally, and I'll fulfill my duty. But you should know, those at your level can't intervene. The Bai family has connections higher up. Thank you, Vice Dean. Lu Sun nodded, deeply moved. In the past, when he faced such assassination attempts, no one had ever fought for him. Both the Dean and I have high hopes for you. We've even secured substantial resources specifically for you. Don't let us down. The Vice Dean's words fell once more. The fleeting warmth in Lu Sun's heart vanished instantly. He stared at the Vice Dean, deciding to stick to his original plan, wait until the old man was too frail to walk, then steal his cane and smash his wheelchair. After the conversation, he headed upstairs. Fortunately, the takeout was intact. Unfortunately, the Vice Dean assumed there was a portion for him, which left Lu Sun speechless. He always insisted on 2 servings of rice even when eating takeout. After the meal, Yi Zi immediately returned to her bedroom to cultivate. Currently, the only gap between her and Lu Sun was in cultivation. Once she caught up, surpassing him would be a piece of cake. Just as she immersed herself fully in cultivation. In a room protected by an array. The Chongming bird gazed excitedly at the small beast. Brother, is what you just said true? If I deliver our master to your master's bed, you'll give me 10 drops of essence blood to evolve into a divine beast, right? The little beast patted its chest. I swear it's true, Lao Di. When have I ever lied to you? Hearing this, the Chongming bird thought carefully. They had only met yesterday, and it was true it had never deceived him. Brother, tell me, what should I do? Don't rush. Let me study this pill formula first. Seeing its anxious expression, the little beast knew its plan was already halfway successful. The reason its plan required the Chongming bird to send its master to Lu Sun's bed was simple. Because here with Lu Sun, it could only be a working parlor beast, and it refused to accept that. And none of the others were worthy of being its second master. So it decided to create one itself. Time flew by, and soon it was Monday. At that moment, all first-year students stood assembled on the sports field. As the name implied, the year-level competition was a contest among students of the same year. The Vice Dean stood at the podium, cleared his throat, and spoke with a joy akin to a promotion. Ahem, the Dean has urgent matters and won't be returning for the next year. Therefore, I will be temporarily managing the college for the coming year. Clap clap clap. Some student, likely conditioned since childhood to clap whenever a teacher spoke, began applauding. This prompted the person next to him, who had just been daydreaming, to join in. And as they began clapping, everyone else joined in. Clap 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 clap. In an instant, applause erupted in waves. Silence. Before the senior competition begins, we shall first honor 3 students.
Their outstanding performance in the secret realm has brought supreme glory to our academy. Everyone should learn from them.
Now, on behalf of the academy, I shall bestow upon them a generous reward. As the vice dean announced the 3 names, Lu Sun, Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Badayo stepped onto the podium. As the one who contributed the most in the secret realm, Lu Sun deservedly received the most rewards. Not only did he receive a 1-year mandatory usage period for the cultivation array, but also various rewards including elixirs, spirit artifacts, and more. While Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuewa's rewards fell short of Lu Sun's, they were still exceptionally lavish by others' standards. Seeing the rewards they received, many cast covetous glances at the trio. Wah, so jealous. I wish the academy would reward me this generously too. Damn it, next time I'll stand at the lectern and get rewarded by the vice dean. Even if the academy won't reward you, you can reward yourselves. Whoever uttered that line instantly sparked a wave of knowing glances and a string of lecherous chuckles. In stark contrast, as they descended the stage, Lu Sun wore a distinctly unhappy expression, while Zhang Yuan looked utterly triumphant. This even made the vice dean wonder if Lu Sun felt the reward wasn't generous enough, and whether he should give him more. Alright, the awards ceremony is now concluded. Students, prepare yourselves, the seniority competition is about to begin. The vice dean's voice echoed through the hall. Everyone waited nervously as the lottery machine flew toward them to distribute the competition tickets. As the draw tickets were distributed, joy and sorrow were equally divided. Zhang Yuan stared at the slip in his hand, his entire body trembling. Wait, why did I draw a competitor at the opening veins realm? At that moment, a young man with bright yellow hair, who had drawn a lucky buy, leaned in close and spoke. Second brother, sometimes when you draw a strong opponent, you get scared. Is it because of your own shortcomings? All these years, have you trained hard enough? Have you mastered your techniques? Why are others so strong? Go to hell, you bastard. Get lost, or I'll beat you up later. Lu Sun and Yi Ziyi both failed to draw lucky buys in the first round. Their respective opponents were 9th-tier opening pulse realm practitioners from the same grade. After a day and night of cultivation, Yi Ziyi, now at the opening veins realm, won her first match with ease. Lu Sun, meanwhile, took his time and won slowly. He hadn't even intended to win, because just last night he'd learned that the capital would soon host a tournament pitting the strongest practitioners at the same cultivation level against each other. Succeeding in defeating all opponents at that tournament within the opening veins realm would grant the prize, the potent 9 cavities linglong flower, a potent elixir capable of elevating a martial artist's physique to a new level. The reward for first place in the Academy's grand competition, however, was the evergreen vine leaf, a herb capable of neutralizing all medicinal properties. Lu Sun intended to give both herbs to Yi Ziyi, hoping they would advance her immaculate body to either a spirit body or a sacred body. Because their birthdays were approaching, born just an hour apart. His goal for himself was straightforward: ensure Yi Ziyi reach the finals of the Academy tournament and then concede defeat. But as the third and fourth matches commenced, murmurs of astonishment began to rise from the crowd watching Lu Sun. Why is Lu Sun struggling so much against a half-step opening veins realm opponent? Could his opening veins realm be fake? It's not necessarily fake. It could be that he advanced too quickly, leaving his foundation unstable. Since your analysis makes such sense, I want Lu Sun to face me next round. Seeing Lu Sun win only after she arrived, Yi Ziyi thought to herself. This Lu Sun is just weak. Looks like that pill the vice dean gave Lu Sun temporarily weakened his foundation. Otherwise, his combat power wouldn't be this poor. This comparison match is mine for the taking. After thinking this, Yi Ziyi pulled out her phone to check the rewards for the opening veins realm stage of the Four Wastes Arena tournament. Her heart sank. She must obtain the 9-hole linglong flower. Chapter 33, A Harsh Reward. Night. After a day of competitions, Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun silently returned to their rooms to rest after dinner. Are we starting the competition tonight, X2? Thus, in both bedrooms, a startling exchange of glances immediately unfolded. Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun altered their appearances using disguise techniques, one transforming into a rough-looking burly man, the other into an ordinary middle-aged woman. Their sole purpose was to register for the Four Wastes tournament. The reason for the disguise was simple: innocent men bear no guilt, but possessing a treasure invites trouble. But now, the moment they stepped out of their bedrooms, both encountered the same predicament. Who are you, X2? Lu Sun stared at the unremarkable woman before him, his thoughts racing. Could she be the secret guard sent by the Four Gods Academy to protect me? Yi Ziyi, meanwhile, stared at the burly, rough-looking man before her and wondered. Could he be the Academy's secret guard sent to protect Lu Sun? Thinking this, Lu Sun, wanting to avoid the Academy discovering his secret participation in the Four Desolations tournament and causing unnecessary trouble, deliberately misled them. I'm Lu Sun's distant third uncle. And this aunt, this sister with such an outstanding figure, might I ask who you are? Hearing this, Yi Ziyi looked at the distant third uncle who bore no resemblance whatsoever to Lu Sun. She became even more certain he was the secret guard. As a secret guard herself, she knew that those in her line of work must never reveal their identities.
To avoid suspicion that she might harm Lu Sun, she disguised her voice and said, "I'm Lu Sun's distant eighth aunt."
Lu Sun was startled. Seeing this distant eighth aunt suddenly appear, he became even more certain she was a secret guard. After all, secret guards couldn't casually reveal their identities. Well then, it seems we're actually related after all.
Yes, yes. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence.
After a moment of awkward small talk,
Lu Sun looked at Auntie Ba.
"Hey, big sis, are you heading out?"
"Yeah, bro. You heading out too?"
Yee zee.
Ha ha ha, what a coincidence, what a coincidence.
That's right, that's right.
Let's go together. So Auntie Ba and Uncle San headed out together to the registration site for the Four Wastes Arena tournament.
The two shared a knowing smile.
Yee zee, this bodyguard tasked with protecting Lu Sun is pretty irresponsible, sneaking off to join the Four Wastes Arena tournament. Lu Sun, this bodyguard protecting me is so irresponsible, sneaking off to join the Four Wastes Arena tournament. Afterwards, they each went to the registration area for the Opening Veins Realm tournament to fill out their entry forms, sharing another knowing smile.
Yee zee, no way, this guy actually signed up for the Opening Veins Arena. Could the Academy be sending a Pulse Opening Realm secret guard to protect Lu Sun? Lu Sun, holy crap, this woman will stop at nothing for the 9-hole Linglong flower. She actually signed up for the Opening Veins Realm tournament. Thus, they regarded each other as formidable rivals. Each schemed to secretly drug the other, aiming to eliminate this formidable rival first. After all, neither of them was truly a Pulse Opening Realm fighter.
"Hey, sis, have some water. Bro, have some snacks." So Yee zee drank the water and Lu Sun ate the snacks.
This led to both of them, completely unaware of each other's intentions, being drugged into unconsciousness for the entire night.
Fortunately, due to the organizers' arrangements, the Four Wastes tournament wasn't held tonight. Thus, neither missed their chance to compete.
Upon arriving at the academy, Yee zee remained as formidable as ever, dispatching opponents with one or two moves, showing no hesitation whatsoever.
Her performance left spectators gasping in awe. She's too strong.
I'd bet she's got championship potential.
Damn, too bad the academy doesn't take bets. Otherwise, I'd definitely put my money on her.
I sure hope I don't face her next round.
Meanwhile, Lu Sun's reputation was taking a hit. No way. He was clearly holding on just a bit longer and could have worn Lu Sun down, but somehow Lu Sun still won? Damn it, why can't I get to face Lu Sun yet?
Their performances were worlds apart.
The former, Yee zee, was someone no one wanted to face.
The latter, Lu Sun, was the soft target everyone wanted to take on.
After a day of competition, the two finalists were quickly determined. Yee zee versus Lu Sun.
Faced with this outcome, everyone was furious enough to spit blood.
Seriously? That guy barely avoids losing every single time, and he still makes it to the finals? I refuse to accept this. If you've got the guts, let me fight Lu Sun again. One's the strongest, the other's the weakest. How can this even be a fair match? Do you think there's a chance Lu Sun did this on purpose? On purpose? If he could still get beaten to the point of vomiting blood and needed pills to heal his injuries, do you think healing pills grow on trees?
Faced with this highly controversial match, the Academy's vice principal and instructors, busy with other matters, decided to postpone the competition until tomorrow. This left Lu Sun, who had been ready to concede defeat, feeling helpless. Yee zee, however, believed that Lu Sun had already done remarkably well to reach the second round. But he was destined to fall at his hands.
That evening, the Four Wastes Arena tournament.
Uncle 3 and Aunt 8 met again and exchanged another knowing smile.
"Hey, big sis, you're here again. Third brother, aren't you here too?" This time, they didn't pull any tricks.
After all, the organizers had refined the tournament rules.
At every realm's arena, if any aura not belonging to that realm was detected during a match, it would automatically be ruled a loss. Moreover, the offender's meridians would be severed, turning them into cripples.
This prompted many disguised participants to withdraw from the competition.
After all, while the 9-hole Linglong flower was precious, could it compare to one's life?
The organizers were none other than the Dragon Clan, the foremost of the 4 great families of the capital. Their ranks brimmed with countless powerhouses. Even among the nation's top 5 combatants, 2 hailed from the Dragon Clan. Under such stringent rules, the Meridian Opening Realm stage was left with only 2 contestants.
Yes, that's right. These 2 contestants were none other than third Uncle Lu Sun and 8th Aunt Yee zee.
Standing face to face on the stage, each believed they could defeat the other and claim the reward.
I protest. This person isn't at the Opening Veins Realm X2.
Their words left the entire audience below stunned.
What the hell? Reporting each other right off the bat?
I came here for an intense fight, not a reporting session.
Organizers, get your asses out here. Anyone not at the Opening Veins Realm should be dragged off and beaten to death.
Buddha, please let me bet on that burly guy. He has to be at the Opening Veins Realm.
Soon, staff members took the stage to verify their levels.
After a thorough inspection, the staff shot both fighters a withering look. You're both at the 3rd level of the Opening Veins Realm.
Faced with this result, Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun exchanged astonished glances. This person wasn't a secret guard after all. Could it be true, as he and she had claimed, that she was my relative? Lu Xun's relative? There was no time to verify it now. Lu Xun could only spare her a blow to knock her unconscious out of familial courtesy, then claim victory. However, Yi Ziyi had thought the same. She wasn't acting out of any sense of kinship after all, it was Lu Xun's relative, not hers. She simply didn't want to waste any more time. Clang. A flash of cold steel. Chapter 34, Lu Xun is just so lame. Yi Ziyi's sword strike startled Lu Xun. He channeled the swift wind technique into his feet, narrowly evading the strike before stepping to the edge of the arena to observe her. Momentum. His sword strike actually contained the swift wind technique. Not only was it blindingly fast, but where the blade passed, it left behind multiple cracks as if swept by a violent storm. The audience was stunned. Good, so powerful. Both of them have mastered the legendary momentum at the opening veins realm. Even I, at the divine platform realm, can't guarantee I could dodge that strike with absolute certainty. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now this is worth watching. No wonder I spent $1 million on these tickets. At that moment, a hint of astonishment flickered in Yi Ziyi's eyes. This relative of Lu Xun had also mastered the force. Swift wind sword technique, third form wind sweeps. With a flicker of intent, Yi Ziyi launched another attack. With a slight flick of her sword, 3 streaks of swordlight, carrying the force of a gale, shot toward Lu Xun. Lu Xun barely dodged the slashes when Yi Ziyi appeared before him. She struck out with her palm, aiming to stun him by hitting his throat. But Lu Xun timed his evasion perfectly, sidestepping the strike while simultaneously unleashing a punch. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Ziyi's eyes as she parried the punch with her sword. Boom! The metallic clang of clashing blades echoed as energy ripples radiated outward. Both rolled back, creating distance between them. Thud! After just one exchange, many spectators in the stands swallowed hard. Holy crap, these guys are freaking monsters. Wait, are you sure they're only at the opening veins realm and not the higher divine platform realm? No way. If I'd been in either of their positions just now, I wouldn't have reacted in time. These guys are ridiculously strong for the pulse opening realm. The spectators exchanged whispers as the battle on stage raged on. The essence of the whirlwind style boiled down to one word: speed. Their afterimages blurred across the arena, leaving many weaker spectators unable to discern where their true forms actually were. Swift wind sword technique pierced the sky. Yi Ziyi channeled the sword technique, thrusting his blade forward. The afterimages created by Lu Xun's swift wind technique instantly dissolved into dust. The next moment, Yi Ziyi's sword flickered again, and hundreds of swordlights materialized in an instant. The illusion she conjured, indistinguishable from reality, followed suit, unleashing hundreds of swordlights of their own. Whoosh! 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 A sky filled with sword shadows converged like 10,000 blades returning to their source, hurtling toward Lu Xun with no possible escape. Just as the audience thought the match would end this way. Clang! 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 The sword shadows seemed to strike against iron, producing a dull, thudding sound. Amidst the billowing dust, the spectators couldn't make out what was happening on the stage. What's going on? Did that burly guy lose or not? From the sound just now, it didn't sound like flesh being torn. Even a physical cultivator facing that level of sword energy wouldn't make that kind of noise. Look! That guy's skin is the same color as stone. Boom! Every pair of eyes in the arena was now fixed on Lu Xun. His skin had turned a pale brown, swirling with dark, pulsing light. His stature had grown significantly taller. If one had to describe him, Lu Xun now resembled a forbidden magic statue. The might of heavenly rock. He's mastered 2 forms of power. Holy crap, is this stuff common as cabbage? God, let me master at least one of them. Before Yi Ziyi could recover from her shock, Lu Xun's figure instantly materialized before her. If a warrior wielding the Heaven Rock Force were a meat shield warrior high attack, high defense, his only flaw would be sluggish speed. But Lu Xun wielded the momentum of a whirlwind. It was like a Garen with 8,000 HP suddenly gaining 1,700 movement speed, utterly unstoppable. Fist out. The imagined scene of smashing Anti-8 into the air never materialized. Lu Xun's punch seemed to strike Yi Ziyi's sword, like hitting water that was soft and yielding. No! In preparation, he truly struck water. Water god's might. At that moment, an ocean seemed to appear beneath Yi Ziyi's feet, ready to swallow everything whole. Beasts sink beneath the waves, emperors pass and leave their lives behind. Originally relying solely on the swift wind force, Yi Ziyi was like a fragile assassin. But now, having fused with the water god's might, she remained an assassin at her core, yet her damage was devastating and relentless, capable of nullifying any offensive. Holy crap! She's a dual-style master too. I just came to watch a tournament and now I feel like I've lived in vain? Bro, you're not the only one. I feel nothing now, just a bit like I don't want to live anymore. Holy crap, I lost track of time. These two have been battling for 3 solid hours. The Divine Platform Realm match next door wrapped up and cleared out half an hour ago. The moment one spectator uttered those words, every breath in the arena froze. Because they witnessed a scene they would never forget. 3 stances. Fire God stance. Lu Xun planted his foot. The arena instantly transformed into a magma inferno. Yi Ziyi was forced to intensely channel her Qi essence to propel herself into the air. Gazing at Lu Xun now, only one thought filled her mind. If this distant uncle Lu Xun truly possessed strength beyond the opening veins realm, it was downright absurd. And Lu Xun, looking at her, had the exact same thought. His 8th aunt was just too damn strong. Though older and lower in cultivation, her mastery of 2 elemental forces alone put her on par with divine platform realm experts who hadn't yet forged their divine paths. You're formidable, but it's a pity you met me. Though Yi Ziyi inwardly acknowledged Uncle Lu Xun's prowess, her sword hand did not falter. She traced a sword flourish. Roar! A 3-clawed thunder dragon phantom appeared, crushing toward Lu Xun as her own form shot toward him at blinding speed. The spectators would never have believed it if they hadn't witnessed it themselves. This was merely a sword technique unleashed by someone at the opening veins realm. Lu Xun, of course, observed Yi Ziyi charging beneath the thunder dragon's shadow, gathering power to deliver a fatal strike. He slammed his fist into the stage. Boom! 2 massive gates, flowing with molten lava, materialized out of thin air. One shattered the charging thunder dragon illusion, while the other blocked Yi Ziyi's path. Seeing this, Yi Ziyi had no choice but to abandon her charged strike, slashing instead at the magma gate and obliterating it with sheer force. At this moment, the spiritual energy within her Qi was nearly depleted. Lu Xun's situation was much the same. Another 2 moves, and even his disguise would likely fail. Neither had anticipated encountering such formidable opponents here. Crucially, the opponent was Lu Xun, his own relative. As the spectators on the arena suddenly froze, exchanging uneasy glances, those just recovering from the earlier shot murmured in confusion. Why did they suddenly stop? Given the intensity of their battle just now, I'd guess they've probably exhausted most of their Qi spiritual energy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped. Holy crap, could this be the moment they decide the winner? The words had barely left his mouth. Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun, who understood each other's intentions, moved. They brushed past each other. In the next instant, Yi Ziyi's sword shattered inch by inch in his hand, while Lu Xun's palm dripped crimson blood onto the ground. Witnessing this, everyone swallowed hard. Could it be no victor? The question had barely left someone's lips. Yi Ziyi braced herself against the corner of the stage and declared, "I lose." That punch should have at least severely wounded her, yet not only did he hold back at the last moment, he even deliberately cut his own hand to spare her the humiliation. Lu Xun's back was drenched in sweat. Because in the final split second, he had spotted the protective amulet around Yi Ziyi's neck. What should he do? If she found out it was him who struck her, would she fly into a rage? No, I'm Uncle San now. Why am I freaking out? With that thought, Lu Xun calmly stepped down from the stage. Chapter 35, Uncle San and Auntie Ba's Showdown. After collecting the 9-hole Linglong flower reward from the organizers, dawn began to break. Yi Ziyi returned to her bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and murmured to herself. Third Uncle Lu Xun is so powerful. Though they had both reached the opening veins realm at the same time and mastered 4 types of momentum, his strength at this stage far surpassed hers. And what puzzled her most was this. If Uncle Lu Xun was this formidable even at the Meridian opening realm, he shouldn't have been obscure in his previous life. Could it be that some tragedy befell him in his previous life, causing his downfall? At this thought, Yi Ziyi opened her eyes, a cold gleam flashing within them. In her eyes, both Lu Xun and his third uncle would become her most capable tools for future vengeance against those who wronged her. Therefore, she now harbored only one thought: grow stronger, then make both of them submit to her. Yet as she pondered, Yi Ziyi couldn't shake the feeling she was forgetting something. Until the next second, when the system's electronic voice sounded in her mind. Ding! Comparison failed. Adventure quest activated. Yi Ziyi. Adventure quest: prepare a heartfelt dinner and personally feed it to Lu Xun when he returns. Completion rewards: 9 Tyrant Tower Yellow Grade Spirit Artifact, Palm Thunder Yellow Grade Technique. Staring at the floating text before her, Yi Ziyi froze for a long moment. Damn it! If it weren't for that battle with his third uncle, how could he possibly have beaten me? Yi Ziyi felt a surge of irritation. Previous failures had stemmed from various unforeseen circumstances, but this time she'd prepared meticulously. There was no way she should have lost. Lu Xun, you got lucky this time. With that, Yi Ziyi closed her eyes to meditate. Her battle with Lu Xun's third uncle had depleted her Qi, and even if she went to school, she wouldn't be able to fight Lu Xun again. Just then, the system's cold, electronic voice echoed in her mind once more. Ding! System comparison activated. Comparison task: determine whose birthday gift to the other is superior. Victory reward: Spatial Essence, 3000 Emperor Grade Spirit Stones. Reading the system task, Yi Ziyi's lips curved into a faint smile. This time, she was guaranteed to win. After all, the gifts she could offer were, once again, of imperial grade. For example, cultivation techniques, sword skills, spear techniques, artifact forging methods. Could Lu Xun possibly offer such things? He couldn't. Spatial principles, huh? That one is indeed special.
Even the martial kings I encountered in my previous life who mastered spatial principles were extremely difficult to deal with.
Yi Ziyi gazed at the spatial principles' reward as if they were already hers. After all, in her eyes, this wasn't merely a case of having all the advantages, it was the system bestowing a blessing upon her. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanren, who had received the first place reward directly due to Yi Ziyi's absence, felt a bit uneasy. The first place prize was far more generous than he had anticipated.
At that moment, the vice dean standing on stage walked up to Lu Xun, patted his shoulder solemnly, and said, "Lu Xun, I hope you can maintain this level of achievement in the next academic year.
Keep up the excellent work." With that,
his gaze was intensely serious as he pinned an exquisite medal engraved with the characters 12 to Lu Xun's chest. He then handed Lu Xun a Longqing vine leaf and a storage ring filled with abundant cultivation resources. Only after completing these tasks did he proceed to the second place winner for the awards. As the crowd gazed upon the badge adorning Lu Xun's chest, nearly every student in attendance stared in awe. For this medal signified his recognition by the academy. He had become one of the 12 sequences. After a moment of stunned silence, murmurs of doubt began to rise regarding the vice dean's decision to confer this title upon Lu Xun.
Has the vice dean lost his mind? Every sequence holder is a young powerhouse who made unprecedented contributions to Huaxia. What qualifies Lu Xun? The 12th sequence. I recall the last inheritor was Senior Li, who died defending the borderlands against the 12 martial kings of the Lox Kingdom, right?
The vice dean's decision to grant Lu Xun a sequence number was made only after meticulous consultation with the dean. After all, beyond nurturing the nation's youth, they had countless other responsibilities. They simply couldn't keep a constant watch over the Bai family. Therefore, after bestowing this sequence upon Lu Xun, even a century-old Yanjing family like the Bai clan would have to carefully weigh the consequences, considering the formidable family forces behind those heroic souls who had once inherited this sequence number and perished in battle. "Lu Xun, come to my office after class." After speaking, the vice dean's gaze flickered as he touched the medal on Lu Xun's chest. This was the sequence number once held by his son. "Yes, sir." Meeting the vice dean's complex gaze, Lu Xun sensed the insignia's significance yet instinctively nodded in agreement. Just as Lu Xun and the vice dean were about to descend the podium, a rugged-looking youth bearing a striking resemblance to the vice dean blocked their path. Boom! A flaming spear appeared in his hand. He faced Lu Xun, his voice cold enough to send shivers down one's spine. "You are unworthy of this serial number. Hand it over." Hearing this, Lu Xun's brows furrowed deeply. The vice dean, however, turned his gaze to the youth and barked an order, "Get out!" Hearing the command, the youth shot the vice dean, the very man who had abandoned his mother, in them a look filled with hatred. Then, enunciating each word clearly, he declared, "I, Li Xuanqi, challenge sequence 12 holder Lu Xun. The loser shall remove their sequence and permanently forfeit their martial cultivation." Boom! His words exploded like thunder among the crowd. Hearing this, the crowd that had begun to disperse suddenly gathered once more. Challenging a sequence holder. Isn't that third-year senior Li Xuanqi? Rumor has it he's related to the late senior Li Xuanqi, who died in battle. TSK. Lu Xun just got his sequence, and already people are trying to piggyback and become sequencers themselves? It's unethical, but it's definitely the easiest way to get into the sequence. I heard sequencers gather every 3 years for trials, kicking out those they deem unworthy. Get lost. This isn't the place for you to be causing trouble. The vice dean's brow furrowed deeply, his tone still brimming with fury. But Li Xuanqi seemed oblivious to his words, his flaming spear pointed directly at Lu Xun as he coldly demanded, "Do you dare to accept?" Lu Xun stared at the fire-tipped spear mere inches from his eyes, squinting as if scorched by its intense heat. "I'll accept. But no crippling my cultivation. If I win, you hand over that white sword in your storage ring." He hadn't expected that sword to end up in this world. If he could get it, he'd give it to Yi Ziyi. She'd surely be delighted. Though he wondered if the sword spirit still lived. Just as the vice dean heard Lu Xun agree and was about to shout, "Get lost. There's no room for your nonsense here." Li Xuanqi snapped his fingers. Snap. The snap echoed. The two found themselves transported to a different dimension. Li Xuanqi, holding his fire-tipped spear, faced Lu Xun and declared, "The terms remain unchanged. If I lose, I forfeit my cultivation and surrender my sword. If you lose, you forfeit your cultivation." Just as Lu Xun was about to protest that it was unnecessary, Li Xuanqi instantly suppressed his cultivation to match Lu Xun's level. Boom! Chapter 36, I'm Uncle San now, why would I panic? The fire sword spear swept through the air. The air was thick with lingering heat. Lu Xun dodged the strike, his face expressionless. The next instant, his figure vanished like a mist of dawn, reappearing instantly at Li Longqi's side. A palm strike erupted. As if anticipating this, Li Longqi thrust his spear forward. Bang! Palm and spear collided, sparks flying everywhere. Body cultivation technique perfected. A fleeting look of astonishment flashed in Li Longqi's eyes, one of which turned an eerie crimson. At that moment, a thread appeared at Lu Sun's waist in his vision.
An opening.
Li Longqi swept his spear horizontally toward Lu Sun's waist, aiming to finish him with a single strike.
Lu Sun hadn't anticipated Li Longqi's combat instincts being so sharp, spotting the opening at a glance. He planted his feet firmly and instantly leapt back several paces. Upon seeing Li Longqi's crimson eye, understanding dawned instantly. An anomalous pupil. No wonder. What puzzled Lu Sun, however, was that heterochromatic eyes typically came in pairs. Why did Li Longqi possess only one? Before he could ponder further, Li Longqi's spear tip flashed toward his face. Seeing this, Lu Sun prepared to duck low. Pear blossoms in the rain. Li Longqi's spear technique was deceptively sharp, the shaft suddenly sweeping downward. Lu Sun sidestepped, but the spear swept horizontally toward him. In the critical moment, he had no choice but to leap upward. The next instant, he stood suspended in midair, balancing on one foot atop the spear blade. Your spear technique is decent, but you still need more practice. Hearing this, Li Longqi, who held his spear with one hand, froze in surprise. He had never been so humiliated. Eerie patterns began to emerge on his face, and the fiery spear in his hand mysteriously merged into his body. Breaking army-style 10,000 spears returned to the source. Terrifying phantom spear images materialized behind him, hurtling toward Lu Sun. Just as the fastest phantom spear hovered directly above Lu Sun's head. Stop! Lu Sun uttered a single word. In the next instant, everything around him seemed to transform into an ocean. And Lu Sun stood as its master. Snap! The gun's shadow shattered. Before Li Longqi could react, Lu Sun's figure had already darted behind him. Li Longqi felt a wetness on his neck. He reached up to touch it. Blood. His pupils dilated violently. Had Lu Sun not held back just now, his head would have been severed from his body. I've lost. With those words, Li Longqi crushed the jade token at his waist, shattering the alternate dimension. As the two reappeared in their original spot, many spectators were eager to learn the outcome of the sequence battle. Did Senior Li take down Lu Sun? Of course. With Senior Li's skills, even if those seniors from the 4th year showed up, they probably wouldn't stand a chance. But why did Senior Li seem off to me? No sooner had the words left his mouth. The Vice Dean had been about to step forward to tell Lu Sun that losing to Li Longqi wasn't shameful, and that he'd find a way to help him keep his ranking. But in the next instant, Li Longqi manipulated spiritual energy, causing the cracked white sword from his storage ring to materialize before Lu Sun. Thud! A dull thud echoed. He punched his dantian, spitting out a jet of blood, his entire aura instantly withering. In mere seconds, he plummeted from a divine platform peak cultivator to an ordinary mortal. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Gulp! Countless people swallowed hard. How did Senior Li cripple himself? Could Senior Li have lost to Lu Sun in the sequence battle? How is that possible? No one could believe it, not even the Vice Dean. Lu Sun hadn't expected this man to be so stubborn. Once a promise was made, it had to be kept. The Vice Dean moved to help Li Longqi up. Shao Qi. Li Longqi shoved him away, stepping before Lu Sun. Staring at the sequence badge on his chest, he gritted his teeth. I will take it back. With that, he fixed the vice principal with an icy stare before turning and walking away. The vice principal, looking as if he'd aged 10 years overnight, watched his own flesh and blood walk out of the academy, leaving a trail of blood with every step. Only after his figure vanished completely did the Vice Dean pull Lu Sun into the dean's office. Inside, several elderly men sat with eyes closed, resting. Their appearances varied greatly. Some looked fierce, others kind-faced, and still others bore a sinister expression. Lu Sun, I trust you are aware of the special significance behind the insignia I bestowed upon you earlier. The individuals seated here are all descendants of families who once held this insignia. If the Bai family intends to make any moves against you, they do well to weigh their own standing. After the Vice Dean finished speaking, he proceeded to explain the origins of the sequence badge to Lu Sun. Within the borders of Huaxia, 12 individuals bore the sequence badge. Each was an undisputed prodigy among the younger generation. Yet not a single member of the 12 sequences had ever survived, their sequence numbers passed down through generations. Some were born different from others, yet all shared the same ultimate goal, to secure the highest honor in the Seven Nations War, ensuring the continued survival of China. The so-called Seven Nations War was forced upon China after its supreme warrior vanished. Otherwise, when the armies of the Seven Nations pressed against its borders, China would inevitably suffer the same fate as the small nations that had been destroyed before it. In Lu Sun's view, these 12 sequence individuals were essentially sacrificial lambs, giving their lives for the nation. At this point, the Vice Dean exchanged glances with the elders before speaking with grave solemnity. Lu Sun, though it is cruel, we have no choice but to send you forth. Only then can we purge the rotten apples from our ranks. If it succeeds, you and I will live. If it fails, the holders of the 12 sequence insignia and all of us will perish. Hearing this, Lu Sun froze. After a long pause, realizing the gravity of the situation, he finally asked, why me? The Dean chose you. The Vice Dean hesitated before finally speaking. Lu Sun was dumbfounded. He had no quarrel with the Dean. Why would he be assigned such a deadly task? It wasn't just him.
When the dean had insisted on choosing Lu Sun against everyone's objections, no one had agreed.
What impact could Amir Jr. at the opening veins realm possibly have on the overall situation, even if he showed some talent?
But now, the situation was irreversible. The choice had been made, and they had no choice but to accept it.
Lu Sun, these are the teachings we impart to you. We hope you master them during this period.
The vice dean finished speaking and placed over 30 manuals before Lu Sun. Lu Sun felt like he was about to shatter.
Over 30 manuals of various kinds, how long would it take to study them all?
Lu Sun had no time to mess around with them.
Is it possible not to learn them?
You can refuse, but you'll have to prove your worth to us. At this, one of them, a man standing nearly 6 feet tall, bare-chested.
A shoulder-to-back dragon tattooed on his shoulders, his muscles alone intimidating.
A cigar dangling from his lips, rose and spoke indifferently. Once you break through to the peak of the opening veins realm, come to my Qin family. If you fail the test, then I'll beat you into submission and make you train again until you pass my test. As his words fell silent, the others exchanged a glance at Lu Sun before vanishing silently from their spots. Watching them depart, Lu Sun made his decision. He would never break through to the 9th level of the opening veins realm in this lifetime. With that thought, Lu Sun set off cheerfully on his way home. But the moment he arrived home.
Chapter 37, this time, she's guaranteed to win. The pitch-black room instantly brightened.
Happy birthday, big brother. A bunch of yellow-haired kids suddenly appeared, blocking Lu Sun's view.
Happy birthday, big brother. Come blow out the candles. Zhang Yuan walked up to Lu Sun carrying a cake. How did you guys know it was my birthday today?
Big sister told us.
Didn't you check the class group? She posted it there. More classmates might show up later. Hold on, wait a minute, class group?
Lu Sun stared at Zhang Yuan, utterly confused.
When did their class get a group chat?
Just then, Yi Ziyi approached him carrying a gift box.
Happy birthday, Lu Sun.
Lu Sun paused before taking the gift box. After a moment's thought, he removed the birthday hat from the box and placed it on Yi Ziyi's head. Share the joy, share the joy. At that moment, Zhang Yuan and a few others exchanged glances. Realizing what was happening, they immediately turned around with the cake in hand.
Happy birthday, sister-in-law. Yi Ziyi smiled faintly. Thank you. But then, she froze as Lu Sun suddenly darted into the room. What was he doing there? Could he be going to prepare a birthday gift for her?
At that thought, a glint of sharpness flashed deep in Yi Ziyi's eyes.
Could his birthday gift possibly be more valuable than hers?
This time, she was bound to win the comparison. Then, when Lu Sun stepped out of the room.
Ziyi, your birthday gift.
Yi Ziyi stared at the gift box in his hands, momentarily stunned.
Wasn't this the very box she'd just given him? Could it be that he hadn't bought a gift box at all? Had he just gone into the room, unwrapped the gift box she'd given him, and then returned it?
Though Yi Ziyi felt a twinge of annoyance, she didn't dwell on it, knowing she'd win the comparison later.
Thanks.
Just as Yi Ziyi reached out to take the box, a cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed in her mind.
Ding. Comparison failed. Dare challenge activated.
Dare, kiss Lu Sun in front of everyone. Reward for completion, spatial rules, 3,000 holy grade spirit stones.
The system's voice faded away. Yi Ziyi's slender body trembled. How could this be? She had given Lu Sun 2 imperial scriptures plus the immortal secrets rewarded by the system earlier. How could she possibly lose? An illusion. It must be an illusion. System executing adventure countdown, 159. As the system's countdown began, Yi Ziyi finally realized. This was reality.
Her gifts weren't as precious as the birthday present Lu Sun gave her. Watching Lu Sun grinning as he was surrounded by Zhang Yuan and the others, Yi Ziyi clenched her fists for a moment before immediately lunging forward and biting Lu Sun, drawing a chorus of gasps from Zhang Yuan and the others.
Ding! Adventure quest completed.
Overlord Tower Yellow Grade Spirit Artifact, Palm Thunder Yellow Grade Skill have been delivered to the system warehouse.
At that moment, Yi Ziyi returned to her room.
I'll see what Lu Sun gave me. Opening the gift box, she was greeted by the 9-hole linglong flower housed in a special container, along with the evergreen vine and a tiny white sword.
9-hole linglong flower? Yi Ziyi frowned deeply.
He remembered this item had been obtained by Lu Sun's third uncle.
Why would Lu Sun give it to him? Could it be that the third uncle was actually Lu Sun in disguise? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Sun couldn't possibly possess that level of power.
Dismissing the correct answer, Yi Ziyi's gaze shifted to the small white sword. Even with the 9-hole linglong flower and the evergreen vine leaf, the gift he gave should be inferior to his own.
Could it be this white sword?
As she spoke, Yi Ziyi lightly touched the tip of her finger to the white sword, releasing spiritual energy to probe what peculiarity it held. But the instant her fingertip touched the blade, the sword, which had been shrunk by Lu Sun's spell, returned to its normal size. In the next instant, it dissolved into a streak of spiritual light and merged into Yi Ziyi's body. Outside the living room, Lu Xun, sensing the sword had acknowledged its master, narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. As the sky grew darker, the birthday banquet drew to a close. After seeing all the guests off, Lu Xun began cleaning up alone. He didn't know how much time had passed. Boom! A startling surge of spiritual energy caused his eyes to narrow slightly once more. Moments later, Yi Ziyi emerged from the room. She looked at Lu Xun, momentarily at a loss for words. That white sword held a shocking secret within it. Though her current strength was insufficient to grasp its full depth, she had already gained immense insight. Moreover, she now possessed a newfound confidence. In this lifetime, she could ascend to emperorhood through the way of the sword. Thank you. Yi Ziyi managed a strained thank you. You're welcome. Alright, come eat your birthday cake. I had to fight those guys from Zhangyuan to get it. Lu Xun held the cake close to Yi Ziyi. Open wide, I'll feed you. Hearing this, Yi Ziyi froze in place. After a moment, she parted her crimson lips and took a bite of the cake. Tasty, huh? Lu Xun grinned, cutting off another small piece for her. But suddenly, Yi Ziyi noticed the badge on Lu Xun's chest, and her pupils instantly contracted. How could a sequence badge be on Lu Xun? As someone who had been reborn, Yi Ziyi naturally knew about the 12 sequence individuals. They would all die. It was a brutal game. Lu Xun, once we leave this room, you are not to leave my sight. After speaking, Yi Ziyi took the cake from Lu Xun's hands and returned to the room. Lu Xun stood frozen for a moment before scratching his head and grinning foolishly to himself. Her possessiveness is too strong. Is she turning into a Yandere? But what he didn't know was. Chapter 38, he'll never break through to the 9th heaven of opening meridians in this lifetime. After returning to her room, Yi Ziyi leaned against the door, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Yet within moments, she swept away the gloom and began mapping out her recent cultivation plans in her mind. Though the 9-hole linglong flower and evergreen vine could alter her constitution, transforming her from a pure body to a pure spirit body, or even a sacred body, none of this came close to achieving the goal she had set for herself. Yi Ziyi resolved that in due time, she would journey to cultivate within the sacred tomb of fiends, one of the 10 most perilous lands that martial artists avoided at all costs. For there, she would find the blood slaughter fruit, the key to elevating her cultivation. The night passed in a flash. As Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun approached the school gates, they found the entrance swarming with people, punctuated by intermittent sounds of combat echoing from within. What's going on, bro? Lu Xun casually asked a passerby for details. The man glanced at Lu Xun and replied. You haven't heard? The school entrance is blocked. If you want to get in, you have to beat him. It's all that Lu Xun's fault. Lu Xun? Why is it my fault? That Lu Xun killed a student named by Wu Chang from Huangu Academy back in the secret realm, right? Huangu Academy has always been at odds with our Four Gods Academy. Anyway, that's how things are now. After hearing this, Yi Ziyi looked at Lu Xun. It was indeed his fault. With so many of us, couldn't we have just finished him off together? Lu Xun spoke up again. You think we didn't want to? We tried swarming them earlier. Those yellow-haired guys are all in the hospital now. The moment we charged, bloody figures started popping up out of nowhere. Even those upperclassmen from the 3rd year stepped in earlier, and they still couldn't win. Besides, this guy from Huangu Academy seems to have some serious connections. He didn't give the vice dean the time of day when he showed up. Hearing this, Lu Xun inwardly sighed with both despair and relief. Sigh. Looks like school's out for another day. Just as he was about to head home for a nap, Yi Ziyi suddenly heard a cold electronic voice in her mind. Ding. Comparison activated. Comparison content. Who will defeat the formidable foe and enter the academy first? Victory reward, breakthrough pill high grade, see river diagram sacred artifact. Comparison failure penalty, randomly activate a major adventure quest. The system's voice faded. A gleam flashed in Yi Ziyi's eyes as he instantly teleported to the school gates. Isn't that freshman goddess Yi Ziyi? Someone gasped in surprise, and Lu Xun immediately turned around, pushing through the crowd. Seriously? She actually wants to go to class? While Lu Xun was baffled, others weren't optimistic about Yi Ziyi either. Seriously? She's challenging the gate blockers? There's no comparison between the 9th layer of the opening veins realm and the 4th layer. Sigh, I hope she doesn't get badly injured later. As these words fell silent. Standing at the school gate, the figure clad in the ancient yellow uniform licked the bloodstained dagger in his hand, grinning wickedly at Yi Ziyi. You little, I'm not like those men. I don't spare the fair sex, I beat both men and women. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Boom! His figure abruptly materialized before Yi Ziyi. The dagger slashed toward her. A white sword, covered in cracks, suddenly materialized in Yi Ziyi's hand. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Quick reflexes. The man's words had barely left his lips when his figure vanished once more. His speed was astonishing. To the onlookers, his leaping movements were nothing but afterimages. Damn it, he's so fast I can't even see him clearly. Damn it!
He looks about our age, yet the gap in strength is so huge? After 2 probing moves, Yi Zi realized this man was likely a master assassin. Bang! 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 Several consecutive attacks were blocked by Yi Zi. The man seemed to grow irritated. Scratching bloody gashes into his own face and neck, he growled. Why can't I hit her? This is so annoying, why can't I hit her? Splatter! He plunged the short dagger into his wrist. Drip, drip. In mere moments, a small stream of blood pooled at his feet. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but be puzzled by his bizarre behavior. What's wrong with this guy? Why did he suddenly start hurting himself? Everyone else was taken out in 1 strike before, but now he's missed Yi Shueme multiple times in a row. He must be furious. Maybe Yi Shueme can win after all? With such a huge gap in cultivation levels, how could she possibly win? True. Wait, look at his blood. As the cry echoed through the air. Everyone was astonished to see his blood gradually coalescing into a blood figure. The next second, as the blood figure vanished. SSSSHHH. A wound from a short dagger suddenly appeared on Yi Zi's wrist. The blood shadow technique, a divine ability of the blood-crying divine body. Yi Zi's pupils contracted slightly. Before she could react, fresh blood dripping from the man's feet coalesced into a new blood shadow. No! Shadows surged from every direction. In an instant, countless wounds appeared on Yi Zi's body. Her hands, face, and thighs were all slashed open. Do you feel immobilized now? The man's expression was deeply unsettling as he licked the short knife covered in his own blood, his voice dripping with a sinister chuckle. My blood is poisonous. You've been cut by my blood shadow. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the crowd sucked in a collective gasp. No wonder those yellow-haired guys unleashed a combo attack and created so many blood-covered figures. Who knows how many blood shadows this guy planted around the school? Damn it, this is impossible to fight. But Lu Xun's focus was clearly different from theirs. Seeing the dense network of cuts appearing on Yi Zi's flawless white legs, he was furious. He hadn't even touched her yet, and she already had so many cuts. Just as he was about to lose control and act, Yi Zi moved first. Her earlier stance hadn't been to deliberately take the blow, she'd been using her own blood to pinpoint every blood shadow's position. Whoosh! Yi Zi shot toward the man like a streak of swordlight. Seeing this, the man grinned wickedly as he commanded the blood shadows to stab relentlessly at Yi Zi. Yet Yi Zi seemed to anticipate each strike, evading every attack with precision. Impossible. How did you do that? Chapter 39, is she turning into a Yandere? Everyone was stunned. She won. Yi Zi had actually won. Despite the vast gap in cultivation levels, she still prevailed. Now, as Yi Zi appeared before him, sword raised in a threatening stance, the man's eyes widened in terror. Speak. Answer me. How did you do it? Seeing her remain silent, she merely sheathed her sword. Infuriated, he scratched his scalp repeatedly. His fingers raked through his hair, the sharp tips tearing the skin. Blood stained his face crimson. Right. You're poisoned. It took him a long moment to comprehend. This is the antidote. With that, the man tossed the antidote pill into Yi Zi's body. Then, he impatiently pressed on with his questions. Quickly, tell me how you did it. Blood, Yi Zi uttered coldly, one word at a time. Blood? The man suddenly understood. So that's it. That's how it works. Thank you. Next time, I'll turn my blood poison into a deadly toxin. That way, even if someone discovers the flaw, they won't be able to defeat me. His words sent a chill down the spines of nearly everyone present. This man is a madman. Finally, someone defeated him. Now we can all go to school. Just as everyone was relieved they could finally attend school that day, the man's cold, dark gaze swept over the entire crowd. When I said that defeating me would grant admission to school, what I meant was, only the one who defeats me will be allowed to attend. Only the strong deserve to study. As the man finished speaking, everyone froze in shock. What the hell? Only the strong deserve to study. If you're late, the school won't care about your reasons, your credits are gone. Now, you have 2 choices, hand over Lu Xun, or defeat me. As the man finished speaking and prepared to lick his dagger, Lu Xun appeared beside him like a ghost. I hear you're looking for me. The man turned around just in time. Crash! His body flew through the air like and crashed to the ground. You ambushed me. Before the man could scramble to his feet, Lu Xun's fists came crashing down. Thud, 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 thud. Yi Zi watched the scene unfold, her brows slightly furrowed. The earlier challenge had been about who could defeat a powerful enemy faster, that was fine. But there was also the matter of going to class. If she went to class now, it would mean a tie with Lu Xun. With that thought, Yi Zi took a step forward. The others watched the scene unfold, swallowing hard. What if someone gets seriously hurt? What if someone ends up dead? Quickly stop Lu Xun. Suddenly, driven by an intense will to survive, the man who'd been beaten into a state of near death instinctively swung a vicious punch. Thud. Lu Sun blocked with both hands, but the residual force sent him flying backward. Thud! He flew through the air, crashing into the wall behind him and shattering it. When the billowing dust finally settled, he realized he was standing in a classroom. At that moment, Yi Zi, who had just reached the staircase entrance, suddenly saw it appear before her eyes. Ding! Comparison failure adventure quest activated. Adventure quest, where the comparison targets favorite JK uniform and black stockings, then chat with him for 1 hour in his presence. Yi Zi? Adventure task requirements, do not get angry. Adventure quest reward, realm-breaking pill low grade, 1 painting useless, just an ordinary picture. Ding! System luck value has reached 100%, activating luck effect. Luck effect, next comparison activation guarantees a result favorable to the host. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Yi Zi forced herself to calm down. Though she didn't know how Lu Sun had managed to narrowly defeat her this time, she knew one thing for certain. Next time, she absolutely could not lose again. Because the next comparison would definitely be in her favor. The system wouldn't deceive her. Ding dong. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, the classroom quickly emptied. Some chose to practice in the spirit array to relieve the fatigue from class. Some headed off campus for an aromatherapy back massage to experience the soothing pressure. Lu Sun, however, chose to lie down on his desk and sleep. However, he had barely settled down when, suddenly, a wave of fragrance swept over him. Someone sat down beside him. He turned his head and couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap!" There, sitting in the seat next to him, was Yi Zi wearing a school uniform. And the most devastating part was, her slender, straight legs were encased in black stockings, creating a tantalizingly hazy allure. Do you like it? Facing Yi Zi's question, Lu Sun smiled calmly, "It looks good." Yi Zi said nothing, merely returning the smile. Then, she suddenly leaned in close to Lu Sun. Their faces were so close they could feel each other's breath against their skin. Lu Sun felt a flicker of panic. This was in the classroom, after all. She wasn't planning to make a move in the classroom, was she? Lu Sun, can you please stop practicing? I don't want to see you so exhausted. Yi Zi's voice carried a seductive quality, sending tingles through her body. Especially since she was leaning so close to him. Lu Sun felt as if he'd arrived in heaven, his heart filled with profound emotion. She must think my recent breakthroughs were too rapid, fearing my foundation might be unstable. Plus, after that person made such a threat today, she deliberately dressed like this to talk to me. Truthfully, she didn't need to dress like this, though I certainly don't mind. Ge, I know. You're worried I'm pushing myself too hard in my cultivation, and that my foundation might be unstable. But you needn't worry. My foundation won't falter, and I certainly won't push myself too hard in cultivation. Hearing this, Yi Zi's vision went black. What on earth are you imagining? I only asked you to stop cultivating because I feared failing the comparison. Yi Zi suspected he was deliberately trying to provoke her. Lu Sun, sensing the tense atmosphere around him, looked utterly confused. Why are you upset again? Just as he was wondering if it was his fault, Yi Zi, still focused on the unfinished adventure quest, regained her smile and asked gently. What would you like for lunch? Just something simple will do. Then shall we go to the cafeteria? Sure. Chapter 40, he's never even touched it. Ding. Adventure quest completed. Breakthrough pill and 1 map have been delivered to the system warehouse. As the system's voice faded, Yi Zi immediately left the classroom and headed to the spirit array for cultivation. On the way, she glanced at her phone, calculating the days. September 14th. In my previous life, the blood slaughter fruit ripened exactly 7 days later. That means I must set out this afternoon. Meanwhile, Dean's office, For God's Academy. Wait, why do I have to go all the way out there? Lu Sun was speechless. The Vice Dean had summoned him here just to assign him a trial. And why choose any place but the fiendish saint's tomb? That place had neither scenic beauty nor delicious food. Going there would be pure torture. Lu Sun, please adjust your attitude. Old Ming and I are only doing this for your own good. Seeing Lu Sun's intense reaction, the Vice Dean slammed his hand on the table. Besides, if you're willing to go and bring back a blood slaughter fruit to heal Master Ming's Dao injury, do you think he'd withhold cultivation resources from you? At the mention of cultivation resources, Lu Sun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The Vice Dean cut straight to the point, enough. You're going whether you like it or not. I've already arranged everything for you. Prepare to depart shortly. Lu Sun. Fine. So you summoned me here just to deliver this message? I absolutely despise this school that tramples on human rights. Just as Lu Sun was about to argue his case, a middle-aged man pushed open the dean's office door and addressed the Vice Dean and Elder Ming respectfully. Gentlemen, we are ready to depart. Is the candidate you mentioned also prepared? He's ready. Take him with you, the Vice Dean said, glancing at Lu Sun. Understood. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Sun. Young friend, come with me. With no other choice, Lu Sun followed the middle-aged man. Outside the academy grounds. After climbing into an armored vehicle, Lu Xun glanced at the back seat. Aside from several unfamiliar figures, he was pleasantly surprised to find Yi Zi was also there. Had she somehow learned that the Vice Dean had assigned him to the fiendish Saint tomb? Had she then taken on a mission within the academy near the tomb just to accompany him? Yi Zi, unaware of his thoughts, looked at him in surprise. Why was he here? Had he also accepted the same mission as her? But hadn't the quota already been filled? Folks, the road to your destination is blocked. How about I drive you to Qianzhan village instead? The middle-aged man asked while driving. Sure. The passengers in the back seat answered in unison. After all, Qianzhan village was only about 3 kilometers from their mission destination, merely a few extra steps. Roar! The engine roared to life. Before long, the afternoon passed. After getting out of the car, Lu Xun, whose butt was sore from sitting, stretched lazily and sighed inwardly. Finally here. Meanwhile, the men in the task force frowned as they watched Lu Xun. The mission required 7 members, and since they were 1 short, they had requested assistance from the 4 Gods Academy. But the 4 Gods Academy sent 2. Buy 1, get 1 free? Never mind. Whether they're free or not, they're here now, so they'd better pitch in. With that thought, the man approached Lu Xun and spoke. Young man, this mission involves purging twisted demons. You know how it is, demons absorb human spiritual energy to fuel their own growth, secretly expanding their power. Some lurk among humans, others enchant the world, corrupting all who cross their path. Demons, however, seek out exceptionally talented individuals. They secretly lure them into becoming demons themselves, then bring them back to the demonic realm to solve the demon's problem of difficulty in reproducing. As hybrids of both, these demonic monsters conceal themselves with great skill. Everyone must remain vigilant. Should you observe any unusual behavior in your comrades, eliminate them without hesitation. The man finished speaking. The task force members nodded in unison. Lu Xun, however, froze in place. He wasn't here on a mission. What use was this information to him? Thinking this, he glanced at Yi Zi. Still, the blood demon fruit wouldn't ripen for several more days. He could wander around freely during that time. Thanks for the heads up, big bro. But don't worry, I'm a pro. Slaying demons and exterminating monsters is no big deal for me. Hearing this, the middle-aged man gave an awkward chuckle. Right. He believed Lu Xun was just bragging. How difficult it was to eliminate demons. Even the demon-slaying teams had suffered heavy losses in Qianzhan village. How could anyone claim to be a professional? But since Lu Xun hailed from the 4 Gods Academy, he could only laugh it off and let it go. Meanwhile, a notification sounded in Yi Zi's mind. Ding! Comparison task activated. Comparison content: who can detect and slay the demon faster, you or your opponent? Victory reward: Purple Lotus Mist Flower Emperor grade, Upper Source Dancing Formula Saint grade. Failure penalty: randomly trigger an adventure quest. Yi Zi dismissed the system panel that suddenly appeared before her with disdain. Slaying demons was as easy as turning her palm for her. After all, in her previous life as one of the strongest combatants of her era, she had faced demonic threats frequently enough to master the art of swiftly identifying them. But glancing at Lu Xun trailing behind the group, still wearing that foolish grin, worry crept into her heart. Demons weren't like ordinary monsters that could be slain by brute force alone. What if his carelessness led to an accident? With that thought, Yi Zi approached Lu Xun, who was still grinning foolishly, lost in fantasies of rescuing the damsel in distress. She spoke up to warn him. Lu Xun, your yang energy is exceptionally strong. You're an easy target for demons. If one latches onto you, it could drain you dry. Lu Xun was stunned. Were demons really that formidable? Weren't they usually quite easy to slay, aside from the slight hassle of dealing with their demonic energy? Could it be that demons have different constitutions in every world? Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful to restrain my yang energy. I didn't come to warn you. Yi Zi shook her head, then placed a finger on Lu Xun's forehead. This is a technique to ward off demons. Cultivate it diligently. Lu Xun froze. Practicing the Holy Maiden's Heart method? As a grown man, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yet Yi Zi continued, upon reaching minor mastery in the Sacred Maiden's Heart method, one can cultivate a pure energy capable of purifying demonic aura. Hearing this, Lu Xun thought to himself, a real man should cultivate the Holy Maiden's Heart method. After all, though this technique was meant for women, the energy it produced could counter demonic energy. This technique is so precious, and you're giving it to me? It's not precious. Don't read too much into it, Yi Zi said indifferently. No worries. Once I return, I'll pledge myself to you, Lu Xun shamelessly pressed on. Hearing this, Yi Zi said nothing and walked straight to the front of the group. Soon, they arrived at Qianzhan village. Before them. Chapter 41, could you please stop getting stronger? Blue skies, white clouds, and a crystal-clear stream flowed beneath their feet. The air was exceptionally clean, so pure you could almost smell the earth's fragrance. Fruit hung temptingly from the trees, looking so juicy you could practically taste it. Small houses dotted the landscape near the farmlands, where 3 or 5 farmers busied themselves with the harvest. It resembled a paradise untouched by the outside world. That demon sure knows how to pick a spot, choosing such a lovely village to wreak havoc on. Exactly. If we weren't here on a mission, I'd swear we'd come for a vacation. Ha, this place is so picturesque, I can't help but want to compose a poem. Ah, what a beautiful village. Whether it was the scenery or not, the task force members had almost completely let down their guard. But Lu Xun and Yi Zi, well aware that demons could release aura to cloud people's minds, had already concentrated all their spiritual energy in their eyes before entering the village. As they surveyed the scene before them, goosebumps erupted all over their bodies. Where were the green mountains and fields? Where were the farmers toiling in the fields? Before their eyes. The sky was pitch black, swirling with dark clouds. The stream flowing just a few steps away ran crimson with blood. And the fruit trees, laden with tempting fruit, were actually rows of human heads, their eyes wide open in death. The farmers laboring in the fields were nothing but skeletal remains contorted in grotesque poses. Alarm bells rang in both their minds. The intelligence was wrong. The demons here have grown too powerful, far beyond what these men can handle. According to the intelligence Yi had received, the demons in Xianjian village were at most half-step 4th-tier demons, with combat strength not much different from that of human half-step Lingtai realm experts. Yet the mere aura before them could confuse several members of the task force. Had he not been prepared early on, he too might have fallen victim to the deception? This confusion was beyond the capability of a mere sub-4th-tier demon. It was highly likely a 5th-tier, or even a 6th-tier demonic creature. At this realization, Yi Zi's brows furrowed deeply. He was about to turn back and report the truth to the academy. A comparison mission? Could a comparison mission possibly outweigh one's life? At worst, she'd lose again. She could simply win it back next time. But the moment she turned, she saw the path they had come in on, winding and twisting like a mirage, gradually vanishing. There was no way out. Even Lu Xun couldn't figure out how to escape. Lu Xun? Yi Zi called out, observing him as he stood seemingly unaffected, just like her. After Lu Xun responded, she spoke again. You're full of clever ideas. Is there any way we can get out? After a moment of silence, Lu Xun spoke. I don't have a solution either. But where there's a will, there's a way. Let's just follow them for now. That's the only option. Seeing Lu Xun couldn't think of anything else for now, Yi Ziyue could only follow the deluded squad members for the time being. As the group approached the village center, an old man sitting at the village entrance smoking a pipe suddenly scrutinized them. Hey there, you lot don't look like locals. What brings you to our village? Hearing this, Wang Tao, the middle-aged man leading the group, smiled and replied. Old man, we're just a bunch of bored folks taking a road trip through your village. We saw how beautiful it is here and decided to stay a few days to relax. I see. The old man took another puff of his pipe before asking, have you found a place to stay yet? Not yet. Old man, could you do us a favor and help us find a place to stay? Wang Tao said, pulling out a few red bills and a pack of cigarettes from his pouch to slip into the old man's hand. Seeing his willingness to cooperate, the old man pocketed the cigarettes and chuckled. Follow me. With that, he led them into his courtyard. To Wang Tao and the others, the courtyard looked like an ordinary small Western-style house. But in Yi Zi and Lu Xun's eyes, the building was rotten and decaying, with cobwebs crawling all over the place. Creak, creak. The creaky wooden floorboards groaned loudly beneath their feet as the old man led them through the dilapidated rooms. Old man, what's that noise? Wang Tao seemed naturally sensitive to sounds. Though not disoriented, he could still hear certain noises. My eldest grandson is practicing the piano downstairs. Oh, I see. The old man's simple explanation instantly eased Wang Tao's guard. After arranging their lodging, the old man spoke again. You'll be staying here tonight. When my wife gets back, I'll have them whip up some simple dishes for you all. Thanks, thanks. Seeing the old man's warmth, Wang Tao pulled out a few red bills to continue the gesture. Before the old man closed the door and left, he gave the task force members a lingering look. From Yi Zi and Lu Xun's perspective, the skull's eye glowed with a crimson ghostly flame. At that moment, Wang Tao placed the mission details on the table. Everyone, come over. Let's discuss who should go scout tonight. I'll go, declared a 300-pound man from the task force. I specialize in body techniques and move extremely fast. Even if demons spot me, I can escape. Wang Tao nodded. Alright, you're on. Everyone else, keep this in mind, during our mission, we must not disturb the ordinary villagers and cause unnecessary trouble. Understood. The others agreed in turn. Wang Tao continued, alright, everyone go rest. If the fat guy finds the demon's trail tonight, we're probably in for a big fight. With that, he fell silent. The others departed one after another. Lu Xun and Yi Zi never found an opportunity to clear the way for the others, allowing them to see the true situation. Because, from the moment they stepped into this house, they had been under surveillance. At that moment, the two walked toward their respective rooms, each followed by a small spider. After Yi Zi entered her room and was trying to contact Lu Xun leapt through the window. Don't worry, I used a secret artifact to project an external body. I won't be detected. Hearing this, Yi Ziyi nodded before speaking. Lu Sun, have you figured out what to do? This place is shrouded in demonic energy with no trace of spiritual energy. If we stay here, our internal spiritual energy will eventually be depleted. After a moment of deep thought, Lu Sun lifted his head to meet Yi Ziyi's gaze. We have no choice but to find the demon's true form and strike a deal with it. A deal? Yi Ziyi was puzzled. Heh, you'll see when the time comes. Lu Sun chuckled. Oh, and Ziyi, if I manage to get you out safely this time, about that outfit you wore last time. The memory of that school uniform flushed Yi Ziyi's ears crimson. She shot Lu Sun a cold stare. Don't even think about it. Meanwhile, elsewhere. A skeleton approached a door covered in vines. Creak. Master, more martial artists have arrived. Several voices echoed from within the stone door. I know. Let me finish absorbing the previous warriors first, then I'll entertain them properly. Hee, since you're not going, third brother, how about I have some fun with them tonight? Don't steal my prey. Finally, when all voices fell silent, the one who had spoken first broke the quiet. Alright, head back. You know what to do. Yes. Chapter 42, A real man should practice the Holy Maiden's Heart Sutra. By the time most of the task force had fallen asleep, evening had arrived. These are just simple home-cooked dishes. Please don't be picky. Not at all, not at all. Thank you for your hospitality, old man. Wang Tao spoke as he picked up a piece of unidentified animal offal with his chopsticks, devouring it heartily alongside the white maggots in his bowl. They'd never tasted such delicious home cooking. You too, why aren't you eating? The old man turned his gaze toward Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun, who hadn't touched their food, a look of puzzlement in his eyes. Could it be that the demonic energy from those adults hadn't affected these two? We're not hungry yet, Lu Sun replied with a smile. Even if you're not hungry, have a little something. The night is long, the old man urged. We'll talk about it later. We really aren't hungry right now. All right. Though hesitation flickered in the old man's eyes, he acquiesced. After the old man had left, Lu Sun and Yi Ziyi turned to Wang Tao and the others, exchanging a glance. Then, a vortex of spiritual energy coalesced between their fingers and shot toward the others. A wave of nausea instantly exploded in their mouths. Ugh! Two of them couldn't hold it in and vomited on the spot. The rest forced themselves to endure the nausea, staring at the food before them and the writhing maggots in their bowls. Only then did they belatedly realize the lingering demonic energy within their bodies, sending a chill down their spines. After a long moment, those who had finally overcome their nausea looked around. Reason kept them from screaming. Wang Tao turned to Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun, speaking first. When did you two realize? Right from the start, Lu Sun replied with a faint smile. Wang Tao's mouth twitched. So these two had watched them eat that filthy stuff from the very beginning? Ha! After taking a deep breath and processing the information in his mind, Wang Tao turned to the group with a serious expression. The demons here are beyond our capabilities. Let's go. Don't show any signs of distress. We can't leave. If we could, we would have left long ago, Lu Sun said indifferently. Wang Tao fell silent. Among the group, a woman broke down and shouted. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Wang Tao glanced at her. Shut up. Even if they had been told back then, when they were under the influence of the demonic energy, they probably wouldn't have believed it. What do we do now? Wang Tao asked, observing Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun's composed demeanor. But Lu Sun answered indirectly, don't worry. They're on their way. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Creak, creak. The rotting floorboards outside creaked, accompanied by the sound of gnawing. In that moment, every nerve in everyone's body was stretched taut. The thing outside made them instinctively feel a chill. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded. Hello, my father sent me to deliver some drinks for everyone. The voice outside sounded as clear and melodious as flowing spring water. Yet no one dared to relax. Squeak. The moment the door swung open from the outside, several pupils dilated in shock before quickly hiding their reaction. It was a humanoid demon. It wore a floral dress, its face covered in countless festering sores oozing pus. Snow-white maggots crawled out of the bursting wounds, wriggling onto the floor. What was particularly striking, however? A spiral proboscis bristling with razor-sharp teeth and slimy tentacles sprouting from its viscous body, straining to burst free of the floral dress. At that moment, it swept its gaze over everyone present, then suddenly lowered its head, emitting a bashful voice. Why are you all staring at me? I get shy, you know. The moment its words faded. 2 seconds later. Everyone stood frozen in place. Seeing this, the creature seemed to pause in surprise. This shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't they be pouncing on it like starving tigers, eager to execute it on the spot? Could it be that the demonic energy within these few was too faint to affect their minds? With this thought, it approached Wang Tao, severing one of its tentacles with another, crushing it into liquid, and placing it into an empty bowl. Its voice was surprisingly shy. Young master, this is my special chewing wine. Try some, it tastes wonderful. Everyone in the village loves it. Wang Tao felt as if struck by lightning, his scalp tingling. His survival instinct screamed, to stay alive, don't show any reaction.
He forced himself to swallow the chewable wine from the monster's hand. But his rational mind screamed, don't drink it.
If you drink it, you'll die. An eerie silence hung in the air.
Lu Xun spoke up, thanks, beautiful lady, but my friend here doesn't really drink.
Alright, fine.
The monster seemed particularly pleased by the term beautiful lady, turning to offer the chewing wine to others.
Young man, would you like some? I don't drink. Ah, a monster.
The fat man cried out in terror.
The monster asked in confusion. Monster? Me? Wang Tao and the others reacted swiftly, instantly drawing their weapons and slashing at the monster.
The monster realized these people hadn't fallen into the illusion at all.
Die, all of you.
The words erupted from its maw.
Boom.
The monster's body began to swell, its tentacles tearing through everything in its path.
At that moment, the rest of the squad was pierced by the monster's tentacles, dragged into the air, and tossed about. Save me, I don't want to die. Captain, save me.
Though the warriors' formidable vitality kept them alive for now, their pitiful state was too gruesome to behold. The overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from this creature was too much. Wang Tao's subconscious screamed at him, if he dared to act, death would come in the next second.
At that moment, countless skeletons surged from the ground. Kill! 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 Yi Ziyi effortlessly dispatched the skeletons with a single sword technique.
But the next instant, the monster's massive tentacles lunged toward her and Lu Xun. Yi Ziyi drew her sword from its sheath and struck with a single slash.
To her astonishment, the white sword Lu Xun had gifted her could absorb demonic energy.
Moreover, this demonic energy flowed into the three-colored lotus floating above her dantian.
What is the origin of this white sword Lu Xun gave me?
After it recognized me as its master, a three-colored lotus appeared in my dantian, and this lotus can even absorb demonic energy. Before she could finish her thoughts, the monster opened its gaping maw at the two tiny creatures before it.
Chapter 43, The Eerie Village. Boom!
Dust and debris flew everywhere as the earth cracked open. The monster, its mouth full of mud, glared at Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun with fury.
Die! All of you die!
Tentacles whipped wildly around its body. The ground where its tentacles struck shattered inch by inch. Yi Ziyi fought back while simultaneously absorbing the demonic energy from its tentacles to nourish the tricolor lotus. Though she didn't know the true purpose of the tricolor lotus, she could distinctly feel her combat power surging. Lu Xun, meanwhile, relied on his agility to weave between the tentacles.
Something's off. This demonic creature isn't that powerful. It shouldn't be able to create such a vast barrier zone. The next moment,
a chill suddenly ran down the back of his neck.
Watch out! Lu Xun realized the true demon was approaching, snatching Yi Ziyi and leaping into the air. Boom!
The earth trembled as demonic energy surged forth.
Fleshy tumors sprouted from the ground.
At that moment, the monster before them trembled violently.
No! It's not my fault.
Your illusion spell didn't work. But before the words had fully left its mouth,
boom!
A gaping maw instantly swallowed it whole, the slurping chewing sounds utterly unsettling. In the blink of an eye, the ground was replaced by rotting flesh. Evil energy surged, and flesh tumors sprouted everywhere.
In that moment, Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun seemed to understand why they couldn't leave since arriving here. Because the entire village of Qianzhan was this monster incarnate.
As the flesh tumors wriggled before them, a terrifying human face emerged. It stared at Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun, its voice carrying an unquestionable authority. You are stronger than the sister I once claimed. You are worthy to be my family. The words fell. Yi Ziyi's expression froze for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. This demon's voice carried an inherent allure.
Sir, we mean you no harm. Let us go, and you can have this thing.
At that moment, Lu Xun drew a stone radiating demonic energy from his robe and spoke. Upon seeing the stone, the monstrous face trembled violently.
This is the demon mother's essence. Demon energy was categorized into several tiers, with different demons possessing varying uses for theirs.
Yet, they all shared a common destiny, evolving toward the 10,000 Mother's demon energy.
The stone in Lu Xun's hand held undeniable, irresistible allure for this demon.
For if it possessed a sample of the mother of all demonic energies as a reference point now, the time required to evolve into a tyrannical giant demon dominating the land would be drastically shortened. Though Yi Ziyi couldn't fathom why a mere stone could stir such desire in this demon before her, she had no choice but to trust Lu Xun. For she was still no match for this demonic creature.
Even a martial king-level powerhouse arriving now might not guarantee victory. Have you made up your mind? Lu Xun asked with a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the demonic creature's human-like face.
In his previous life, he had grasped the essence of myriad celestial paths. Though his understanding of demonic arts remained shallow, crafting this stone imbued with the essence of the primordial demonic energy proved no great challenge.
And if he could create such a thing, he could destroy it. As long as this demon before him agreed, and then used this stone for cultivation, Lu Xun had absolute certainty he could eliminate it. But what he hadn't anticipated was the demon's next words, which left him utterly stunned. Then you shall all become my family. Yes, in the demon's mind, only by controlling these two before it could achieve absolute safety. After all, its mother had always told it since childhood that humans were cunning creatures. Only by controlling them could one ensure they posed no threat. Boom! The face before him suddenly exploded, spraying a mist of blood. Lu Xun instantly recognized that this blood mist could transform humans into demons. But the attack came too suddenly, he had no time to dodge. In desperation, he could only shove Yi Ziyi out of the way. Put! Demon blood splattered across Lu Xun's face, yet it seemed to recoil from some force within him, refusing to seep beneath his skin. The demonic creature let out a surprised "eh" at this sight. Ha! He didn't turn into one of us. But the demon never doubted itself. He concluded it must be because the blood used to control others and turn them into demons wasn't potent enough. In the next instant, the flesh tumors beneath Yi Ziyi and Lu Xun's feet rapidly coalesced into a cage. Lu Xun knew exactly what the demon had in mind. With that entity within him, even an abundance of demon blood couldn't assimilate him. But Yi Ziyi was different. Gritting his teeth, Lu Xun forced that thing out of his body. It was a shadow. The moment it appeared, the demons instinctively trembled. Even Yi Ziyi nearly collapsed under its overwhelming aura. What is this thing? This shadow transcended the demon's comprehension. It sensed that if the shadow moved, it would perish. Yet Yi Ziyi recognized this shadow. The shadow of the ancestral sage. Legend held that if one's ancestors had ever produced an emperor-level powerhouse, a Dao shadow of that ancestor would be engraved within their body. Could it be that Lu Xun's ancestors possessed emperor-level power? That shouldn't be possible. An emperor-level ancestor would leave a trace of imperial blood within their descendants, even after countless generations. Yet Lu Xun clearly has none. This thought left Yi Ziyi feeling both unsettled and utterly baffled. Of course she found it inexplicable. Because this was the trump card Lu Xun had left for her. Though reincarnated, he feared being targeted, so he created a Dao shadow possessing only 100 millionth of his previous life's power. And now, the time had come for this Dao shadow to fulfill its purpose. With a single flick of its finger, the Dao shadow gently tapped. The flesh tumor cage dissolved into nothingness as the sky cleared, erasing all traces of what had just transpired. The demonic creature instantly dissolved into nothingness, as if it had never existed at all. Having accomplished this, the Dao shadow once again merged back into Lu Xun's body. Ding! Comparison failed. Adventure quest activated. Adventure quest, kiss your comparison subject to thank him for saving your life. Yi Ziyi? This failed? And I have to thank him for saving my life? Is that shadow him? Yi Ziyi refuses to accept this. Adventure completion rewards, Purple Union Flower Xian grade, Shangqing Secret Technique Huang grade. Seeing the rewards for completing the adventure quest only made Yi Ziyi angrier. That damn system must be malfunctioning. How can it count saving the ancestral sage's shadow within Lu Xun as his own rescue? Damn dog system. Adventure countdown, 59. 58. 10. You're counting down now? If you're so biased toward Lu Xun, why didn't you bind to him back then? Just as Yi Ziyi was still cursing the damn system in anger. Lu Xun, sensing he was preparing to enter the Dao shadow state, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the energy drain wasn't too severe this time. After a period of rest, I should be able to use it again. But the moment he turned around, he saw Yi Ziyi smiling radiantly at him. Thanks for saving me just now. Lu Xun scratched his head with a sheepish grin. He'd thought Yi Ziyi hadn't noticed anything. But since she had, she must also know he was a reincarnated being. If that was the case, he'd have to tell her the truth later. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Ziyi leaned in close and lightly tapped his cheek. Adventure complete. Purple Union Flower Mystic Grade and Supreme Purity Formula Yellow Grade have been deposited into the system warehouse. The system voice echoed. Lu Xun watched as Yi Ziyi touched the spot on her cheek where the kiss had landed. Was that a reward? After a long pause, Lu Xun hesitantly asked. Ziyi, don't you have anything you want to ask? No. When you're ready to talk, you'll tell me. Yi Ziyi was inwardly furious, but this time it had nothing to do with Lu Xun. She was only angry at the system. Hearing Yi Ziyi's words, Lu Xun couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. How wonderful she was, just as understanding as he was. Chapter 44. Hey, big brother, care for a sip of chewing wine? 1 hour later. When Wang Tao awoke, his entire body ached. Am I in heaven? His voice trembled as he spoke, and he nearly burst into tears. After all, he had vowed before his father since childhood to become the strongest demon hunter. Yet, on his second mission, he had died. But just as he began imagining whether an angelic sister would soon appear to arrange his accommodations, Lu Xun's face suddenly appeared inches from his own. You're dead too? Wang Tao cleared his throat twice before speaking. Lu Xun's face darkened at the question. No, I'm not dead. But if you keep talking, you'll probably be dead soon. Yes, though Wang Tao had narrowly escaped death, his entire body was fractured, and even his abdomen had been pierced. He was clinging to life by a thread. If that last bit of air escaped him, death could come in the next second. Hearing Lu Sun's words, Wang Tao finally realized he wasn't dead. Right, how could a dead man feel pain? Don't worry, I've already called for help. They should be here soon. Just lie here and wait. After speaking, Lu Sun placed the demon core left behind by the fallen fiend beside him as proof of mission completion, then cast a formation before departing. To be honest, Lu Sun felt a bit envious of Wang Tao. His mission here was complete, yet he still had to journey to the Blood Demon Tomb, one of the 10 deadly lands, to retrieve the Blood Demon Pill. But as he walked on, he made a thrilling discovery. Yi Ziyi was also heading toward the fiendish Holy Tomb. She must be afraid something might happen to me, so she's following me. Lu Sun thought this as he watched Yi Ziyi walking ahead, heading toward the same destination. And so, 2.5 hours later, the pair arrived one after the other at the entrance to the fiendish saint's tomb. At that moment, Yi Ziyi frowned slightly as she looked at Lu Sun. Why was he here too? Was he following her? What are you doing here? The old man, the vice dean, sent me here to retrieve a blood demon fruit for him. After all, only martial artists at the opening veins realm can enter the fiendish saint tomb. Lu Sun glanced at the long queue of people waiting to enter the fiendish saint tomb. While internally debating whether to apply the principle of do unto others as you would have them do unto you, refusing others what he himself disliked, he truthfully explained his purpose. But Yi Ziyi didn't believe a word of it. She was convinced Lu Sun had followed her here. And his goal was also the blood demon fruit. Yi Ziyi couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in her heart. After all, from her long interactions with Lu Sun, this guy had incredibly good luck. No matter the situation, he always managed to win out through sheer fortune. Just like before, when sheer luck had activated the Sage's Path Shadow. If he enters the fiendish graveyard, who knows if the system will trigger another contest, and then... As this thought crossed his mind, just as Yi Ziyi was about to suggest that Lu Sun wait here until they emerged from the Xiong tomb so he could bring him a blood demon fruit. Ding! Comparison activated. Comparison task: compete with the comparison target to see who can obtain more blood fruits faster within the fiendish graveyard. Comparison reward: Luo River Goddess Robe Supreme Imperial Weapon, Spacetime Sword Technique. A sword technique imbued with the essence of spacetime. The system voice faded. Gazing at the system interface that appeared before her, Yi Ziyi's already unsettled heart sank completely. But this time, she wasn't about to lose again. After all, she had already obtained blood demon fruits from the fiendish tomb in her previous life. Therefore, obtaining the blood slaughter fruit was as simple as retracing her steps. Of course, that was assuming she didn't end up with Lu Sun once inside. With that thought, Yi Ziyi turned her head and asked Lu Sun tentatively, "How soon do you plan to enter the fiendish graveyard?" Upon hearing this, Lu Sun paused briefly before replying, "We'll go in shortly." Hearing this, Yi Ziyi felt an immediate wave of relief wash over her. After all, the blood demon fruit still needed 3 days to ripen. She had no intention of entering before that time arrived. Because on the 3rd day, the Fierce Fiend Toon's teleportation array would directly transport people to the Blood Fiend's sacred tree. Yi Ziyi, yay! Yay! I've totally got this in the bag. Seeing her knowingly smile at the thought of entering soon, Lu Sun gave a faint smile and asked, feigning ignorance, "What about you? When do you plan to go in?" "I'm not planning to go in." "Huh?" Hearing Yi Ziyi's unexpected response, Lu Sun froze for a moment before chuckling inwardly. "You little thing, as if I don't know you? You say you won't go in now, but later you'll follow me in. Trying to surprise me, huh? TSK, but little did you know, I saw right through it all." Seeing the fleeting surprise flash across Lu Sun's face, Yi Ziyi knew her chance for revenge had arrived. She deliberately steered the conversation. "What's wrong? You really want me to go into the fiendish saint tomb with you?" Just as Lu Sun finished mentally rolling his eyes at her tsundere act and was about to nod to save her face, the next second, Yi Ziyi changed her tune. "Here's the deal, if you make me breakfast every day for a month and call me your majesty 3 times daily, I'll accompany you inside later." Hearing this, Lu Sun watched Yi Ziyi's expression waver. He could manage calling her your majesty, but making breakfast for a whole month. Does buying breakfast count? No. Yi Ziyi replied firmly. "Forget it then. Suddenly, I don't feel like going into the fiendish tomb with you anymore." Lu Sun walked toward the queue. He didn't believe Yi Ziyi wouldn't show up later. Watching Lu Sun walk away, Yi Ziyi let out a couple of disapproving TSKs in her mind. "Just wait. Once I get my hands on that blood demon fruit, we'll see how you beg me." With that, she found a large tree nearby, leaped onto a branch, and began her cultivation. Yes, she intended to use all the resources she'd obtained from the system to elevate her cultivation to the 9th level of the opening veins realm within these 3 days. Because in 3 days, before the blood slaughter sacred tree, strength would reign supreme. Lu Sun, just wait for your defeat. With that, Yi Ziyi settled into her cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Sun, who had been waiting in line since the afternoon, never saw Yi Ziyi cut in front of him. This doesn't make sense. Could she really be skipping the fiendish graveyard? It shouldn't be like this. There are so many female martial artists here. Even if she isn't afraid of the countless dangers lurking in the fiendish graveyard, she must surely fear that these women will lure me away, right? Could it be she planned to wait until he was near the front of the line before cutting in?
At this thought, Lu Xun chuckled to himself, inwardly praising his own genius.
However, 2 hours later, when Lu Xun reached the second position in the main group, Yi Zi still hadn't come to cut in line. That doesn't make sense. Could she really not want to go in? No, wait. I've been here since the very back of the line and haven't seen her once. That leaves only one conclusion. She must be waiting inside for me. With that thought, Lu Xun immediately strode toward the entrance. Amidst a dizzying whirl, he successfully entered the fiendish saint's tomb. Chapter 45, Understanding. True to its name, the Blood Demon Holy Tomb was a burial ground for a fallen Chinese martial saint.
The place was vast and filled with murderous energy. Any martial artist below the spirit platform realm who entered would surely perish within 3 breaths. For those at the Lingtai realm, opening the Lingtai was most vulnerable to malevolent energy entering the body. Thus, the bloodshed sacred tomb restricted entry to only those at the opening veins realm. Now, Lu Xun faced a problem. The place was vast, making it difficult to locate anyone, and the teleportation array sent people to random locations. If Yi Zi was teleported 100 kilometers away, they wouldn't be able to meet for at least a day and night within the perilous blood holy tomb. With this in mind, Lu Xun resolved to remain seated and first pinpoint Yi Zi's location before planning his route. Mental force, activate. But the moment he activated his psychic power, he was stunned. Because there was absolutely no trace of Yi Zi's aura within the Blood Demon Holy Tomb. In other words, Yi Zi hadn't actually entered the Blood Demon Holy Tomb. Alas, I am the moon reflecting in the river's heart, yet the moonlight shines upon the gutter instead, Lu Xun sighed bitterly. He had assumed Yi Zi had come in to accompany him on his monster-slaying adventures, for true love lies in companionship.
But Yi Zi hadn't come in.
She trusted him too much, not fearing he'd face danger or be lured away by female warriors. That was Lu Xun's reasoning. Since you trust me so much, I'll prove myself worthy of that trust. With that thought, Lu Xun strode directly toward the location of the blood demon sacred tree he had just sensed. He made up his mind he'd go get the bloodshed fruit later and return to the academy to complete the task. What, it takes 3 days to ripen? In his previous life, he was an immortal emperor.
Was it so outrageous that he knew a few methods to hasten ripening?
Thus, along the way, Lu Xun avoided every danger detected by his psychic senses and smoothly made his way to the blood demon fruit tree. Without a word, he pulled out a sack and climbed the tree. The blood slaughter fruit tree and the spirit tree were both stunned. Though every 100 years, a group of people would come to snatch away her children, at least those were children that had ripened. This man wanted to pluck them before they were even grown.
Young man, I advise you to get off my back. Get down from me immediately.
Lu Xun glanced left and right, finally lowering his head to see the bloodshed fruit tree's eyes open.
He felt a bit awkward. At that moment, his foot was planted squarely on its eyebrow. Tree lady, is something wrong?
After climbing down, Lu Xun looked at the bloodshed fruit tree with a flushed face.
My little ones aren't grown yet. When they mature, I'll give you 2 fruits.
Just wait 3 days, the blood demon fruit tree said with utter resignation. She didn't want to give her sons away willingly, but though she had attained spirit essence, she was at best a half-spirit. Unable to act, she could only speak. If not for the protection of the blood demon sacred ground spirit, she would have long been chopped down by martial artists seeking rare treasures for alchemy. Therefore, since Lu Xun had arrived here, it was prepared to strike a deal with him. With this thought, the ancient blood slaughter tree looked at Lu Xun, who was squinting at her, and spoke again. Young man, I can give you 2 more of my little ones, but you must agree to one condition.
What condition? Is it something I cannot fulfill?
It's not difficult. You may consume the blood slaughter fruit, but please leave a few behind.
This time, my little ones have gained a stroke of luck. Perhaps a few of them might become demons.
After the blood demon fruit tree finished speaking, it looked at Lu Xun's puzzled expression and added. This blood demon holy tomb will likely open for the last time, for the remnant blood of that sage is about to dissipate.
Perhaps it's a final burst of energy.
This time, the sacred tomb has sent me significantly more sacred blood.
I've channeled it all into nurturing my little ones.
At this point, the blood demon fruit tree wore an expression of maternal tenderness as it gently swayed the offspring clinging to its branches. But unexpectedly, one of its unsteady offspring tumbled straight to the ground.
Blood demon fruit tree. My child. Lu Xun, hearing this, looked at the blood demon fruit tree and asked, have you never considered using that holy blood to become a demon yourself?
Hearing this, the blood demon fruit tree sighed once more. At that time, my little ones were nearly fully formed. If I had absorbed all the holy blood to become a demon, they would have withered and died. As a mother, I couldn't bring myself to be so heartless. Perhaps it was because it had spent so many years within the sacred blood tomb, untouched by the corruption of human hearts, that it remained so kind-hearted. Lu Xun pondered this thought.
Alright, sit beside me and cultivate. You might gain some benefits. At that moment, the blood demon fruit tree offered its suggestion. Though it never understood why humans always chose to cultivate near it, after so many instances, it had come to realize, perhaps its presence brought them significant benefits. No thanks, tree auntie. You want your sons to call you mom? Lu Sun said with a smile. Hearing this, the blood demon fruit tree's eyes visibly brightened, but the light vanished in an instant, leaving only disappointment and regret. How could that be easy? Out of these hundreds of little brats, maybe only one will ever become a spirit. No sooner had the words left its mouth. Lu Sun delivered a startling declaration: I can help all these fruits become demons. Young man, I may be a tree, but I'm no dumb tree lacking spirit. What's in it for me to entertain you like this? The blood demon fruit tree rolled its eyes at Lu Sun, convinced he was just bragging. Whether I'm fooling you or not, you'll see. Seeing this, Lu Sun picked up a pebble from the ground and flicked it at the largest fruit, knocking it down. You! The bloodshed fruit tree's rising anger froze at Lu Sun's next move. He was actually using the profound principles of Taoist arts to nourish her little offspring. This man! Extraordinary! Though it could only speak and not move, it had lived countless ages and possessed vast experience. A century ago, it had found a human who knew the profound secrets of Taoist arts. It traded a tree full of its younglings for that one youngling to become a spirit, only to be deceived by the man. Not only did he nourish her little offspring to shape its demonic veins, but he even used a special Taoist technique to accelerate its maturation. Enough! As Lu Sun's words fell, the blood slaughter fruit in his hand now glowed a vivid crimson, its tiny features clearly defined. Mom! Little one! The blood slaughter fruit tree was so moved it nearly wept. After thousands of years, through generation after generation of little ones, it had finally heard that single word, Mom. However, while the mother and child were sharing their affection, Lu Sun picked up pebbles from the ground and began firing them at the fruits on the blood slaughter fruit tree like a Gatling gun. Blood fruit tree. But the words on the tip of its tongue were swallowed back in shock by Lu Sun's next action. Because at that very moment, Lu Sun was infusing hundreds of fruits with different Taoist principles. Consider this, even mastering a single Taoist principle among the 10,000 minor paths was exceedingly difficult. Yet Lu Sun had demonstrated hundreds of them in such a short time. As the bloodshed fruit tree watched its little ones begin to form distinct features, it wept with joy. I've met a benefactor. Chapter 46, just wait until you lose. Meanwhile, Yi Ziyi, having broken through to the 7th stage of opening meridians, was in the critical phase of her cultivation. Success would elevate her combat prowess beyond Lu Sun's, even surpassing those she once deemed geniuses. For what she was attempting was to fuse two fundamentally different types of energy together and integrate them into her body. Most dared not attempt such a feat, their physiques couldn't withstand it. But since her immaculate body transformed into an immaculate spirit body, Yi Ziyi had made numerous attempts and was certain she could succeed. Just a little more. Yi Ziyi's forehead glistened with fine beads of cold sweat. The water and fire energies within her body, under her control, were nearly fused into one. Compress! With a soft command, a water blue flame erupted from her dantian. Yi Ziyi's eyes widened in realization. It worked. Martial artists traditionally harnessed the power of heaven and earth to wield their techniques, but now she no longer needed to borrow that power, she had transformed it into her own. At this realization, a faint smile touched Yi Ziyi's lips. This time, there was no reason she couldn't win. All she had to do was wait 2.5 days to enter the blood demon holy tomb. She was certain to seize all the blood demon fruits and then claim victory. Yet, the moment the thought crossed her mind, a cold electronic voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Challenge failed. Great adventure activated. Yi Ziyi? Comparison failed? Had she misheard? But as the system task panel popped up before her, Yi Ziyi knew with absolute certainty that she hadn't misheard. It really was a comparison failure. Adventure quest: go on a one-day date with the comparison subject. Task requirements: do not become angry with the comparison subject during task execution. Accommodate him no matter what he does. Adventure completion reward: Holy Maiden Robe, Holy Grade, Sword Technique as Sword Technique imbued with a faint trace of spacetime. Reading the system task, Yi Ziyi's breathing quickened. How could this be possible? The blood demon fruit wasn't supposed to ripen for another 2.5 days. Had she already failed the comparison? Could it be that in this lifetime, the blood demon fruit ripened early and was snatched up by others, leaving Lu Sun with only one? But so many things were already set in stone. Why? Yi Ziyi couldn't make sense of it. If anything predetermined from her past life had been altered, it could only be Lu Sun. After all, in her memory, Lu Sun had been just an ordinary person among the masses. She still remembered the complex emotions she felt upon hearing he had died in a great battle. Sadness, resentment. Yi Ziyi couldn't quite put it into words. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was that she had failed the comparison. I have to date Lu Sun for a day, and no matter what he does, I have to tolerate it. Reading the mission requirements, Yi Ziyi felt both furious and mortified. Because she knew all too well that Lu Xun was the kind of shameless person who would glow with the slightest attention and thrive on the tiniest bit of encouragement. Last time, he even bit her lip. As her thoughts grew more chaotic, Yi Zi felt her anger rising. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Getting angry ruins your health, and no one will take your place. It's all that damn Lu Xun's fault, that dog Lu Xun. Next time I win the comparison, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Yi Zi calmed her emotions, watching the ripples form at the exit as her fists clenched tight. If her guess was correct, the only one who could emerge at this hour was Lu Xun. Sure enough. The next second, Lu Xun emerged from the teleportation array, kicking a large bundle behind him. Alright, you can all leave now. As Lu Xun finished speaking, he opened the bundle. Inside, the crimson blood demon fruit creatures scattered like tiny elves, fleeing in all directions. This was the promise Lu Xun had made to the blood fruit tree he would release these fruits. Of course, in exchange, the blood fruit tree allowed Lu Xun to divert the nourishment of over 10 fruits for other purposes. Yi Zi watched the fruit sprites scurry about, instinctively startled. She rubbed her eyes. Am I seeing things? Those little demons that just ran off, why do they look so much like blood demon fruits? Impossible. I must be seeing things. No sooner had the thought crossed Yi Zi's mind than Lu Xun approached her, holding a storage ring containing over a dozen blood demon fruits. Luo, Zi, these are all yours. I'll just keep one to complete the quest. Yi Zi snapped back to reality, staring at the storage ring. What's inside? Blood demon fruits, of course. Lu Xun shrugged indifferently. Yi Zi frowned. She suspected Lu Xun was exaggerating wildly. Though she didn't know why the blood demon fruit had ripened early this year, so many martial artists were fighting over it. How could Lu Xun have obtained over a dozen without a scratch? But the next instant, as her consciousness delved into the storage ring, Yi Zi. Lu Xun hadn't lied to her. They really were blood demon fruits. And 16 fully ripened blood demon fruits at that. And according to him, he still had one left to complete the mission. Could it be that Lu Xun gained another opportunity within the blood demon holy tomb, allowing him to increase his strength and obtain so many blood demon fruits? At this thought, Yi Zi clenched her fists silently once more. Reborn into this life, she should have been the one everyone pursued. Yet she had been chasing after Lu Xun all along. Lu Xun loomed over her like a mountain, crushing her until she could barely breathe. Yi Zi was proud at heart. She always strived to be number one in everything. Even in that matter, she had to be on top. Thank you. Pride took root in Yi Zi's heart, and she mentally wrote Lu Xun an IOU for his kindness this time. Consider it a debt owed to you. I'll repay you later. Unaware of the depth of her pride, Lu Xun merely smiled faintly and said, What debt? We'll be family from now on. The words fell silent. Yi Zi fell silent. Though her face remained expressionless, her emotions churned intensely within. But when she thought about how Lu Xun was destined to be her subordinate anyway, and that these blood slaughter fruits were essentially his tribute to her as such, the complex emotions in Yi Zi's heart gradually faded. Lu Xun, however, mistook her silence for tacit agreement or perhaps shyness. At that moment, he gazed at her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. So adorable. But the next second, Lu Xun stopped smiling. Let's go. The trembling ground beneath their feet echoed the words spoken by Yi Zi. In an instant, mountains shattered, and the ground cracked open in deep chasms. This is bad. Yi Zi watched as all the malevolent energy converged toward the peak of the fiendish Saint Tomb, alarm bells ringing in his mind. In a past life, after the fiendish Saint Tomb opened for the last time, an event occurred that shook all of China. An ancient sage had risen from the dead as a nirvana corpse. To sustain its existence, it launched a massive slaughter of powerful martial artists, absorbing their life force. But now, due to Lu Xun hastening the blood fiend fruit's ripening, the tree fulfilled its death wish and released vast amounts of malevolent energy, accelerating everything. Boom! At that moment, martial artists still within the blood holy tomb felt the ground begin to shake. They looked up at the coffin suspended at the very apex of the sacred tomb, their pupils dilating in terror. There's a person standing on the coffin. Chapter 47, Meeting a Benefactor. Boom! The figure atop the coffin raised a hand, and a massive black formation descended from the heavens. Whether outside or inside the sacred tomb, everyone was instantly pulled into the layer closest to the coffin. Many martial artists wielding sacred artifacts felt their weapons tremble in warning, clearly sensing a significant threat. Yi Zi's heart leapt into her throat. She wanted to flee with Lu Xun, but even if she played every last card in her hand, escape seemed unlikely. For even if this was merely the reborn corpse of a saint, it was far beyond her ability to handle. After all, at the martial saint realm, one had already touched upon forbidden powers. The man standing by the coffin looks like Saint Daoyan. No, it is him. Could he have lived a second life? The figure standing atop the coffin wore a jet-black Taoist robe, his hair cascading like a waterfall, eyes glowing crimson, and bearing the features of a youth. At that moment, no one dared to speak. Because the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Nirvana corpse was too intense. Their bodies trembled instinctively, unable to move. Over 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I have finally fully awakened. Dao Yan Xingren's tone was calm.
His voice carried both sorrow and a sense of liberation.
Trapped in this wretched place, I feared the malevolent energy would be insufficient to revive my spirit.
Yet, as they say, man proposes, but God disposes. I have risen again.
300 li away.
A figure with a sword hanging at their waist was racing frantically toward this location.
Damn it. I hope I'm not too late. If that one blames me, my position is probably gone. It's all that Li guy's fault.
He had to die 1,000 years ago, of all times, and never bothered to groom an heir.
Now I'm stuck running the place he used to oversee. The man cursed as he rushed forward frantically. Meanwhile, within the sacred tomb, the sage Dao Yan swept his gaze across all present, finally settling on Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun. Pure spirit bodies. And that peculiar youth. Dao Yan's eyes narrowed, and a chilling, terrifying aura emanated from his body. Excellent, excellent. They will bring me even more vitality.
Nirvana corpses devour the vitality of martial artists, nourishing themselves with blood and killing energy. Those possessing spirit bodies or sacred bodies were undoubtedly treasures to the Nirvana corpse. After all, the vitality they could offer was hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary martial artists. Lu Sun, however, appeared peculiar to him. The vitality within Lu Sun's body was exceptionally vast, rivaling even those with spirit or holy bodies. But what astonished Dao Yan the sage even more at this moment was that Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun actually met his gaze, their faces showing not a trace of fear.
You aren't afraid of me? Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun remained silent. Dao Yan suddenly burst into laughter. Then we'll start with you. As the words left his mouth, he abruptly materialized before Yi Ziyi. Thud.
Lu Sun was sent flying by a single palm strike, crashing into the stone wall.
Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out.
Lu Sun felt as if every bone in his body was about to shatter, a surge of anger welling up inside him. In the past, a mere glare would have been enough to intimidate such trashy saints to death. Yet now, he had actually been injured.
Get out of the way.
I'll finish you off later. Dao Yan met Lu Sun's gaze, then turned to look at Yi Ziyi with a faint smile on his face.
But what met him instead was clang. A flash of cold steel.
A sword beam sliced through his eyes. Yet within a single breath, his vision restored itself.
Nirvana corpses could no longer be called human, they were a breed of demonic fiends. You hit me? Dao Yan the sage snapped back to reality, staring at Yi Ziyi in utter disbelief. Who was this man?
The Nirvana corpse knew he had once been a sage. Even though the consciousness controlling his body now was merely a sliver of spirit born after death, his current power was already at the threshold of sagehood. Yet he had been struck by a sword swing from a young girl. Though the blow felt no more significant than a child's punch to him, his face burned with stinging pain.
Are you okay? Yi Ziyi approached Lu Sun and asked.
Lu Sun nodded to indicate he was fine, though his eyes held an incredibly solemn expression. Just as he was about to ask Yi Ziyi for a minute to summon his Dao shadow, which had been restoring its power in slumber. Suddenly,
ha 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 ha,
the Nirvana corpse burst into laughter. Seeing this, Lu Sun immediately stepped in front of Yi Ziyi.
Clackety clack.
As the Nirvana corpse slowly advanced, its divine might grew ever stronger.
Boom, boom, boom. One after another, people were blown to bloody mist. At that moment, some weaker martial artists were crushed outright into pools of blood. Ants, move aside. The Nirvana corpse's anger flared without warning, its cold eyes fixed on Lu Sun. Lu Sun felt as though his very soul was trembling. The gap in cultivation was simply too vast, there was nothing he could do about it. Yi Ziyi's situation was scarcely better than Lu Sun's. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably.
She couldn't even speak, let alone raise her sword again.
You think I'll just step aside? That would make me look pretty pathetic, wouldn't it?
Lu Sun ground out the words through gritted teeth.
Overestimating your abilities. Nirvana corpse raised a flawless finger and lightly tapped Lu Sun through the air. Boom!
An invisible blade of energy shot from the corpse's fingertip, instantly piercing through Lu Sun's shoulder blade. Lu Sun staggered, the excruciating pain nearly knocking him off his feet. Yet he gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed firmly on Nirvana corpse.
Still not letting go?
The Nirvana corpse's voice carried a hint of irritation, its divine might intensifying.
No! Lu Sun cared not. If he couldn't fight, he'd take a gamble.
He had programmed the lingering shadows to appear when he faced death. Fragile as an insect, unable to withstand a single blow yourself, yet you dare to protect others. Nirvana corpse once again pointed a finger at Lu Sun from across the void. A bloody hole pierced through Lu Sun's knee, the pain making him suck in a sharp breath. The agonized screams it had imagined never came. The Nirvana corpse lost all desire to toy with Lu Sun any longer.
Enough play. Die. With that, Nirvana corpse drew in a breath toward Lu Sun through the air. The life force within Lu Sun instantly drained from his body.
As dizziness overwhelmed him, he thought he glimpsed his grandmother. But in the very next instant, a sword flash of extreme speed struck out at the Nirvana corpse.
Boom! The colossal sword light instantly vaporized the Nirvana corpse's head. Yet in that instant, the snow mist previously scattered by the martial artists was instantly absorbed by the Nirvana corpse. In the blink of an eye, the Nirvana corpse's head had regrown. And now, a sword-wielding man stood before Lu Sun. You've done well to hold them off until I arrived. Leave the rest to me. Sequence 12. Are you the one recently chosen? The sword-wielding man turned his head, his words to Lu Sun unfinished. Nirvana corpse regarded the sword-wielding man coldly, his expression utterly detached from worldly concerns, resembling an immortal who looked down upon all living beings. I sensed your arrival long ago, little mouse. Never expected you'd come so soon. The sword-wielding man turned to face the Nirvana corpse, his expression utterly grave. Then, with lightning speed. Chapter 48. Lu Sun doesn't smile. Crushed a jade token. Turning back to Lu Sun, he spoke at a machine gun pace. Kid, my name is Imo Chang, sequence 11. I don't know how long I can hold out. Recover your injuries as quickly as possible. After I die, every moment you can hold out is crucial. I've called for reinforcements. With that, the Nirvana corpse instantly appeared before him. Imo Chang swung his sword while simultaneously slapping out a palm strike, using the force to send Lu Sun and Yi Zi to safety. The next instant, their figures darted like two bolts of lightning, moving so fast even Yi Zi couldn't keep up. If one had to describe the speed of this man and corpse, it could only be said that they existed in a different time and space from Yi Zi. The clanging of clashing Taoist arts echoed. After 3 breaths, dust settled as it drifted down. Heavy breathing echoed. And that gasping belonged to Imo Chang. At that moment, he propped himself up with his sword. His eyes were utterly destroyed, not a single inch of his body remained unscathed, and where he stood, blood pooled beneath him like a small stream. In contrast, the Nirvana corpse remained as calm and composed as ever. Though I held back, surviving hundreds of exchanges with me proves your sword skills are quite decent. Nirvana corpse saw through Imo Chang at a glance. But your sword has yet to attain enlightenment. You still lack the qualifications to challenge this saint. Imo Chang, reeling from the blow, spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! If you want to fight, just fight. Why all the nonsense? I never planned to leave this place alive anyway. With that, he gritted his teeth, pulled the sword supporting his body, gripped it with all his strength, and thrust it forward. As long as I'm alive for even a second, you won't lay a finger on these living souls. Nothing but rats clinging to their last breath. Nirvana corpse felt utterly humiliated. These foolish mortals should kneel before him, sacrificing everything for his return to the light. Why defy him? Especially this half-step martial king rat before him, he despised it even more. Here he was, mere minutes from death, yet still shielding these vermin like ants. At this thought, a fierce killing intent flared in Nirvana corpse's eyes. Sword chi shot forth from his fingertips. Ah! Shrieks of agony filled the air. Surviving martial artists fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds who had been alive were reduced to a mere handful. Yi Zi, who had shielded Lu Sun from the sword energy, was now covered in wounds. Damn it, what did you do? You should have killed me first before going after the others. Though blind, Imo Chang could clearly sense what the Nirvana corpse had done. He was furious. This world has always been thus: the weak are prey to the strong. This saint merely follows the will of heaven. What is there to be so alarmed about? Enough. This saint has no desire to continue playing games with you lot. You are the cream of the crop among these people. Your flesh and blood will taste far sweeter. The Nirvana corpse finished speaking, its gaze turning cruel as it fixed on each person. He had no desire to kill them all at once and absorb their vitality, that would be too dull. Only souls who had witnessed horrifying scenes tasted better. With that thought, the Nirvana corpse stepped before Imo Chang. Imo Chang, sensing his presence, thrust his sword forward with all his might. But, snap! A crisp sound rang out. Imo Chang's sword shattered inch by inch in his hand. At that moment, Imo Chang knew he likely wouldn't survive to deliver the sequence to his cowardly disciple. But the Nirvana corpse halted at that moment, its eyes brimming with mockery, a sneer playing on its lips. When I rule the world someday, I'll need a few useful servants by my side. How about this? Simply kill the person beside you, and you shall become my subordinate. His words dripped with temptation. Yet the few still alive showed not a flicker of interest. As martial artists, they had seen this kind of thing too many times. It was like a young master commanding his servants to do as he wished. They obeyed without complaint, only for their very lives to be decided by his single word in the end. Nirvana corpse merely sought to toy with them. Seeing these men remain utterly unmoved by his grand display of compassion, Nirvana corpse frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. It seems you have no intention of choosing. If you think we'll live like dogs, you're mistaken. Imo Chang roared. We are human beings, upright and honorable. We would rather die standing than live on our knees. If you kill us, blame only my own weakness for failing to protect them, or their own misfortune. As his words fell, the martial artists, who had been trembling in fear moments before, stood tall. That's right, it's just bad luck. We're men, damn it. Kill us or skin us alive, it's your call. Fine, fine, fine. Then all of you can go to hell together. No sooner had the words left his mouth. A blurry figure suddenly materialized before him. Another old Nirvana corpse assumed this was just another trick from the remaining few present. But before he could finish his sentence, he was forced to his knees. Instantly, his face drained of color and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. The Tao figure before him was utterly beyond his ability to oppose. Please, please spare me, senior. I swear allegiance to you and will follow your every command. You are unworthy. The Tao shadow spoke. Its voice was identical to Lu Xun's. With just 3 words, the Nirvana corpse was crushed into pulp. Yet its formidable vitality proved so strong that the flesh began to slowly reassemble itself. Moreover, it secretly split into thousands of fragments, desperately attempting to survive. Seeing this, the Tao shadow flicked his fingertips, unleashing several streaks of sword light. Whoosh! 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 In that instant, the world fell silent. The Tao shadow dissipated as well. After all, those sword lights had severed not only the Nirvana corpse's physical form, but also obliterated its 3 souls and 7 spirits. Moreover, to prevent such monstrous entities from reappearing, the Tao shadow, acting upon Lu Xun's will, severed the other sacred and imperial corpses that were on the verge of revival. As the Nirvana corpse vanished completely into thin air, the martial artists who had been standing stiffly straight relaxed their spirits at once. However, this relaxation proved fatal. The moment they let their guard down, they fainted. Lu Xun and Yi Ziyi were no exception. As for Mo Chang, blood pooled thickly beneath his feet as he gasped for breath. In a daze, his blind eyes seemed to see his long-dead father coming to greet him. But the next second, 2 startled cries rang out. Old Mo, you're so badass. You took down a half-saint realm Nirvana corpse all by yourself. Holy crap, Old Mo, did you secretly learn some advanced sword techniques behind my back? Hearing these familiar voices, Mo Chang relaxed inwardly, then cursed under his breath, you bastard. If you'd been any later, you'd be burying your own father. Then, he passed out. The 2 who arrived were Jiang Ying, ranked 9th, and Kong Zhou, ranked 7th. Though stunned to find the Nirvana corpse already dealt with upon arrival, they knew exactly what needed doing. They produced spatial artifacts and stored the remaining survivors who still had breath within them. Chapter 49, You did well. Awake? As Lu Xun opened his eyes, a youth beside him, playing with an apple, asked. Who are you? Lu Xun propped himself up against the pillow, sitting on the bed. Sequence 7 Jin Yuton. A sequence? Lu Xun stared at him, his mind racing. In the end, they all passed out from exhaustion. It must have been this sequence who brought them back to the hospital. Here we go. Jin Yutong announced. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Several figures suddenly materialized in the hospital room. The serial badges on their chests ranged from 6 to 10. All sequencers. Mo Chang, who had lost his eyesight in the earlier battle against the Nirvana corpse, was among them. Have you found the one who secretly dealt with the Nirvana corpse? Jin Yutong asked the group. After the others shook their heads. Welcome the new sequencers to our ranks. From now on, we're family. Let's hold a brief meeting. The speaker was a burly man wearing the Sequence 6 badge, his voice booming with warmth. 11. You might not yet know what we sequencers actually do. I'll explain it to you in detail now. As the burly man spoke, Lu Xun began to grasp the sequencers' duties. Each sequence member oversees a designated territory. Beyond their daily cultivation routines, their primary duty is to purge heretical entities such as demons and monsters from their assigned areas. Demons have been appearing frequently in my sector lately. I suspect a demon king has emerged. Number 9, accompany me on a trip in 3 days. Well, that's all I have to say. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? The burly man finished speaking and turned to the others beside him. They all shook their heads. Until Mo Chang suddenly spoke up, I wish to retire. I lost my eyesight in this battle. Should I encounter such monsters again, I would be utterly helpless. The moment his words fell, everyone in the ward except Lu Xun turned their gaze toward him. The retirement of one sequence member inevitably meant increased pressure for another. For not only had demons and monsters been appearing with increasing frequency these past years, but these cursed creatures had also grown ever more powerful. Even as the 12 strongest fighters of the younger generation, they sometimes struggled to withstand them. At this thought, sequence number 10, Shi Zhangyu, who was already standing near Mo Chang's jurisdiction, erupted in fury. Retire? You damn well can't retire. If you retire, am I supposed to manage 3 sectors all by myself? I refuse to let you retire. Even if you're dying, you'll fight to the very end. Mo Chang. I'm different from you lot. I have an heir. Rest assured, I'll hand over both areas I manage to him. Hearing this, Shi Zhangyu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. I won't even talk about your so-called successor. Damn it, last time I took him out to slay demons, he got scared out of his wits the moment he saw one. He cried his eyes out, wailing like there was no tomorrow. My own father died, and he didn't cry half as much as that kid. I still have my reservations. You can't retire. I'll retire when I damn well please. Got a problem with that?
Mo Chang and Shi Zhengyu probably never got along, and now this issue had them practically ready to come to blows. The others watching this scene could only shake their heads helplessly. Only the burly man ranked 6th sat down beside the bed, patting Lu Sun on the shoulder.
Young man, they're always like this. Don't take it personally. You're too weak right now. You need to strengthen yourself as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we won't feel comfortable handing over the management area of the former 11th district to you. Even if you're still as weak as you are now in half a month, we'll still give you the management area according to the rules. But if demons appear, you'll likely die very quickly. Hearing this, Lu Sun's mouth twitched. He had thought the sequence was merely a ranking for geniuses, but now that he knew the sequence badge entailed so much more responsibility, he felt utterly miserable. If he could choose, he'd never take over the territory previously managed by Sequence 11 in a million years. Hang in there, kid. I've got high hopes for you. The burly man patted Lu Sun's shoulder once more before leaving with the others, leaving Lu Sun alone on the bed, lost in thought. His mind was now consumed with thoughts of managing the territory in 2 weeks' time. He certainly didn't want to be constantly hunting demons and exorcising evil spirits. Studying was already exhausting enough, now he had to deal with this too. He'd work himself to death. Got it. I can have that little rascal help me manage this area. With that thought, Lu Sun promptly removed the sequence badge from his chest and fastened it onto the little beast. Then he declared to it. From now on, you are Lu Sun, the great holder of sequence badge number 11. Good luck. Just as Lu Sun was about to return and inform the little beast, the ward door swung open once more. This time, it was Yi Zi. Her injuries had never been severe, and she had regained consciousness 3 days prior. Aside from some faint scars on her face, everything else about her remained unchanged. Her reason for coming here was singular. To complete the adventure quest they had started. Awake? How are you feeling? Does your knee still hurt? Would you like a glass of water? Z, I'm fine. I'm almost fully recovered. Good to hear. Teacher Lee asked me to tell you to get back to school as soon as you're healed. You've fallen too far behind in your studies. Okay. Next semester. Next semester I'll definitely catch up on my classes. After speaking, Lu Sun took the water cup from Yi Zi's hand and took a sip. Are you hungry now? Yi Zi suddenly asked. Not really. Why? Yi Zi stared at him expressionlessly as she pulled out her phone and said. I made a restaurant reservation. Since you're not hungry, I'll cancel it. No. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm hungry now. Lu Sun said, immediately rolling over to put on his shoes. He knew this was Yi Zi's way of hinting at a date without saying it outright. Alright, after dinner we'll go shopping for a bit, then catch a movie later. Sure. Whatever you say. Lu Sun watched Yi Zi book movie tickets on her phone and chuckled to himself. Then he picked up his phone and saw a message from his mom. Mom, Link love should start early, being single sucks. Mom, Link man found dead at home, body left to rot before discovery. Mom, son, how are things with E lately? I'm worried you might end up like that guy in the news I sent you. Reading these messages, Lu Sun's face immediately darkened. Found dead at home after rotting? Would he end up like that? Come on, he's a cultivator. His body wouldn't rot. But to put his mother's mind at ease, Lu Sun pulled out his phone and added Yi Zi directly to the Lu family group chat. There were 4 members in the group. Lu Sun's parents, Lu Sun himself, and Yi Zi. Lu Sun, Dad, Mom, I've added her to the group. Carefree life, welcome, daughter-in-law. Carefree life, exclusive red envelope. Money is dirt, welcome, E. Seeing the pop-up on her phone, Yi Zi frowned at Lu Sun. Lu Sun chuckled, you'd have to join this group sooner or later anyway. Might as well add you now and save myself the trouble later. Yi Zi felt her teeth itch with anger at his words. What do you mean, sooner or later? Did I agree to date you? Chapter 50, You're not worthy. Glancing at the group chat messages, then at Lu Sun's smug grin, Yi Zi's anger flared. How could this jerk be so despicable? It made her teeth itch. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck as she stared at her phone. The next moment, she sent a message in Lu Sun's family group chat. Yi Zi, auntie and uncle, Lu Sun doesn't want me anymore crying. Money is dirt? Money's worthless at Lu Sun, you little brat, did I give you permission? Carefree life, E, stop crying. Auntie will take care of this for you. The next moment. Just as Lu Sun was about to check his phone, which was buzzing, he saw this message. Mom has removed you from the group chat. Lu Sun? What's going on? Who am I? Where am I? Lu Sun stared blankly at his phone. After taking a deep breath, he put it away, deciding to call and ask about it later. 1 hour later. Inside the restaurant. I'm going to the restroom. Sure. Lu Sun replied to Yi Zi while continuing to eat. However, shortly after Yi Zi left, a chubby boy with tears streaming down his face sat down across from Lu Sun.
The next moment, tears streamed down his face like water, quickly forming a small stream.
Lu Sun? What's going on? Why is this guy crying so hard? Bro, stop crying. Tell me what's wrong. Maybe I can help. Really?
The fat man lifted his head, his voice trembling but his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Lu Sun. Lu Sun hesitated before replying, as long as it's not an impossibly difficult problem, I should be able to help. I texted my crush and she told me to get lost.
What's going on? Does she not like me? Hearing Lu Sun's confidence, the chubby guy asked, his voice trembling. Lu Sun froze for a moment upon hearing the chubby guy's words. This? How the hell should he know?
But to stop the fat guy from crying a river and contaminating the food, Lu Sun steeled himself and said,
Buddy, you're wrong. Wrong. The fat guy looked at Lu Sun, utterly baffled.
Every time he messaged her, she told him to get lost.
If that wasn't dislike, what else could it be? Yes, you're wrong.
Lu Sun fixed him with a piercing stare.
Girls tend to be sensitive about their pride.
Your goddess probably felt awkward saying get in bed with me, so she used get lost instead. Hearing this, the fat guy's eyes lit up noticeably.
But that spark lasted only a moment. Lu Sun's explanation was something no one would believe and he wasn't stupid. Huh? Who is he? Do you know him, Lu Sun? Just then, Yi returned and saw Lu Sun sitting in her usual spot. A friend. Oh, I see. Yi sat down beside Lu Sun after speaking. Watching this scene, the chubby guy blinked in disbelief. Bro. Is that your girlfriend? Lu Sun smiled. Yep.
Yi shot him a disapproving look, feeling too exasperated to comment, while simultaneously sending several messages in Lu Sun's family group chat.
The fat guy's eyes lit up at the news. Lu Sun's girlfriend was even prettier than his own goddess. Then what he said earlier couldn't possibly have been a lie. After all, he had more experience than me. With that thought, the chubby guy muttered to himself, so that's why she's so shy. She should just say what's on her mind.
After muttering to himself, he picked up his phone again and sent another message to his goddess. But the next moment, his eyes, which had just lit up, dimmed again. Bro, what does it mean when my goddess tells me to go die? He asked again, his voice trembling. Lu Sun saw him on the verge of tears again and immediately spoke up.
Don't overthink it. When the goddess tells you to die, she definitely doesn't mean it the way you think. It's more like... Lu Sun hesitated for a moment, unable to come up with anything else. He didn't know.
But seeing the fat guy's intense, pleading eyes, Lu Sun steeled himself and blurted it out. When your goddess tells you to die, she definitely means, she wants you to feel so ecstatic you're on cloud 9, like you're dying of pleasure.
Bro, if you're getting laid, just enjoy it quietly. The words fell. Yi giggled. Is that even a valid interpretation? However, at that moment, the light in the chubby guy's eyes grew even brighter. His girlfriend was prettier than his own goddess. Would he lie to himself? Master, I get it now.
After saying that, he pulled out his phone again to send a message to his goddess. Yet the very next second, his eyes went hollow, and he stared blankly at Lu Sun.
My goddess, she deleted me. Lu Sun sighed and immediately replied, Bro, with women, what they don't care about doesn't matter at all. It's only when they care that they'll roll, die, and block you. Your goddess clearly has feelings for you, and she's hooked. She can only grab your attention through such extreme measures. You've totally won, bro.
Hearing this, the fat guy's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His girlfriend was prettier than his goddess. He wouldn't lie to him. Master Mo Chang was absolutely right to send him to Lu Sun.
He could actually help solve such a huge problem. So she does have feelings for me. I'm going to propose to her right away.
After muttering this to himself, the chubby guy finally remembered the real reason for his visit. Wiping away the tears that had fallen earlier, he spoke up.
Hey, bro, your name is Lu Sun, right? Yes. Do you know me? No, but my master, Mo Chang, sent me to find you. Sequencers need to slay a demon of equal rank to inherit their insignia, so my master wants you to assist me. Finishing his explanation, the fat man pulled out a storage ring with a sincere expression. Inside are cultivation resources. My master said this is your reward for agreeing to help me. Hearing this, Lu Sun fell silent. He'd finally gotten some free time, and Mo Chang immediately found him something to do. Restorative potions.
After a moment's thought, Lu Sun accepted the storage ring and handed it to Yi. Only then did he turn to the fat man and say, alright, I'll help you.
But come back in 3 days. Let's add each other as contacts first.
He pulled out his phone, revealing a QR code. After scanning the fat man Yuanren's QR code and adding him as a friend, Yuanren finally departed.
Seeing the mischievous grin on Lu Sun's face, Yi couldn't help but ask. Are you really going to help that guy slay demons? No, I'm not. Then why did you accept his resources? I'm not going, but someone else definitely will. I won't go either, I have things to do.
Yi assumed Lu Sun had set his sights on her.
Ziyi, have you forgotten about those 2 freeloaders at our place? Lu Sun spoke up then. You mean Sen Xiao Shou and the Chongming bird? Yes.
Lu Sun smiled faintly.
Upon hearing the answer, Yi Zi didn't object. After all, both the Chongming bird and the little beast needed to be tempered now. Otherwise, they might struggle to shoulder greater responsibilities in the future. Next, after the two finished their meal and stepped out of the restaurant, they saw Chapter 51, Inevitable. Not far outside, a raised platform stood erected. At that moment, the MC standing atop the platform spoke with passionate fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, our mall has decided to randomly select 2 fortunate martial artists to portray the couple bound together by fate in this event. Now, everyone, please look at the big screen. Let's see which 2 lucky winners it is. The host's words had barely faded. The big screen began displaying images. First, a couple embraced, eagerly awaiting their turn to be selected. Then another couple. Then the man from one couple and the woman from another. Everyone was hoping to be chosen, even the bystanders. But Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun didn't want to waste time here. Yi Ziyi planned to casually browse around for a bit, then watch a movie to complete the adventure quest. After that, she planned to go home and practice. Lu Sun, however, was worried. This thing was too random. What if he got paired with someone else? But as the large screen's image froze, the host spotted the 2 figures walking hand in hand and immediately pointed at them. Our male and female leads have been chosen. The show is about to begin. The moment the host finished speaking, a dozen staff members appeared beside Lu Sun and Yi Ziyi. Before the bewildered pair could react, they were already being escorted toward the elevated stage. In that instant, they both understood. They had been chosen. Before they could fully process it, someone used a prop rope to bind them together, then placed a red veil over Yi Ziyi's head. They were pressed tightly together, unable to separate. Alright, everyone, please enjoy the fireworks. The host's voice echoed once more. Boom! 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 As dazzling fireworks bloomed across the sky, the sound of locks clicking echoed. Guess how she ended up crying? Crying. First bow to heaven and earth. Just then, a gust of wind from the blower blew the red veil off Yi Ziyi's head. Her features were like a painting, her eyes like stars, her hair gently caressed by the breeze. Perhaps because he was standing a little too close, her lovely face flushed slightly. She seemed somewhat flustered, her breathing even slightly uneven. A look of astonishment flashed in Lu Sun's eyes. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Ziyi and Lu Sun's hearts pounded wildly. What beautiful fireworks! At that moment, the fireworks reached their climax, countless dazzling bursts exploding amidst shrieks of delight. The atmosphere felt strangely tense. Yi Ziyi noticed Lu Sun staring blankly at her, head bowed, lips tightly pressed together. Could you not lean your head so close to mine? Lu Sun paused. I'd like to, but I'm tied up. With that, Lu Sun found himself asking another question, as if compelled by some unseen force. Hey, Ziyi, do you think we'll be like this forever? Yi Ziyi fell silent. She didn't know. She carried too much weight on her shoulders. She couldn't quite pinpoint whether she felt affection for Lu Sun or something else. But she certainly didn't dislike him. But this jerk hadn't even properly confessed to her yet, and they kept drifting along in this ambiguous limbo. Both of them fell into silence without realizing it at that moment. Fortunately, the music ended soon enough and they were released. Thank you both for your cooperation. Here's a small token of our appreciation. It may not be valuable, but its meaning is extraordinary. We hope you won't mind. As the host finished speaking, staff approached carrying trays. This is a pair of small pendants. They symbolize lifelong companionship. Please accept them. Thank you, thank you. I really like them. While Lu Sun handled the attention like a social butterfly, Yi Ziyi, who rarely found herself in the spotlight outside of fights, blushed as she gently accepted the charms from the host. With all the commotion, it was getting late, so Lu Sun and Yi Ziyi decided to skip the movie and head straight home. But halfway home, under the glow of a streetlight, Yi Ziyi suddenly turned to look at Lu Sun. Lu Sun, do you think we should try actually being together? Her voice was soft, whether from shyness or something else. Lu Sun paused for a moment before countering, aren't we already together? His words instantly darkened Yi Ziyi's expression. She turned and walked away, her pace quickening. Ding! Holy Maiden Robe Holy Grade, Sword Technique is Sword Technique imbued with a faint trace of spacetime. Has been delivered to your system inventory. Yi Ziyi. Just you wait. I'll defeat you and make you bow at my feet. When that day comes, I won't give you another chance to pursue me. A girl like me gifted in cultivation and hardworking, once someone steals her away, they won't give her back. With this thought, she walked faster and faster. Lu Sun couldn't understand why she'd suddenly become angry again. Though he hadn't immediately accepted her confession back then, he'd proven himself through his actions afterward. Night fell, the sky dotted with stars. Huff. Yi Ziyi gently exhaled a breath of stale air, opening her eyes to conclude her cultivation session. Her martial cultivation had now reached the 9th level of the opening veins realm, just one step away from advancing to the spirit platform. Yet before reaching the spirit platform realm, there remained one crucial matter.
Though Lingtai cultivation still involved refining spiritual energy, it differed fundamentally from the previous 3 realms. Here, practitioners cultivated the spiritual energy derived from their physical bodies. Spirit platform realm, within the body, a martial arts staircase and a divine platform are forged. The further one ascends the martial arts staircase, the greater their combat prowess within this realm. Reflecting on this, Yi Zi murmured, "It seems the time has come to forge my life-bound weapon." After all, upon reaching the spirit platform realm, a martial artist's spiritual awareness, the spirit consciousness avatar equals the divine soul. Therefore, cultivating spiritual awareness is crucial at this stage. Some practitioners specializing in spiritual awareness could defeat enemies from 1,000 miles away at this realm, winning battles without shedding a drop of blood. Yet Yi Zi, whether in her past life or present incarnation, could never cultivate her spiritual awareness to its peak. Her spiritual awareness was her greatest weakness, a realm where her innate talent was mediocre. Thus, forging her life-bound weapon was an urgent necessity. For the higher the grade of one's life-bound weapon, the greater its ability to protect the soul. Ding! Comparison task activated. Comparison content, forge a life-bound weapon of higher rank than the comparison target. Victory reward, soul-bound weapon enhancement card permanently boosts weapon tier by 1/500 Emperor Spirit Stones. Gazing at the system task that had popped up before her, Yi Zi frowned slightly. He still lacked sufficient materials to forge his life-bound warrior and needed to gather more. But if she didn't have them, Lu Sun certainly didn't either. Therefore, she was certain that no matter what, Lu Sun would not surpass her this time. At the very least, I was an imperial artifact master in my previous life. If I lose to Lu Sun again this time, it would be utterly unjust. With that, Yi Zi began mapping out the materials required for her life-bound weapon. After much hesitation, she finally decided to go to the Qin family in Yanjing. For there lay every single material she needed to forge her life-bound battle weapon. Meanwhile, Lu Sun slept soundly. But suddenly, he sensed a gust of wind. What's going on? How did I end up sleeping mid-air? Just as Lu Sun opened his eyes in bewilderment, he saw a familiar old face. The Vice Dean. Old Deng, what are you doing? I don't have time for your nonsense. Come with me to the Qin residence. Chapter 52, You've won big time, bro. Soon, the Vice Dean brought Lu Sun to the Qin residence. Upon seeing Lu Sun again, old Qin was visibly furious. All this time, and you still haven't made any progress. Nearly 2 weeks had passed, yet this child's cultivation had not advanced at all. How could they possibly feel secure placing all their hopes on him? Take him to the seclusion chamber immediately. He's not to emerge until he breaks through to the 9th layer of the opening veins realm. No sooner had old Master Qin finished speaking. Several members of the Qin family approached Lu Sun. Seeing their muscles, as solid as living steel, Lu Sun swallowed hard. He clutched the Vice Dean's robe tightly. At that moment, he desperately wished he could study, wished he could go back and hit the books hard. Dean, if I seclude myself here to train, my studies will inevitably fall behind. It's fine. Whether you study or not doesn't matter, but you absolutely must break through your limits. Listen to the Dean, just stay here and train diligently. I'll approve your leave request for you. Supplements. Lu Sun stared at the Vice Dean who had completely cut off his escape route, inwardly wailing. Now, only 2 choices lay before him. Either stay here and be locked away in that dark, windowless seclusion chamber, or break through to the 9th level of the opening veins realm. Faced with this stark choice, Lu Sun took a deep breath. You forced my hand. The moment Lu Sun's words fell, a vortex of spiritual energy formed beneath his feet. For a moment, Elder Qin and the Vice Dean were both stunned. This kid. How could he suddenly be about to break through? Could it be because of guilt? It makes sense. After all, they had such high hopes for him, yet he let them down so badly. It's only fitting he breaks through now. That's what the Vice Dean and old Qin thought. But in the very next second, the servants preparing to escort Lu Sun to the seclusion chamber froze. Because. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled thuds emanated from Lu Sun's body. 5th tier opening veins realm. 6th layer of the opening veins realm. All the way up to the 9th tier of the opening veins realm before it finally ceased. At that moment, Elder Qin and the Vice Dean exchanged glances. This kid had broken through so many minor realms at once, yet his aura showed not the slightest sign of unstable foundations, and worse, it even hinted at approaching the threshold of the extreme realm. Indeed, the opening veins realm differed from other realms. It contained the existence of the 10th realm. But reaching the 10th realm, the extreme realm, was exceedingly difficult. In all their years, they had only ever read about it in ancient texts. Yet now, they saw hope embodied in Lu Sun. Is this the power of guilt? Just as Elder Qin and the Vice Dean were marveling inwardly, Lu Sun spoke up. Dean, Elder Qin, may I return to the academy now? Hearing this, Elder Qin and the Vice Dean exchanged glances, their aged eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. No rush, no rush. Sit down, young Lu. We'll explain everything to you slowly. Someone, bring tea. Old Master Qin barked the order, and several servants promptly brought tea along with tables, chairs, and stools. Sit.
After Lu Sun took his seat, the Vice Dean and Old Master Qin began. Young Lu, we're getting old. This is your generation's world now. But you must understand why we held you in such high regard. It was because of your talent. Yet now, you've left us somewhat disappointed. As the Vice Dean finished speaking, Old Master Qin sighed in unison. Yes, they sought to rekindle Lu Sun's sense of guilt, hoping to see if he could break through to the extreme realm. But clearly, Lu Sun was as sharp as a monkey. He wasn't falling for their tricks. He had already broken through to the 9th level of the opening veins realm. What more did they want? The Vice Dean now adopted a gradual, persuasive approach. Young Lu, don't you feel even a shred of guilt toward us? Yes. Lu Sun nodded earnestly. He shouldn't have gotten involved with these two old fools. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed up late at night, running around causing trouble with them. He felt guilty for not sleeping tonight. Hearing Lu Sun admit it, the Vice Dean and Elder Qin immediately smiled. In that case, tonight you shall refine your own life-bound weapon under Elder Qin's guidance. Can I leave once it's forged? Lu Sun asked. Of course, the Vice Dean assured him, patting his chest. Fine, I can't argue with you two. Deal. As Lu Sun finished speaking, Elder Qin smiled faintly and motioned for him to follow. The Vice Dean watched their retreating figures, his aged eyes narrowing slightly. Lu Sun, don't let us down. He and that fellow Qin Zhengsheng had made up their minds from the start. Once Lu Sun broke through to the 9th layer of the opening veins realm, it would help him forge his life-bound battle weapon. For once a martial artist successfully forged their life-bound weapon, even the lowest tier human grade version would trigger the heavenly tribulation. Successfully weathering that tribulation would earn the blessings of heaven. And based on past experience, after absorbing these blessings, martial artists would typically break through directly to the spirit platform realm. Hope that old codger Qin Zhengsheng keeps a watchful eye on things then. The Vice Dean finished speaking, his palms slightly sweaty. He was nervous. If Lu Sun succeeded, it would mean they gained an extra edge in the decisive battle. Meanwhile, Lu Sun had arrived at the forging workshop and was seated before the forging furnace. Elder Qin, clutching a box, addressed the ancestral spirits. Honored ancestors, your humble descendant Qin Zhengsheng never intended to touch the family's most precious treasure. But what lies ahead is of utmost importance. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Rest assured, however, that Zhengsheng will not dishonor this imperial crystal. I guarantee the forged weapon will be no less than king tier. After speaking, he approached the forge to instruct Lu Sun on basic forging principles and techniques. Have you remembered everything I just said? Yes, I have. Out of respect for elders and consideration for juniors, Lu Sun nodded in agreement. Though he hadn't specialized in forging in his previous life, he was still a divine king tier forger. Therefore, what old Qin had just explained sounded to him like a child teaching his father how to dress, utterly absurd. Next, I'll place all the required materials here. Later, you'll add them one by one into the forge according to my instructions. Crafting one's life-bound weapon required the martial artist's own hands. Even someone at Elder Qin's level could only assist by stoking the earth's core fire to burn more fiercely. Throughout the forging process, the assistant must focus solely on controlling the earth's core fire and refrain from interfering with the actual forging. Therefore, gazing at the forge furnace glowing red-hot under the earth's core fire, Lu Sun resolved to show Old Master Qin a thing or two, teaching him what true forging truly entailed. Watch closely, Elder Qin. This is how weapons are forged. I'll only demonstrate once, Lu Sun declared, fixing his gaze on the elder. Have you lost your mind? Teach me? Master Qin stared at Lu Sun in disbelief while maintaining control over the earth's core fire. He was, after all, a king-level artifact refiner. Why would he need lessons from a kid who knew nothing about the craft? Just as old Qin was about to scold Lu Sun, he watched as Lu Sun grabbed all the precious forging materials scattered on the ground and tossed them directly into the forging furnace. In an instant, the forging chamber echoed with old Qin's piercing screams. My imperial crystal. Kid, I'll kill you. Chapter 53, no time for your nonsense. Old Master Qin's eyes bulged as he glared at Lu Sun, his chest heaving violently with rage. If he could have broken free, he would have had Lu Sun by the throat already. Do you think refining artifacts is like making stew? Just dumping everything in all at once. This way, you'll never forge a true soul-bound weapon, only junk. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The forging furnace trembled lightly, swirling with streaks of purple energy. The materials have all been refined into spirit essence. Seeing this, old Qin suppressed his rising anger for the moment, focusing intently on controlling the earth's core fire. He resolved to address the matter only after the forging was complete. Boom! 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 As the earth's core fire baked the forge red hot, old Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite Lu Sun's earlier reckless actions, he felt somewhat confident he could salvage some of the losses. By his estimation, even in the worst-case scenario, the resulting artifact should still be an Earth-grade life-bound battle weapon. Life-bound weapons were ranked into 9 tiers: human, yellow, mystic, earth, heaven, king, saint, revered, and emperor. Even a mere human-grade life-bound weapon could elevate a martial artist's combat prowess by a tier, let alone an emperor-grade weapon, a rarity forged once in a millennium.
Young man, visualize the shape of your life-bound weapon within your mind and use your spiritual energy to control its formation. Old Qin spoke to Lu Sun once the spirit liquid had been sufficiently refined.
But Lu Sun knew at a glance that the spirit liquid hadn't been perfected yet. No rush, he replied. Let it burn a little longer. Old Master Qin trembled with rage. Do you think you can just keep heating it for a while longer? If it's overcooked, forget about a life-bound weapon, not even a single hair will remain. Keep it in there any longer and it'll be ruined.
Seeing the spiritual liquid in the forge dwindling, Old Master Qin urged Lu Sun to shape it quickly.
But in the very next second, a dazzling array of multicolored light erupted from the forge. Now!
Seizing the moment, Lu Sun immediately used his spiritual energy to shape his life-bound weapon.
Boom!
A split second before the weapon materialized, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead. Countless golden bolts of lightning flashed wildly within the storm, illuminating the entire Qin family compound as bright as day.
What's happening?
It's coming from the weapon forging chamber.
Could the family head have forged a weapon of the king tier or higher?
Qin family disciples looked up at the sky, speculating about the changes. Even Yi Ziyi, who had just arrived near the Qin residence, narrowed his eyes as he gazed skyward.
The holy weapon tribulation. Could it be that venerable king tier weapon forger of the Qin family is about to break through to become a holy weapon forger? It wasn't like this in my previous life.
No sooner had she spoken. In the blink of an eye, the holy artifact tribulation that had been gathering momentum in the sky vanished.
Did it fail? Yi Ziyi murmured again, gazing at the sky, her heart finally settling. Her purpose in coming to the Qin family was straightforward.
Besides obtaining the blood-weeping sacred essence, the priceless treasure for refining artifacts from the Qin family, her only remaining task was to have Old Master Qin assist her in forging her life-bound battle weapon. For with her current cultivation, it was exceedingly difficult to forge a life-bound weapon alone. In exchange, she would help Old Master Qin ascend to the rank of Sacred Artifact Master. Of course, all of this hinged on one crucial condition: Old Master Qin hadn't become a Sacred Artifact Master.
If he had, Yi Ziyi's plan would have failed.
Though she could devise a new plan, for now, it wasn't necessary. With this thought, Yi Ziyi concealed her appearance and aura, draped herself in a cloak, and approached the gates of the Qin residence.
No outsiders allowed within the Qin residence, the guard barked at the approaching figure. Summon your superior.
I wish to negotiate terms with him, Yi Ziyi replied, deliberately rendering her voice hoarse and thick. As she spoke, she projected a fabricated martial king aura through her cultivation technique.
Martial king!
The Qin family guard was stunned by her aura, which was impossible to distinguish as genuine or feigned, and immediately lowered his tone.
Please wait, senior. I'll report to the head of the household immediately. Moments later, Old Master Qin, thoroughly enraged by Lu Sun, arrived at the scene led by the guard. Elder, what brings you to the Qin family?
As a centuries-old lineage passed down through generations, the elder Qin had naturally encountered several of the martial kings openly acknowledged in present-day Huaxia.
But the man before him was not one of them. He was most likely one of the hidden ones.
It must be said that Yi Ziyi's technique for mimicking qi was remarkably well crafted.
Even a martial artist at the threshold of martial king realm like Elder Qin couldn't discern its authenticity.
A young member of my family requires a suitable life-bound weapon. Years ago, an old friend promised to guide his descendants should they ever seek his aid. Yi Ziyi's words were brief, yet they struck Old Master Qin and the guards like thunder.
Promising an old friend to guide his descendants if they ever met. This martial king was a friend of their Qin family's ancestor? Whoa!
Old Qin stared at the martial king before him, his heart sinking. He dared not imagine how long this ancient being before him had lived. Elder, please come in, come in. Old Qin respectfully ushered the elder King Wu into the Qin residence.
Along the way,
Elder, regarding the guidance you mentioned earlier. Yi Ziyi glanced at Old Master Qin, whose words trailed off but whose meaning was clear, and spoke softly. Naturally, I meant guidance on becoming a sacred artifact master.
Could it be you meant guidance for those younger generations in the Qin family below the martial king level?
Hearing this, Old Master Qin's eyes lit up. The ancestor's friend was truly formidable. He wouldn't even deign to guide anyone below martial king rank.
Please wait, senior. I'll go prepare immediately.
Before Old Master Qin could finish speaking, Yi Ziyi extended a hand to stop him.
No need.
I've gathered some materials here, only the primary ingredient, spirit stones, is missing.
I see. I'll go prepare the essence stone right away.
Old Master Qin realized with a flash of understanding.
However, the refining essence stones Old Qin fetched after several trips failed to satisfy Yi Ziyi. This only reinforced Old Qin's conviction that Yi Ziyi was undoubtedly a senior master. After all, while these stones seemed precious to him, they were undoubtedly trash in the eyes of a powerhouse like the senior, not worth his effort for forging. Finally, Elder Qin presented one last essence stone. Senior, if you're still not satisfied, I truly have no other options. Yi Ziyi glanced at Old Master Qin.
From his expression, she could tell he genuinely desired to improve. Yet she still shook her head.
This spirit stone is rather ordinary.
If I were to refine it and give it to my junior, it would be an embarrassment. Old Master Qin sighed at her words.
Just as he thought this opportunity for advancement was lost, Yi Zi spoke again. I recall your ancestral patriarch once obtained a blood-weeping sacred crystal, didn't he?
Yes, we did. But Old Master Qin hesitated for a long moment before speaking.
But what? Yi Zi felt a pang of unease.
In his previous life, that blood-weeping sacred essence should still have been there at this point.
Could he have misremembered? Except, it was just used by a junior for refinement.
Old Master Qin felt a pang of guilt, fearing this friend of the ancestor before him would rebuke him for squandering such a precious resource.
But Yi Zi merely sighed. It seems I'll have to visit other old friends then.
Hearing this, Old Qin immediately thought of something and bit his lip before speaking up. Senior, please wait. The Qin family still possesses a blood-weeping divine essence. With that, he headed toward the ancestral hall.
Yi Zi watched Old Master Qin's retreating figure thoughtfully, realizing.
No wonder when the Blood Tear's divine essence was stolen in her previous life, the Qin family only pursued the matter for a few days before abandoning it. The Qin family truly hides their depth. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Old Master Qin gazed at the smiling stone statue of the ancient patriarch. His heart hardened, and he banged his head against the ground several times with a thud.
Ancestor, I apologize.
My desire to advance was simply too strong. Once I've made something of myself, I'll commission a finer statue for you. Please forgive me. With that, Old Qin rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the hammer placed nearby, climbed onto the ancestral altar platform, and began smashing the smiling stone statue of his ancestor. Yes, the Qin family's ancestral founder had obtained a large chunk of the blood-weeping holy essence. He kept a small portion for the family as a treasured heirloom, but used the rest entirely to carve his own stone statue.
Chapter 54, watch closely, I'll only teach this once. Soon. Very soon.
Old Master Qin, smiling broadly, carried a large chunk of blood-weeping divine essence as he led Yi Zi to the artifact forging room. But the moment they entered the forging room, Yi Zi saw Lu Sun sitting cross-legged beside the forging furnace.
What's he doing here? Looks like he's forging. Could he be crafting his own life-bound weapon too? The moment Old Qin spotted Lu Sun, his temper flared. Sitting there now? Do you think sitting around will fix a failed forging? There's barely a fingernail-sized fragment left, even an emperor couldn't force the thing into shape. Thinking this, Old Qin glared at Lu Sun in exasperation. If you hadn't suddenly zoned out just now, you'd be holding your life-bound weapon and laughing right now. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll go drive that brat away for you. Just as Old Master Qin stepped forward to rouse Lu Sun. Boom! The Earth's core fire suddenly erupted into a raging inferno. Lu Sun opened his eyes, a look of seriousness in them. Earlier, Old Master Qin had thought he was distracted, but that wasn't the case. He wasn't distracted at all. He was using his spiritual energy to hammer the artifact forging materials once more, aiming to extract their impurities. Now, this nail-sized essence was precisely what was needed to forge a decent artifact. With that thought, Lu Sun intensified the heat. In the blink of an eye, the forging furnace, which had dimmed, blazed crimson once more. In that instant, spiritual energy from the heavens and earth coalesced into streaks of rainbow light, violently surging into the forging furnace. Witnessing this spectacle, Old Qin stared at Lu Sun as if he'd seen a ghost. The boy's mastery of fire control could only be described in 3 words. Terrifyingly so. Even after a lifetime of forging, he had never mastered the Earth's core fire with such proficiency. Yi Zi was also stunned by Lu Sun's fire control technique. But her astonishment lasted only a moment before the face beneath her hood regained its composure. For no matter how exceptional his fire control might be, the artifacts he forged now were clearly subpar, mere mortal weapons below the human grade tier, utterly unremarkable. But the very instant Yi Zi finished this thought, the sky, which had been brightening like the rising sun, was once again shrouded in dark clouds. Golden lightning raged within the thunderclouds, gradually coalescing into a colossal golden dragon that obscured the sky. It let out a dragon's roar that echoed across the heavens and earth. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed. A violent gale swept through, tearing and warping space. The terrifying pressure forced the members of the Qin family to flee their dwellings. The golden dragon tribulation has appeared. An unparalleled war weapon must be emerging. Judging by the direction, it must be coming from the weapon forging chamber. Could it be that the patriarch has broken through to become a sacred artifact master? Has he forged a sacred artifact? The ancestral lands of the Qin family. Such terror, even this sovereign feels a pang in my heart. The third ancestor of the Qin clan opened his eyes, murmured to himself, then closed them once more. Boom! A golden dragon suddenly crashed into the forging chamber. In an instant, golden lightning erupted everywhere. The forging workshop collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust and debris flying. Old Qin? You're here, but who else was forging in the Qin family's forging workshop? Seeing Old Qin, the Vice-Dean's expression shifted slightly as he asked. Could it be that the Qin family still had a master capable of helping that kid Lu Sun reforge his life-bound weapon? It was that kid, Lu Sun. Though it was hard to accept, the truth was before his eyes. Elder Qin's voice trembled as he spoke. Lu Sun? Didn't you tell me earlier that the forging had failed? The Vice Dean's tone brimmed with disbelief. It did fail. But somehow, that kid Lu Sun managed to revive it. I saw him drip 2 drops of blood, and then the forging chamber suddenly collapsed. Glancing up at the golden dragon tribulation in the sky, old Master Qin let out a bitter laugh. He was devastated. After all these years of forging, he had never once produced a golden dragon tribulation. Yet Lu Sun achieved it on his very first attempt. It made old Qin feel like the new generation was sweeping away the old, leaving them stranded on the shore. Even now, he was still reflecting, had he been forging correctly all these years? Could it be that Lu Sun's seemingly haphazard approach was the true essence of forging? Old Qin, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Could Lu Sun really have caused that commotion? The Vice Dean's voice trembled with both excitement and disbelief. What thrilled him was that if Lu Sun successfully weathered the tribulation, not only would his life-bound weapon become a sacred artifact, but he might even break through to the extreme realm. What baffled him was that weapon forging demanded immense mental strength. Even someone like old Qin, who'd spent most of his life mastering the craft, had mental power tested at only the martial king realm level. Yi Zi found this equally perplexing. Normally, a martial artist's spiritual power and cultivation realm grew together. Even she had never seen someone like Lu Sun forge high-quality weapons at such a low cultivation level. Could he be a genius in spiritual power? Yi Zi was utterly perplexed. If that's truly the case, he might become an imperial artifact master in the future or even a divine artifact master. Gazing at the forging chamber as the dust gradually dispersed, Yi Zi's expression grew grave. She refused to lose again. Yet before her eyes, she truly had no way to forge a sacred artifact. Even with Elder Qin's assistance, she could only manage to craft a king-tier life-bound battle weapon. There's only one option left. Have Lu Sun forge a life-bound weapon for her using the enemy to defeat the enemy. Just as Yi Zi was plotting how to get Lu Sun to forge for her. Roar! Roar! 2 colossal golden dragons, vast enough to obscure the sky, coalesced from the thunderclouds. 3 golden dragons? Doesn't this mean that Lu Sun has forged a high-grade sacred artifact? But how is that kid going to survive the golden dragon tribulation? The Vice Dean sucked in a sharp breath. A high-grade sacred artifact, even if not a life-bound weapon, it was enough to make martial king realm cultivators tremble with desire, even resorting to outright theft. Old man, the fish has taken the bait. Xin Lao's eyes darkened as he addressed the Vice Dean. The Vice Dean's expression also darkened as he secretly probed the strength of the incoming figures. As the dust settled, Lu Sun remained immersed in shaping the artifact, utterly unaware of the terrifying phenomenon unfolding around him. Suddenly, the space around him trembled violently. Streams of profound Tao essence coalesced into a rainbow-like glow, converging upon the forging furnace. Boom! In the next instant, the furnace lid exploded open, and an ancient ring, radiating an overwhelmingly dazzling light, landed in Lu Sun's hand. Roar! The 3 golden dragons fixed their enormous dragon eyes on the ring, roaring with fury. The ancient ring seemed to sense something, trembling faintly. Before long, a tiny, pitch-black sapling sprouted from the ring's surface. In the blink of an eye, the minuscule tree grew into a towering ancient tree. With each sway of its trunk, concentric ripples of void Tao essence radiated outward. Void Tao resonance. This sacred artifact actually possesses the essence of the void. Void, time-space, chaos, yin, and yang, these are the 5 primordial Tao. To possess even one is extraordinary. Exclamations of astonishment echoed. The void Tao resonance swept past the 3 golden dragons in the sky. Crack! The golden dragon illusion shattered instantly, as if made of paper, and the entire world fell abruptly silent. Not only were the others stunned, but even Yi Zi found it unbelievable. Is there such a way to cross the tribulation? Shouldn't a newly born life-bound weapon be exceptionally fragile, requiring its master's protection? The life-bound ring forged by Lu Sun felt nothing like fragile to Yi Zi. What she didn't know was this. The artifacts Lu Sun forged existed on an entirely different plane from the fragility she understood. The moment all the strange phenomena vanished, hundreds of black-clad figures materialized, hovering in the air, instantly encircling the Qin family. The leader of the black-clad figures let out a hoarse, sinister laugh. Ha ha ha! From this day forward, the Qin family shall be consigned to history. Men, attack! The words had barely left his mouth. Hundreds of black-clad figures pounced upon the Qin family members like ferocious beasts. Chapter 55, I desperately want to improve. Ah! Before the Qin disciples could react, their throats were slit by the black-clad assailants, leaving them as cold, lifeless corpses. As Old Master Qin and the Vice Dean rushed to rescue their disciples, the leader of the black-clad figures sneered contemptuously. Ha, I knew you 2 old fools would be here. How could I possibly come unprepared? With a wave of his hand, 5 puppets radiating the aura of half-step martial kings materialized and immediately charged toward Elder Qin and the Vice Dean. What do we do? We're pinned down. The entire Qin family and Lu Sun are in grave danger. The Vice Dean frantically transmitted his voice to old Qin while fending off the puppets.
Old Master Qin, however, remained utterly unflustered. Oldly, no need to panic. Just wait for my ancestor's friend to step in and settle this once and for all. Yes, he placed unwavering trust in the patriarch's friend. After all, his ancestor had passed away as a martial king, and for someone to be his friend and still be alive today, they must be at least a half-step martial saint.
Who is your ancestor's friend? The one over there wearing the cloak.
As soon as old Qin finished speaking,
a gust of wind blew back the cloak covering Yizi's head. Vice Dean. Old Qin. Unless something unexpected happens, they'll all die here. Alright, little one, go die.
At that moment, the black-clad figure advanced toward Lu Xun with a greedy glint in his eyes. Never mind the bounty for his head, the sacred artifact in his grasp alone was worth the effort.
Lu Xun frowned slightly as he glanced at him. Half-step martial king.
At that moment, a strand of golden light descended from the celestial blessing clouds that had formed in the sky after the artifact tribulation was broken. But Lu Xun waved his hand, dispelling the golden light. Though the blessing was welcome, he had no desire for the heavenly Tao's mark to be imprinted within him, binding him to this realm's cosmic order. After completing this, Lu Xun narrowed his eyes slightly as he regarded the black-clad figure. The black-clad figure halted in his tracks, stunned by Lu Xun's actions.
Could this man be a fool, rejecting the heavenly blessing?
Even Yizi, currently entangled in combat with dozens of black-clad figures and unable to maintain her disguise, furrowed her brow slightly.
She couldn't understand. Does Lu Xun not see the situation?
If this were any other time, refusing the heavenly blessing wouldn't be a big deal.
But now. But before her thoughts could fully form, a black-clad figure appeared before Lu Xun in an instant.
A hand shot out, aiming to crush Lu Xun's skull on the spot.
How dare you, you lowly scoundrel!
Elder Qin and the Vice Dean roared in fury, already preparing to rush forward despite their severe injuries. The next instant, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly speechless. Lu Xun actually offered his neck to the black-clad figure. Not only did the Vice Dean and others think Lu Xun had lost his mind, but even the black-clad figure shared that belief.
What? Afraid? Lu Xun's words fell lightly, clearly provoking the black-clad man. Scared?
He was a professionally trained assassin, there was nothing in this world he wouldn't dare to do.
Yet, just as he was about to clamp his hands around Lu Xun's throat with deadly force, his expression abruptly twisted into terror. Why can't I move?
The disbelieving cry erupted from the black-clad figure's mouth.
He scanned his surroundings, realizing it wasn't just him, everyone was frozen. No! Even the air itself seemed suspended in this moment. What the hell is going on? The black-clad man was utterly baffled. But when his gaze fell upon the ring in Lu Xun's hand, radiating with Taoist mystique, his eyes instantly widened in horror. That ring!
Before he could even finish the thought, his vision began to reverse. In the final second of his consciousness, he saw his own body and Lu Xun appearing behind him.
The black-clad man died. Witnessing this scene, the Vice Dean and Elder Qin's aged eyes widened in disbelief. Old Qin, am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. Maybe I am.
The Vice Dean rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had seen Lu Xun stroll over with effortless grace, and then the black-clad man's head had rolled onto the ground. After all, the black-clad man was a half-step martial king, a powerhouse on par with himself. In this world where martial kings rarely emerged and half-step martial kings held supreme authority, he couldn't fathom anyone capable of so effortlessly slaying a half-step martial king, let alone a mere 9th-tier meridian opening martial artist. Yet the fact unfolded before their eyes, compelling both Elder Qin and the Vice Dean to accept it. Snapping back to reality, the two hurried to eliminate the remaining black-clad figures and rescue the surviving Qin family disciples. Compared to the shock of Elder Qin and the Vice Dean, Yizi observed the situation with meticulous detail. All of this stemmed from the black-clad men's overconfidence and the ring Lu Xun had forged. She sensed the essence of time and space emanating from Lu Xun's ring. In other words, although Lu Xun's current life-bound weapon was only at the same tier, it had fused three primordial Tao principles within it: time, space, and void. At this realization, Yizi clenched her fists tightly, her delicate brows furrowing deeply. This comparison posed a tremendous challenge for her. Forging a life-bound weapon superior to Lu Xun's was incredibly difficult.
Huff. Just as she exhaled deeply, preparing to release the pressure and focus entirely on forging moments later. The next second, the pressure vanished. Because. Ding! The Great Comparison Challenge begins. Adventure details: spend 1 hour playing various minigames with your contrast partner while wearing white stockings. Mission requirement: emotions must shift dynamically throughout the mission. Adventure rewards: Soulbound Warrior Trial Card Enhancement Card allows one trial of an enhanced Soulbound Warrior, 5,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. Task deadline: before 8 p.m. tonight. If the host has not commenced the task by 8 p.m., the system will automatically deem the host has abandoned the adventure mission. Seeing the adventure task appear before her, Yizi clenched her teeth, feeling a surge of irritation. Why is it always this kind of mission? Last time it was black stockings, this time white stockings, next time will it be bare legs? Luck won't always favor you. Just wait, I'll beat you.
Yes, Yi Ziyi believed Lu Xun had forged his life-bound battle weapon imbued with the 3 primordial Dao paths purely through luck, not personal skill. But what she didn't know was that Lu Xun had forcibly fused all 3 primordial Dao into the weapon during its forging.
And now, I, Yi Ziyi, have never been weaker than anyone in my life. Next time, I absolutely will not lose to you, Lu Xun. Yi Ziyi declared silently to herself, her expression returning to calm. Then, she stared blankly at her own reflection mirrored on the sword's blade. Yi Ziyi. When did my cloak slip off my head? At that moment, Elder Qin and the Vice Dean stood before her, smiling warmly. Senior, did you find it amusing to toy with me like a dog? Old Master Qin's words fell. Yi Ziyi, helpless, could only cast a pleading glance toward Lu Xun. Lu Xun immediately stepped forward and said with a smile. Master Qin, the reason you were toyed with is simply because your strength is insufficient to see through disguises. You should seriously reflect on whether you've cultivated diligently these past years, whether you've truly dedicated yourself to artifact refinement. After Lu Xun finished speaking, Old Master Qin and the Vice Dean exchanged glances. Then, when they looked back at Lu Xun, their faces were beaming with smiles. You little rascal, spouting nothing but nonsense. As a reward, you get to forge another artifact with me. Medicinal herbs. Yi Ziyi watched as Lu Xun was dragged away by Elder Qin, assuming she was no longer needed. But then, unexpectedly, the Vice Dean cleared his throat and spoke up. Little girl, didn't you want a life-bound battle weapon? Go on, follow them. Hearing this, Yi Ziyi's eyes lit up. What followed? With Lu Xun's guidance and Yi Ziyi's subtle prompting, Old Master Qin gained deeper insights into weapon forging, smoothly advancing beyond the rank of Sacred Artifact Master. Over the next few hours, Yi Ziyi's life-bound weapon was also forged. It was an oil paper umbrella currently at the mid-tier Saint grade level, with potential for further grade advancement. Infused with the Way of Frost, it could be stored within the Spirit Sea to protect the spirit sense when not in use. Afterwards, despite Old Master Qin's repeated pleas to stay for dinner, Yi Ziyi still chose to return home. Before leaving, however, she glanced at Lu Xun, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lower lip. Though Lu Xun couldn't decipher the meaning behind that glance, he couldn't help but note. The Qin family truly lived up to its reputation as a prominent clan. The food was ridiculously good. Later that evening, the moment he arrived home. Chapter 56, Brother, how do you want to punish me? Yi Ziyi came to greet him. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for ages. Saying this, she pulled Lu Xun into the bedroom. Smack. Smack. She patted the bed, gesturing for Lu Xun to sit across from her. Lu Xun took a deep breath. He knew this day would come sooner or later, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so quickly. Are you ready? Once Lu Xun was seated, Yi Ziyi asked in a solemn voice. Her legs, encased in white stockings, were pressed together. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her long lashes fluttered, casting a shadow. I'm ready. Lu Xun had barely finished answering when Yi Ziyi placed headphones over his ears. Then, Yi Ziyi began gesturing and speaking rapidly. Lu Xun looked at her with confusion. What was this about? This wasn't what he had imagined. Moments later, Yi Ziyi removed the headphones from Lu Xun's ears and asked. Guess what I was saying just now? Lu Xun still looked at her with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what they were doing. Had he misunderstood? Wasn't it that day? Guessing wrong means punishment, you know. Yi Ziyi's lazy, melodious voice carried a hint of mischief as she pulled a collar from behind her back. Well, do you like it? Lu Xun stared at the collar, momentarily stunned. Was this some kind of game? Yes, Yi Ziyi had planned this from the very start of the adventure quest. Because the system only mentioned playing various mini-games, not playing any specific game. And hers was a game too. Losing a game and facing punishment was perfectly normal. You're not going to be a sore loser and try to cheat, are you? Seeing the hesitation in Lu Xun's eyes, Yi Ziyi felt quite pleased. She intended to make Lu Xun lose so badly he'd be left in tatters. After losing so many times, how could she possibly lose this game? No. Lu Xun gave a helpless smile. If she insisted, he'd play along. Besides, there was no one else around. Who would ever know he'd worn such a humiliating thing? Lu Xun fastened the collar and jingled the bell. Jingle jingle. The jingle drew Yi Ziyi's gaze to his slender neck. Gulp. Yi Ziyi swallowed hard, feeling her mouth go dry. She had to admit, Lu Xun was actually quite handsome. Now it's your turn to guess me. With that, Lu Xun placed the headphones over Yi Ziyi's head and mouthed 3 words. Yi Ziyi's eyes lit up. She removed the headphones and whispered 3 words, I love you. Lu Xun paused, then looked at Yi Ziyi and smiled. I know. Yi Ziyi felt slightly uncomfortable under Lu Xun's gaze, a blush creeping up her fair neck. No, I meant what you just said, I love you. Wrong. I said you lost. Lu Xun's face remained cheerful. I'm not playing anymore. Yi Ziyi snapped, her embarrassment turning to anger. How was she supposed to play? With so many words that looked identical, she couldn't possibly guess them all. But you haven't taken your punishment yet. You're not going to be a sore loser and try to cheat, are you? Hearing Lu Sun utter those familiar words, Yi Ziyi felt both furious and exasperated. Punish her? Dream on. Regaining her composure, she smiled as she approached Lu Sun. Then, she grabbed a rope, instantly cutting off Lu Sun's breath. Their faces pressed dangerously close. Something was tracing circles on Lu Sun's chest. It was Yi Ziyi's fingers. Brother, how would you like to punish me? Her breath carried a faint fragrance, mingling with her seductive voice that rang out with startling clarity. Lu Sun's heart skipped a beat, his ears instantly flushing crimson. Seeing Lu Sun like this, Yi Ziyi's competitive spirit was thoroughly satisfied. So innocent? He's already flushed like this? A playful gleam danced in Yi Ziyi's eyes as she continued to tease Lu Sun in his ear. Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Still figuring out how to punish me? Lu Sun met her gaze with a faint smile, then pushed her down with both hands before flipping her over. Yi Ziyi's expression turned panicked. Oh no! This is bad. Stop, stop. Yi Ziyi hadn't even finished her sentence. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Yi Ziyi felt a stinging pain on her buttocks, her face flushing so bright red it seemed like it could drip blood. She rolled over, both embarrassed and furious, grabbing a pillow to smack Lu Sun in the face. Go to hell! Go to hell! You pervert! Hey, are you being a sore loser? Stop hitting me. If you can't hit me, I'll just let you hit me back. Get lost. Yi Ziyi was driven mad by Lu Sun's shamelessness. She'd never endured such humiliation in her entire life. Yi Ziyi was furious. She glared at Lu Sun, grinding her teeth. You wait for me in the living room. Yi Ziyi spat out the threat, stormed out of the bedroom, and slammed the door shut. Bang! Then, when she returned, she carried 2 bottles of liquor in her hands and glared at Lu Sun with a defiant look. The game they played next was simple, a drinking contest. Whoever lost had to grant the other one wish. As night deepened, the table piled high with empty bottles. Yi Ziyi belched, her cheeks flushed crimson as she slurred incoherently toward the wall. Goo. Shapakai, why's your face so pale? Hey, are you done? If you can't keep going, just admit defeat. As she spoke, her body swayed uncontrollably, tumbling toward the floor. But no pain came. Yi Ziyi lifted her dazed head, staring at Lu Sun's irritatingly familiar face. I give up. I can't drink you under the table. You're not convinced. Yi Ziyi found an unexpected burst of strength, shoving Lu Sun hard onto the sofa. Then she staggered back to his side, cupping his face in her hands. Why are you so annoying? How long will it take me to beat you just once? You already have. Lu Sun's words made Yi Ziyi's eyes light up. Really? Lu Sun gave a firm nod. Yay! Yi Ziyi was overjoyed. She tilted her head back and downed the remaining half bottle of liquor in one gulp. Spilled liquid trickled down from the corners of her lips, winding its way along her delicate, fair neck. Lu Sun watched her like this and smiled helplessly. How had he never noticed before how fiercely competitive she was? Ding! Adventure quest completed. Enhancement card for Soulbound Battle Soldier trial allows 1 trial of an enhanced Soulbound Battle Soldier and 5,000 high-grade spirit stones have been deposited into your system warehouse. The system's voice chimed, but Yi Ziyi only felt a tingling sensation in her head. She felt like she'd forgotten something. But it didn't matter. She had defeated Lu Sun. Hold on. You're my little brother now, got it? You must respect me, trust me, never bully me, and give me the best of everything first. Yi Ziyi lifted her head proudly, looking down at Lu Sun. Under the numbing effects of alcohol, she felt everything was under her control. After speaking, she sat down beside Lu Sun, leaning her head against his shoulder as she drifted off into a hazy sleep, still murmuring. The Emperor has returned. You'll all pay with your lives. Lu Sun sighed, scooped Yi Ziyi up horizontally, and carried her into the bedroom. After laying her on the bed, he silently tidied up the living room's mess alone. Yet in her dreams, Yi Ziyi's brow furrowed uneasily. She groped around the bed in a daze, finally grabbing the pillow she'd thrown at Lu Sun. Clutching it to her chest, she sniffed it before smacking her lips and drifting back into sleep. Chapter 57, Is Something Off? The next day. Lu Sun was roused by Mo Chang's phone call. Open the door. What could Mo Chang possibly want so early? Lu Sun stepped out of the bedroom, puzzled, and opened the door. Master, I really can't do this. I beg you, let me go. Even though you've lost your sight, you can still continue guarding the sequence zone. The chubby Yuanren clung to Mo Chang's leg, sobbing uncontrollably, utterly devoid of any dignity. Mo Chang's mouth twitched. All those years of pampering this fatso had been for nothing. Even after losing his sight, he still wouldn't let him step down. When Yuanren saw Lu Sun staring at him like that, tears immediately streamed down his face like there was no tomorrow. Brother Lu, after you encouraged me to propose to my goddess last time, I got humiliated. I don't get it. Besides being ugly, poor, and short, what else is wrong with me? Lu Sun. Looking at Yuanren, he suddenly remembered the favor she'd asked him earlier to help her slay a demon. But wasn't there still a day left until their agreed upon time? Lu Sun, let's talk inside, Mo Chang interjected. He ushered the two men inside. Mo Chang cast a sound-blocking array. Lu Sun, I previously asked Anren to request your help in slaying demons. You agreed. But now I must tell you this matter is not as straightforward as I once thought. That place has become a demonic wasteland, teeming with monsters everywhere. Others have intervened behind the scenes. Mo Chang's tone was heavy as he spoke. Such incidents had occurred more than once, each claiming the lives of several sequencers. Yet the sequencers had no choice but to go, it was their duty. It was only after hearing Mo Chang's words that the portly Yuanren refused to accept the mission and take on the sequence. It was no different from going to their deaths. What about the other sequencers? Lu Sun pondered for a moment before asking. This was clearly not something a single sequence could handle. They've been out of contact since the last incident. Even Dragon Xian, Sequence 1, is missing. Mo Chang's brow furrowed deeply. I suspect someone behind the scenes is orchestrating this. Hearing this, Lu Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Dragon Xian, Sequence 1. He'd heard plenty of tales about the other party, and even the younger generation regarded him as a figure to aspire to. So what's your plan? No plan. Once I'm dead, those old fools back home will definitely mobilize. Mo Chang gave a bitter laugh. The situation had unfolded too suddenly for any planning. But I can't just die that easily. You understand what I mean. Lu Sun understood. This guy intended to use himself as bait to draw out his family elders and eliminate the demons. So you want me to purge every demon along the way for you? Mo Chang nodded. I've already posted the task across the major academies. Quite a few people have accepted it. It was the first time Yuanren had ever heard the words difficult come from Mo Chang, his master who had been in the sequence for over a decade. He shuddered involuntarily. He was terrified. He was only 18 this year, hadn't even married yet, and his savings amounted to a mere 800,000 yuan, far from enough to afford a lavish funeral. The more Yuanren thought about it, the more terrified his eyes became. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. He had scared himself into unconsciousness. Lu Sun. That's just how he is. The kid's been a scaredy cat since he was little, Mo Chang sighed. If anything unexpected happens, remember to look after him for me. He can't die, I promised someone. After saying that, as if remembering something, he smiled at Lu Sun. I think we hit it off pretty well. Back then, I was just like you, suddenly becoming a sequence. If I make it out of this alive, drinks are on me. Oh, and I know a KTV with top-notch hostesses. Mo Chang said, wrapping his arm around Lu Sun's shoulder with a lecherous grin, his face full of nostalgia. Lu Sun's mouth twitched. He hadn't even agreed to go yet, and this guy was already thinking about finding a princess. The vast horizon is my love. Flowers bloom beneath the endless green mountains. Mo Chang's phone rang. I'll take this call first. With that, he picked up the phone to answer. After hearing him finish the call, Lu Sun suddenly spoke up coldly. I have no reason to go. He had everything he needed now. Why would he go on such a dangerous mission? He'd rather sleep in at home. No, you have a reason, Mo Chang countered. The person who just called me mentioned a girl named Yi Ziyi on the list of people assigned to this mission. If I recall correctly, she should be your little girlfriend. Lu Sun fell silent. Alright, this time he really did have a reason. 1 hour earlier. The moment Yi Ziyi woke up, the system's electronic voice sounded in her mind. Ding! Demon realm formation detected. Comparison initiated. Comparison content, compare with reference subject Lu Sun to determine who can slay more demons. Victory reward, Void Sutra grade unknown, suspected supreme cultivation technique, unique pupil selection card, choose one from various unique pupils. Yi Ziyi stared at the two rewards, his heart racing. The Void Sutra, suspected to be an ultimate grade cultivation technique, and the I-Choice card, these rewards were nothing short of extravagant. Moreover, the comparison criteria were straightforward, simply slay more demons than Lu Sun. She knew her lifebound artifact could form a domain where all beings weaker than her within it would be instantly purged. As for those stronger than her, their power would be affected by the domain. Unless they were vastly superior, their combat strength would be reduced by 40%. This is practically giving it away. Yi Ziyi assessed this comparison task in such terms. First, Lu Sun might not even know about this yet. Second, even if Lu Sun did know, what could possibly go wrong? This time, luck was definitely not on his side. In my past life, the demon realm took shape because someone obtained the Heavenly Blood Demon Pearl. That Heavenly Blood Demon Pearl was also a supreme treasure. As if sensing Yi Ziyi's thoughts, the three-colored lotus within her body began to tremble faintly. Yi Ziyi could sense that the three-colored lotus flower was attempting to devour the Heavenly Blood Demon Pearl. Ever since slaying that demon last time, she had understood one of the lotus's purposes. It devoured demonic energy to nourish its master. The more demonic energy it devoured, the greater the nourishment it provided, and the stronger her power became. With this realization, Yi Ziyi immediately picked up her phone and searched the task forum created by the Four Gods Academy for missions involving demon slaying. She quickly found the one posted by Mo Chang and smoothly submitted her information to accept the quest. Lu Sun, once I claim the reward for this comparison quest, you'll never surpass me again. Gazing at the Void Sutra and the choice card for an unusual pupil listed as rewards for victory, Yi Zi felt they were already hers for the taking. Her brows relaxed, her mood soaring. She could already picture Lu Sun looking up to her as she ascended to become Empress once more, while he stayed home as a house husband, doting on his wife and children, gazing at her with adoration and obediently calling her wife. Oh ho ho ho! Just as she let out a melodious laugh, Yi Zi suddenly froze. Something felt off. Why would Lu Sun call her wife? Chapter 58, you call this a defensive move? The mission was scheduled for 6 p.m. The location was Lusui City, 300 kilometers from Yanjing. Therefore, after lunch, the person who accepted this mission set off. Liusu City had now completely fallen into the hands of the demon realm. The authorities had sealed off the city and were maintaining order. Gazing upon Lusher City now, the martial artists in the task force couldn't help but swallow hard. This once beautiful city now held no trace of life. A deathly silence hung over the city. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. Countless vehicles that once bustled through the streets now lay overturned, strewn across the roads. Under the dim streetlights, pools of crimson blood, not yet dried, were visible everywhere. Severed hands, severed feet, intestines, and mangled corpses littered the scene. What the hell is going on here? How did a perfectly normal city turn into this hellish mess? Someone in the task force frowned, staring at the enormous, horrifying claw marks on the nearby building. Suddenly, squeak! A shrill, piercing sound echoed, causing everyone's nerves to snap taut. Shut down your hearing. That's the demon's bewitching sound. Mo Chang, the team leader at the front, issued the warning. Instantly, every member of the task force blocked out the sound. Thud, thud, thud. Something slammed onto the ground, causing it to tremble violently. That thing is an eyeball? A member of the squad gasped in shock, staring at the enormous eyeball demon not far away. Behind us. There's more behind us. A row of armored figures, like the withered corpses of an ancient army, marched toward them. Orcs. A massive pig-headed creature, at least 10 meters tall, brandished a pitch-black greatsword. Countless disgusting insects swarmed behind it as it advanced. In the blink of an eye, the task force was completely surrounded by demons. By visual estimation, at least hundreds of demons. Holy crap! Some were so terrified their legs went weak. He'd been on demon-clearing missions before, but never encountered such a horde. Yet most remained remarkably composed, showing no panic. Because the situation was dire, panic wouldn't help. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, their only hope lay with the two sequencers leading the team. Just as Lu Sun was about to act, a oil paper umbrella pierced through the demons at blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of demons were reduced to ashes. Everyone stared in astonishment at the owner of the oil paper umbrella, Yi Zi. How could she eliminate these demons so effortlessly? Could she be a sequence user too? Did she just use her life-bound weapon? The timid Yuanren stared wide-eyed at Yi Zi before immediately dashing behind her. Oh, this damn sense of security. In that moment, Yuanren felt profoundly reassured, even the trembling in her sword-wielding hand lessening noticeably. In contrast to the shock of those around her, Yi Zi, the one directly involved, showed not the slightest change in expression. These were merely ordinary demons, incomparable to those that had developed their own consciousness earlier. Fortunately, this contest was about quantity. As long as she killed more ordinary demons, Lu Sun would have no chance of defeating her. With that thought, Yi Zi released her spiritual sense to scan nearby demonic gathering points. But in the next instant, her face suddenly paled. Someone had bounced her spiritual sense back. Hee hee hee. A silver bell-like laugh rang out, as clear and pleasant as flowing spring water. No one dared to lower their guard. For everyone knew that such laughter could not possibly come from a human. Little sister, you have a cruel heart. Do you know what those hideous things were just now? They were human beings just 2 hours ago. The melodious voice echoed once more from the mist that suddenly appeared nearby. Humans? No one could associate those grotesque, monstrous creatures with humans. Perhaps you don't know, but they were all transformed into demons. As the words fell, the mist parted nearby. A woman dressed in ancient attire, half her face rotted away, carried a lantern as she slowly approached. With each step she took, a trail of spiderweb-like black marks spread beneath her feet. Sister, why bother explaining all this to them? Isn't it better to just turn them all into demons? A spider demon with 8 legs and a human face suddenly dangled before Mo Chang. Interesting. And blind, too. Clack. Mo Chang exhaled a puff of white breath and swung his sword at the creature before him. The spider demon sprang back instantly. Stop playing around. That gentleman won't be pleased. A tall monk with hands pressed together in prayer and eyes filled with eerie cracks suddenly appeared. Why, so scary, so scary. They want to kill us. A nameless creature writhing on the ground wailed. 4 demons with independent consciousness. Yi Zi's brows furrowed deeply. Lu Sun did the same. Mo Chang flickered and reappeared before the spider demon. He drew his sword from its sheath. Clang. Just as the spider demon was about to be cleaved in two by the sword's glare. Thud. The sound of a guzheng echoed. The sword's trajectory suddenly shifted, slashing toward a nearby building. Another lurked in the shadows. By the time Mo Chang realized this, it was already too late. The monk demon and spider demon instantly lunged at him. At that very moment, the indescribable monster grew colossal, opening its gaping maw to devour the entire task force in one gulp. Yi Ziyi reacted swiftly, unleashing his life-bound battle weapon, the boundary domain, instantly pulling the unnameable demonic creature inside. Thud. Just then, as the ancient zither's melody sounded once more, Lu Sun vanished from where he stood. As the lantern demon approached, members of the task force prepared to strike. Bang! 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 Their hands exploded. No need to resist, you see. Just a little while longer, and you'll be one of us. The lantern demon wore an eerie grin, utterly unsettling. Though terrified, the others steadied their nerves, searching for a way out. Only Yuanren was so terrified she dropped her sword, crouched on the ground, and burst into tears. Don't turn me into a demon. I don't want to be a demon. Demons are so ugly. Wah! Witnessing this scene, the others couldn't help but frown inwardly. Standing at 5 feet 3 inches and weighing 160 pounds, Yuanren looked like a lump as she crouched there. So cowardly and afraid of death, why did he even take this mission? The others looked at him as if he were trash. The lantern demon, however, perked up at Yuanren's words. Oh? Then I'll make you the first to become a demon. With that, she flashed forward to stand before him. Medicine. Yuanren's chubby face twisted in terror, tears and snot streaming down his face. Don't worry, it'll be over quickly. The demon holding the lantern released a beam of light that flew toward Yuanren. Yuanren's plump body trembled violently. As the beam of light approached him, the fear in his heart reached an unprecedented height. But he could do nothing. For his master, Mo Chang, had only taught him defense. At this thought, Yuanren's eyes rolled back in terror, and he fainted. Two members of the task force, witnessing this, leapt out of the crowd to save him. Yet just as the beam was about to pierce his forehead, Yuanren vanished without a trace. Defensive technique 1. As Yuanren's voice echoed, he reappeared behind the lantern ghost. Clang. The sound of a sword sheathing echoed. Hundreds of sword lights erupted from within the lantern-bearing demon. No! The lantern demon tried to reassemble its body, but it couldn't. It could only watch helplessly as its form gradually dissipated. Witnessing this, the task force members' mouths twitched uncontrollably. You call this a defensive technique? The task force members rushed excitedly to Yuanren, who still stood there. Bro, you're so badass. One sword and you took down such a powerful demon. Wait, why are his eyes closed? He's snoring. Did he fall asleep? Observing him in this state, the group began to form a vague suspicion. Does he need to be asleep to wield such combat prowess? The very next second, rustling sounds erupted from all directions. Countless low-tier demonic insects swarmed like a tidal wave, overwhelming the task force. Seeing this, the team member with a fear of crowds broke out in goosebumps all over. Clearly, they couldn't handle this many demonic insects. At this realization, all eyes turned to Yuanren. Huh? What's happening? Why is there rustling everywhere? He's waking up, someone cried out in terror. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the group immediately picked up bricks from the ground and began hurling them at Yuanren's head. Thud! 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 After several blows, Yuanren closed his eyes peacefully. Then, facing the overwhelming swarm of demonic insects, Yuanren exhaled a puff of white breath. Defense technique, level 2. Watching the swirling blades and the demonic insect corpses falling from the sky, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Meanwhile, over at Lu Sun's side. Chapter 59, Long Xian, Mo Chang. He found himself inside a building. The building had been hollowed out from within, lacking any first or second floors. Lu Sun's perception immediately revealed that this was the interior of a spatial artifact. Upon the uppermost platform, a woman sat cross-legged beside a kneeling man, holding an ancient zither. Behind this man and woman, 3 others knelt before them. Run! A man impaled through the chest by a katana, pinned to the wall, shouted at Lu Sun. Lu Sun looked up and saw that besides the man pinned to the wall, 4 others were struggling inside dark green glass containers. They were all sequencers. Lu Sun sensed danger approaching and was about to react. Thud! The sound of a guzheng echoed. In an instant, all manner of grotesque demons and monsters swarmed in from every direction. Temporal ring. Lu Sun's mind flickered, and the ring on his finger glowed, instantly raising a barrier. The demons lunging at him instantly dissolved into pools of blood. Spacetime, far more interesting than that dragon Xian fellow. The man standing before the crowd on the platform narrowed his eyes slightly. Clang! A flash of sword light sliced through the air. A fine wound appeared on the man's face. His gaze turned sinister as he fixed it on a certain spot. The tiny wound on his face healed instantly, as if something insect-like had crawled across it. Boom! The entire building suddenly collapsed. Lu Sun plummeted from the bottom floor toward the roof. He adjusted his breathing. The moment he landed, a young man appeared beside him. The young man looked up at the figure still standing on the platform, his gaze as flat as a piece of deadwood. A badge adorned his chest, engraved with the character 1. Lu Sun subtly assessed the man. Peerless within his realm and absolute genius. Long Xian, Sequence 1. The young man's words fell. Lu Sun smiled faintly and replied, Lu Sun, Sequence 12. Don't die. The moment Long Xian finished speaking, his figure shot toward the platform. He knew clearly that only by eliminating that man would this battle truly end. But, thud, 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 as 3 ancient zither notes echoed. A swarm of demons surged toward him. Seeing this, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to act, he watched as the demons dissolved into a pool of blood. He turned his head to see Lu Sun, who had appeared beside him at some unknown moment. A flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. Having already abandoned all hope, he now felt a faint glimmer of possibility that victory might be within reach. Follow me, he murmured, tightening his grip on the sword hilt. Lu Sun followed silently at his side, his mind racing with strategies to break the stalemate. Thump, thump, thump. But the incessant sound of the gouging seemed to leave him no time for such thoughts. Endless hordes of demons and monsters surged toward Lu Sun and Long Xian. Meanwhile, the man on the platform seemed to sense something intriguing. He spoke casually to the 3 kneeling figures. Bring back the Spider Woman and the monks people. Yes. The 3 kneeling figures answered in unison. As the zither sounded once more, their forms vanished instantly. At that moment, Long Xian and Lu Sun exchanged a glance. Both knew that to approach the platform, they must first deal with the woman playing the zither. Once you're up there, hold her off for 1 minute. As Long Xian's words fell, a thunderous roar seemed to erupt around him. Boom! The sword strike carried a fierce, piercing aura, shattering the very fabric of Taoist laws in its path. The woman, who had been about to pluck the zither again, was instantly cleaved in 2, reduced to ashes and obliterated. Interesting. The man watched as Lu Sun and Long Xian approached the platform, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Long Xian's entire body trembled. Clearly, that single strike had taken a tremendous toll on him, otherwise, he wouldn't have needed Lu Sun to stall for a minute to recover. My name is Banada Nobuhide. Would you 2 care to introduce yourselves? The man flashed a harmless smile as he introduced himself. But Lu Sun had no time for his nonsense. His form shot forward, landing a punch directly on the man. The man lost most of his head. Yet a smile still played at the corners of his mouth as he faced Lu Sun, hands spread wide. As you can see, I am immortal. As he spoke, the skin tissue on the remaining half of his head began to wriggle. In the blink of an eye, his head had fully restored itself. Long Xian's gaze flickered with shock. Elsewhere. After disposing of that unspeakable monster, Yi Zi exited the realm. But the moment he emerged, he saw Yuanren lying on the ground, gasping for breath and sobbing uncontrollably. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. I didn't do anything. Why does my whole body feel like it's been run over by a truck? Especially my head. At the mention of her head, the members of the hunting squad felt a pang of guilt and pretended nothing had happened. After setting up an array to protect the group, Yi Zi prepared to venture deeper into the wilderness to hunt demons. Suddenly, she froze in place. Killing intent. Yi Zi darted toward a specific spot. At her destination, Mo Chang was gasping for breath. His wounds from the last battle hadn't fully healed, and slaying these 2 demons had been a real stretch. But just as he sheathed his sword, 3 familiar yet terrifying auras made him abruptly turn toward a certain direction. Long time no see, Mo Chang. What the hell happened to your eyes? Mo Chang recognized the voice immediately. It was Li Kaitian, another sequence member who had fought alongside him. But their aura now. Demons. But it doesn't matter. Since that master sent us here, he must have taken a liking to you. As long as you're willing to sacrifice everything you have, you can become like us, gaining endless life. No sooner had Li Kaitian finished speaking. He materialized beside Mo Chang, reaching out to seize his shoulder. But just as his hand neared Mo Chang's shoulder, Mo Chang reacted. With a burst of movement, he vanished and reappeared 50 meters away. No need to be so formal. After all, we used to be colleagues. You have become demons? Mo Chang exhaled a puff of white breath as he asked. Demons? Don't put it so harshly. We've merely become eternal beings. Only this way can we pursue the supreme martial path. Mo Chang, look at yourself now, limbs missing, your body ravaged by years of relentless training, even your lifespan affected. But it's okay. Just join us under that Lord's banner and you'll be restored to your former self. Hold still now. Cooperate nicely. You're no match for the 3 of us alone. Li Kaitian finished speaking and moved toward Mo Chang. But Mo Chang struck out at him with a sword slash across the air. Clang. Li Kaitian's arm fell to the ground. His expression twisted instantly. Stubborn fool. In an instant, the 3 charged toward Mo Chang. As 4 lightning-fast figures intertwined in midair, blood, severed hands, and mangled limbs flew everywhere. Stop. You'll really get yourself killed. As if fearing reprimand from Itabata Nobuhide, one of the trio shouted at Mo Chang.
Mo Chang now had one arm severed and a horrifying, fist-sized hole gaped in his chest.
Mo Chang, we've known each other for years. I don't want you to die by our hands. Just stay put. We'll take you to see that person. That person will make you immortal, just like us.
Hearing this, Mo Chang, who had barely managed to prop himself up against the wall, spoke. Precisely because we share a past, I must slay you here, not let you escape to harm others.
I am Mo Chang, Sequence 11.
I shall fulfill the duty of a sequence holder, burning my soul until I slay you all. As his words fell, under the stunned gazes of Li Kaitian and the others, Mo Chang's aura surged relentlessly. This was the Mo family's soul-burning technique. They couldn't comprehend why Mo Chang couldn't become an immortal being like them. In that instant, intertwining sword lights cleaved through the demonic aura. In this moment, Mo Chang, once a sequence holder, fulfilled the duty he had always upheld.
Chapter 60, Paying Homage to the Ancestor is invincible.
Meanwhile, elsewhere,
Lu Sun, Long Xian, and Baneta Nobuhide all sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching their location.
Long Xian glanced at the sequence badge on his chest, where 4 of the 12 points had dimmed.
Mo Chang. Is he dead?
Lu Sun, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on the stunned Nobuhide Itada and activated his spatial ring to deploy his domain.
In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Countless powerful attacks struck Itabata Nobuhide. Boom!
Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted.
The special container shattered, and several sequencers emerged from within. Cough, 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 cough.
By the time Nobuhide Itada regained his senses, his vision had vanished and he could no longer even sense his own body. In Lu Sun and Long Xian's line of sight, a bead continuously releasing demonic energy floated where Nobuhide Itada had stood moments before. The heavenly demon orb. Long Xian's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Baneta Nobuhide to fuse this cursed thing into himself, transforming into an immortal monster. Seems I'll have to deal with you vermin quickly. With that, Nobuhide Itada began to writhe within the heavenly demon orb. In the blink of an eye, he had regained his composure. Buzz. Long Xian's ears rang. His vision spun violently, too fast for him to react. Itada Nobuhide was just about to eliminate Long Xian, this insignificant insect. Suddenly, Lu Sun appeared beside Long Xian and carried him away. What an annoying little bug, Baneta Nobuhide muttered. Boom! The entire building began to shrink. Ultimately, only a 10-meter wide slab of floor remained, leaving Lu Sun, Long Xian, and the other order keepers with nowhere to hide but to face him head-on. I was hoping to play a little longer, but alas, you're not citizens of my nation. With a sigh, Nobuhide Itada suddenly materialized before Long Xian and Lu Sun. Without a word, he drew the katana hanging at his waist and swung it forward. The massive blade light swept through everything in its path. Lu Sun knew that in this situation, Long Xian and the others couldn't do much to help. After all, the creature before them was no longer human, it had become a half-demon tainted with an ominous aura. Though this half-demon was not yet fully matured, it was far beyond the capabilities of martial artists to handle at least those below the Saint Realm. Just as the blade's light appeared before Long Xian and the others, who hadn't yet reacted. Crack! A sound like shattering glass echoed. By the time Baneta Nobuhide looked back this way, Long Xian and his companions had vanished. You sent them all away, thinking you could handle me alone? Itabata Nobuhide regarded Lu Sun with amusement. He couldn't fathom how Lu Sun could possibly have any means to deal with him. After all, he was immortal. Lu Sun couldn't be bothered with his nonsense and directly summoned the boundary-breaking heavenly thunder. Instantly, the world's shackles manifested, seemingly intent on restraining the unpredictable entity. Yet despite this, Itada Nobuhide was still forced to his knees by the overwhelming aura released when Linran broke through. His very soul seemed to tremble. For Lu Sun hadn't broken through in martial cultivation, this was a realm beyond the comprehension of a martial artist like Itada Nobuhide. The Chi cultivation realm. Yes, cultivating immortality in a low-level world was this troublesome. The world's rules forbade it, unleashing 100,000 world shackles imbued with will to restrict human cultivation. Even breaking through to the first level of Chi cultivation caused such a commotion. But to Lu Sun, a mere 100,000 world shackles were barely enough to tickle him. In his previous life, he had cultivated to become an immortal emperor while bearing the weight of billions of world shackles. The reason he sent Long Xian and the others away was precisely to avoid the risk of accidentally taking them with him in the ensuing commotion. No, you can't kill me. I'm the one chosen by the demon god. Under the terror of impending death, Baneta Nobuhide transformed into a terrifying monster. He opened his gaping maw, spewing forth a relentless tide of demons and monsters, desperate to survive Lu Sun's grasp through this means. But his efforts were futile. Are cultivating immortality and martial arts on the same level? The demons he had just spewed were instantly crushed to dust by the immortal energy Lu Sun unleashed. Yet he continued to spew them forth. Because rather than doing nothing and just dying, he still wanted to do something before dying. Bang bang bang. As the chains binding the world shattered one by one. Boom.
Yi Ziyi and several Mo family tomb guardians who had just arrived stared in shock at the thundercloud covering the sky not far away. They had never witnessed such a terrifying thundercloud. Not only them, but even Yi Ziyi had never witnessed such a terrifying thundercloud. Even the thunderclouds that accompanied her ascension to Martial Emperor paled in comparison to this monstrosity. Even martial artists thousands of kilometers away now looked skyward, watching the thunderclouds gather. Is the end of the world upon us? Healing potions. I haven't even married yet. Wah, I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I haven't passed on the bloodline yet. Wah, I can be your dad. I won't blame you for not carrying on the bloodline. Yi Ziyi saw only a sky filled with lightning bolts descending, the world before his eyes seemingly turning entirely white. The world fell silent, utterly still. If any sound could be said to exist, it was the electronic beep of the system echoing in her mind. Ding! Comparison failed. Adventure quest activated. Adventure mission: take the comparison target to an amusement park and treat him to KFC. Mission requirements: the comparison target must not spend a single penny, must not be made unhappy, and you must actively create an atmosphere for him to experience sweet romance. Adventure reward: Void Sutra reference 1 page, grade unknown, suspected supreme cultivation technique, alien pupil trial card randomly grants host 1 minute of alien pupil experience. Staring at the system task before her, Yi Ziyi's slender frame trembled. After all, she had slain at least thousands of low-tier demons this time. And she still lost? Had Lu Xun been lured into a demonic lair? Where else could he have found so many demons to slay? Yi Ziyi was deeply dissatisfied with this outcome. It's just Lady Luck favoring you again. I refuse to believe your luck can stay this good forever. Meanwhile, the old martial kings of the Mo family were thinking. They had come because Mo Chang's soul lamp had extinguished. And the powerful being who had just triggered such a breakthrough tribulation. Could he also be a member of the Mo family? Yet, no matter how much they pondered, they couldn't figure out who this person could be from their Mo family. After all, they were already the oldest members of the Mo family. Could it be a long-lost ancestor of the Mo family? Upon considering this possibility, the old monsters found it increasingly plausible. After all, their family records stated that this ancestor, sharing the same name as Mo Chang, possessed a might akin to a war god striding across the Milky Way. Even a martial emperor would be no match for him in a single exchange. Of course, they didn't know this was merely a childhood prank Mo Chang had concocted because their strictness had led to him being beaten daily. Yes, he had altered the genealogy, substituting his own name for that of the Mo family's ancient ancestor. At that moment, amidst the billowing dust ahead, a sudden, violent cough erupted. Cough cough cough, why is there so much smoke? Hearing this, the Mo family elders' eyes lit up instantly. They bowed their heads in reverence. Greetings, ancestor. The ancestor is peerless. Chapter 61, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Lu Xun emerged from the smoke, holding the heavenly demon pearl. He had no idea what was going on. These old fools immediately addressed him as ancestor and performed the grandest of bows. Yi Ziyi watched him, unable to shake the image of Jing Tian's breakthrough tribulation from moments ago. Could he have caused it? That can't be possible. After all, his current realm. Ultimate realm. After sensing Lu Xun's current aura, Yi Ziyi was startled. How did he break through to the extreme realm? Lu Xun naturally noticed the trembling in Yi Ziyi's gaze as he looked at her. He assumed it was because Yi Ziyi was worried about him. At that moment, he kicked away an old man clinging to his leg. I truly am not your ancestor. You're lying. You absolutely are. The old man refused to believe him. Who else could be the Mo family's ancestor if not Lu Xun? Only their ancestor could cultivate to such a state of returning to simplicity. Even with cultivation reaching the heavens, he only revealed the aura of the meridian opening extreme realm. Ancestor, what realm have you truly reached now? Oh, ancestor, we sensed the presence of those young ones Long Xian and the others when we arrived. Where have they gone now? Old Deng reminded Lu Xun of something he'd almost forgotten. He seemed to have sent Long Xian and the others rather far away just now. At that moment, Long Xian and the others stood on a desolate island, staring blankly at the boundless ocean before them. They had no idea how they ended up here. Where the hell are we? My senses tell me nothing but ocean for 300 miles in every direction. Is there anyone out there who can save us? What do we do now? What else can we do? Fly back, I guess. Unlike the others' panic, Long Xian's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Lu Xun. He's incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Lu Xun had finally managed to break free from several old men and approached Yi Ziyi. Here, this little thing is for you. Seeing the heavenly demon orb Lu Xun handed over, Yi Ziyi's heart skipped a beat once more. How did you get it? Found it. Lu Xun blurted out without a second thought, unconcerned about Yi Ziyi's suspicion. After all, he was telling the truth. He had picked it up from the ground after dealing with Baneda no Bohide, that half-demon. Rounded up, it was indeed found. Yi Ziyi stared at him in astonishment. Found it? Did this guy max out his luck stat? How could he even find something like this?
Though her memories of Lu Sun's later life and her previous incarnation were hazy, barely worth mentioning, really Yi Zi still recalled clearly.
When the ancient starry land descended, 99% of ordinary people perished. Only Lu Sun's family emerged unscathed.
Even those who claimed to be of the divine race suffered heavy casualties near his home.
Could it be that he was always a genius and she simply hadn't realized it in her previous life? The more Yi Zi pondered this, the more improbable it seemed. After all, this guy's aura in his previous life had seemed utterly ordinary. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to put it aside for now. After all, there would be plenty of time later to gradually coax Lu Sun's little secrets out of him. And after that, Yuanren carried his master, Mo Chang, out of Su City.
He intended to take his master home. Back to the thatched hut his master had built with his own hands after finding him, to care for him.
Bathing in the rising dawnlight,
Master and disciple walked toward home.
Afternoon. At an amusement park in Beijing. You wanna ride this? Yi Zi stared at Lu Sun, who was mesmerized by the rocking car, feeling a bit numb. KFC crumbs clung to the corners of Lu Sun's mouth.
Meeting Yi Zi's gaze, his eyes sparkled brightly as he nodded firmly.
I want to ride it.
He was genuinely moved right now. Because Yi Zi had actually brought him here to fulfill his childhood dream.
As a child, due to Grandpa Lu Sun hadn't had the happiest childhood.
The only toy he ever owned was a music box he'd found in the trash.
Pressing it would play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Though the sound quality wasn't great, Lu Sun didn't mind at all. Because in his previous life, he had endured far greater suffering. At least in this life, he still had his parents. Even though Grandpa disliked him and his mother, beating and scolding them daily. His parents were kind and loved him dearly, even if they weren't exactly generous with money. Excuse me, how much is this?
Yi Zi felt helpless, but to complete the system task, she had to approach the owner. The shopkeeper, too busy to notice Yi Zi's youthful appearance, assumed she was just bringing her child to play.
1 yuan per minute. Yi Zi pulled out her phone and scanned a 100 yuan bill.
She was determined to make Lu Sun face the truth today.
Soon. Lu Sun got into the car. Dad's dad is called Grandpa, Mom's mom is called Grandma, Grandma's mom is Great-Grandma. Under the bridge by the gate, a flock of ducks swam by. Come quickly, count them 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Lu Sun was beaming with joy, because Yi Zi had also bought him an ice cream. This thing was pretty fun. Z, wanna give it a shake? It's pretty fun. Lu Sun invited her with a smile while eating his ice cream. Yi Zi glanced down at her feet, barely visible beneath her lowered gaze. She pictured herself sitting on the rocking car and declined. No thanks, you go ahead. Alright. Lin Ran had just replied. The owner spotted an adult playing on the rocking chair. Get off. Adults aren't allowed on this, you'll break it. No offense, but how old are you? And you too, young lady, why didn't you mention an adult was playing? Yi Zi faced the owner's words. One less ride, one less charge. Ha? The owner seemed momentarily stunned. I'll buy one. Yi Zi stared at the owner with an icy gaze. She didn't want the mission to fail. After all, the mission included not upsetting Lu Sun. What if Lu Sun got off the rocking car later and was upset? Ha? The owner uttered another startled ha. He glanced at Lu Sun, then at Yi Zi, his eyes gradually clouding over. Damn it, this little girl is actually loaded. And that young man too, skipping all the detours and taking this wide open highway straight to success. Then, Lu Sun continued rocking on the toy car, feeling utterly delighted inside. Because, as he'd read online, only someone who truly liked you would let you act like a child. Yi Zi really does love him. Here, have some ice cream. After handing him an ice cream bar, Yi Zi asked, is there anything else you want to try? Lu Sun took the ice cream and glanced at the other rides in the amusement park from the rocking car before shaking his head. Nothing else. Thank you for bringing me here. You're welcome, Yi Zi murmured, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Truthfully, she knew Lu Sun hadn't had an easy childhood after all, their families lived right across from each other. Every time she returned from her extracurricular classes, she'd see the dirty little boy sitting in the hallway, happily playing with the music box she'd discarded. He'd sing along to the music box's tunes, though he sang terribly. But that dirty kid was her only friend. Guess that's one of the few good deeds the dog system ever did, Yi Zi thought to herself, watching Lu Sun's satisfied expression as he ate his ice cream. Then, as the two walked out of the amusement park, Yi Zi's mind was pierced by the system's cold, electronic voice. Ding! Adventure quest completed. System rewards have been deposited into your inventory. Just then, Lu Sun, who hadn't heard his favorite song while riding the rocking car, turned to Yi Zi and suggested, how about we go sing at a KTV later? Yi Zi froze. You want to sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? His signature song mentioned, Lu Sun awkwardly scratched his nose. Just then, the system's electronic voice sounded again in Yi Zi's mind. Ding! Comparison activated. Chapter 62, True Music. Comparison content, who can master a martial arts instrument faster?
Victory reward, Imperial Martial Relic Ancient Martial Emperor's Battle Weapon, Demon Chronicles a tome detailing the weaknesses of powerful demons. Comparison failure penalty, randomly trigger a grand adventure quest. Glancing at the system panel that appeared before her, then hesitantly looking at Lu Sun, Yi Zi paused briefly before speaking.
Lu Sun, I think singing at a KTV is boring. How about this instead?
Let's learn a martial arts instrument, then compare our skills during karaoke.
If you win, I'll give you a surprise. What do you say?
Yi Zi's voice was playful, like raindrops tapping gently on one's heart. Lu Sun was deeply moved.
He had always known Yi Zi loved cultivation and didn't want to waste time on anything else.
But now, she was compromising for him, even coming up with a win-win solution and promising a surprise if he won.
She loved him so much. Alright, Lu Sun agreed with a smile. Gotcha.
Yi Ziyuan watched him fall for it, a faint, inexplicable curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Mastering martial arts instruments was no less challenging than martial arts themselves, and with almost no offensive capabilities, Hugh pursued this path. But Yi Zi had made this suggestion because in her previous life, she had been fortunate enough to inherit the legacy of a martial saint who specialized in the way of music. She knew that once one achieved mastery in this path, they could kill with sound, every note becoming a death warrant. Thus, this was a win-win solution for her. She could win the comparison while also testing the waters of martial music. The familiar feeling of having all the advantages, timing, location, and support made Yi Zi feel confident this time.
Watching the delighted Lu Sun, she silently declared to herself. Lu Sun, what are you going to use to beat me this time?
The two returned to the Four Gods Academy and headed to the music room. The students inside recognized the familiar faces of Lu Sun and Yi Zi, their expressions turning puzzled. They were both individuals with exceptionally poor aptitude for martial arts at the Four Gods Academy. To avoid expulsion, they had chosen to cultivate musical martial arts instead. But did Lu Sun and Yi Zi lack martial talent? What are they doing here? Interested in musical arts? Must be bored out of their minds. So what if they're gifted in martial arts? Musical arts are different from martial arts. As the students murmured among themselves, the teacher seated at the lectern frowned slightly. He couldn't understand why Yi Zi and Lu Sun had come here either. Could it really be that they were interested in the way of music? Hello, teacher. We're here for class. Come in. After the greeting, the teacher naturally had no reason to stop him. After all, the martial arts class had no lessons scheduled for today, and students were free to engage in activities both on and off campus. Next. As the teacher concluded the lesson for the instrumental class, many began to improvise freely. The sounds of the guzheng, flute, suona, and piano intertwined. Yi Zi observed their techniques, mentally combining them with the insights gained from his previous life as a musical genius to deduce their principles. Lu Sun, however, adored this place. With teachers lecturing to lull him into a trance and music to listen to, it was the perfect sanctuary for soothing the soul. Yes, Lu Sun slept soundly. This was a great spot, he'd definitely come back to sleep here next time. Watching him sleep so soundly, the music teacher's lips twitched slightly. Although the martial arts academy instructor had warned him that Lu Sun was notorious for sleeping anywhere, he hadn't expected the boy to drift off in such a noisy environment. And since he wasn't even his student, the teacher couldn't do anything about it. The martial arts academy treated him like a treasure. If he suffered any injustice here, those burly martial artists would surely say some unpleasant things. Ha? What do you mean sleeping? Isn't the music academy meant for sleeping anyway? How dare you disturb Lu Sun's rest? Don't you know how hard he trains? What's wrong with him napping in your classroom? Old dog, don't say I didn't warn you. If anything happens to Lu Sun in your music academy, I'll tear the whole place down. Exceptional students always attract this kind of attention. If Lu Sun's cultivation slowed after sleeping here, the martial arts academy teachers would suspect the music academy teachers had poisoned him. Therefore, the music academy instructor was now debating whether to give Lu Sun a blanket. After all, the air conditioning was set to a freezing temperature. What if he caught a cold? But just as he was about to go fetch a blanket, Yi Zi suddenly approached him. Excuse me, teacher. Go ahead, student, the teacher replied with a warm smile. He had a favorable impression of Yi Zi. Not only did he pay close attention in class without dozing off, but he also showed no disrespect simply because the teacher was from the conservatory. Bonus points. Major bonus points. Teacher, do you happen to have any spare guzheng instruments available? I'd like to try playing one. Yi Zi finished speaking. The teacher smiled, retrieved a guzheng from his storage ring, and placed it on the table. Student, you may take it. Just remember to return it to a different teacher after class. Thank you, teacher. With that, Yi Zi carried the zither back to her seat. The teacher watched her retreating figure with a hint of frustration, then glanced back at Lu Sun, who was still snoring away. Both were gifted students at the martial arts academy. How could the difference be so stark? Just as he was about to reach for the blanket again. Thump. The resonant, lingering notes of the guzheng drowned out all other instruments, leaving him stunned. Not just him, the entire classroom froze.
Who was it? Finally, their gazes settled on Yi Zi. That single note she had just played made them feel a killing intent. The realms of musical cultivation were divided into Music Apprentice, Music Master, Grand Music Master, Music King, Music Sage, and Music Emperor. Each realm is further divided into early, middle, and late stages. To evoke a sense of murderous intent required at least the skill of a musician. Could she have studied this before? Just as the teacher pondered this. Thump, thump, thump. As Yi Zi plucked the zither strings once more. A dense aura of killing intent solidified, leaving deep gashes over 10 centimeters long etched into the classroom walls. Had the teacher not reacted swiftly to activate the protective array shielding the students, many would have been injured. Lu Sun, sensing the killing intent, awoke from his slumber. Who dared disturb this emperor's sleep? Oh, it's just Z. Everything's fine now. Lu Sun lay face down on his desk, listening intently. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Zi plucked the zither strings relentlessly, the air thick with murderous intent. Before his eyes, visions of clashing swords and galloping horses seemed to materialize. What kind of melody is this, so terrifying? The killing intent is palpable, a musician at the realm of mastery. As the zither's notes faded, all eyes remained fixed in awe. Gulp! Everyone simultaneously spat in disbelief. Not only did he enter the path of music immediately upon obtaining the instrument, but he even broke through directly to become a musician. A prodigy. Yi Zi was an absolute genius in the realm of music. Just as they snapped out of their shock and prepared to applaud, Lu Sun pursed his lips. It's okay, I guess. But this doesn't count as real music. Hearing that not bad, the music teacher's forehead veins bulged. He was insulting Yi Zi. A single piece that transports you into the realm of music and you say it's just okay? And you even say this doesn't count as real music. Uncle can tolerate it, but auntie can't. Lu Sun, you seem to have quite an understanding of the musical path. The teacher forced a stiff smile. Why don't you perform a piece for everyone so they can see what real music truly is? The teacher's words fell. Those who had long disliked Lu Sun chimed in agreement. Exactly, Lu. Show us what you've got. Lu, I've been searching for true music my whole life, please, do us the honor. Seeing how eager they were to hear him play, Lu Sun scratched his nose. Since everyone wants to hear it so badly, I'll reluctantly sing one song for you all. With that, Lu Sun opened his mouth, ready to show them what real music was all about. But just as he was about to begin. Chapter 63, The Terrifying Little Star. The teacher stepped forward to interrupt. Lu Sun, don't you need an instrument? Hearing this, Lu Sun, whose spell had been interrupted, stared blankly at the teacher. After a long moment, he replied. Thank you for your kindness, teacher, but I don't need one. They simply didn't understand once one reached the pinnacle of any realm, even grass, trees, stones, and rocks could become deadly weapons in one's hands. As for the path of music and martial arts, in Lu Sun's view, a single voice was sufficient. But upon hearing he didn't need an instrument, the veins on the other students' foreheads instantly bulged. Not needed? Even a master like the Music King requires instruments to support his art, yet Lu Sun rejected them. He clearly didn't understand the way of music and martial arts at all, he was just an outsider. Very well, very well. Lu Sun, we eagerly anticipate your performance. Go ahead, I can hardly wait. Hearing these sycophantic remarks, Yi Zi also furrowed her brows slightly. Why is Lu Sun being so arrogant this time? Sigh. Looks like I'll have to help him regain his composure later. No big deal, I'm his big sister, after all. Just as Yi Zi prepared to hear the triumphant chime of the victory system, Lu Sun's aura suddenly shifted. In an instant, the entire scene around them shifted dramatically. Where am I? What's going on? Did I just travel through time? Who set up this illusion array? Many people stared at the desolate scene before them, the shattered ground covered in blood, and slapped themselves in disbelief. They all thought they had traveled through time. And just then, Lu Sun spoke. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, full of stars all over your head. His voice was off-key by an unbearable degree, sending chills down listeners' spines. Suddenly, a meteorite plummeted from the sky, crashing into the barren landscape before them. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact left a crater, each impact silenced its target. So real. Even the teacher was stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Though his martial prowess was lacking, he was still a cultivator at the divine platform realm. There was no way anyone could have cast an illusion array right under his nose. Which meant... A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, and his gaze abruptly fixed on Lu Sun. Meanwhile, Lu Sun continued singing. Hanging in the sky, radiating light, like countless little eyes. The notes faded. Goosebumps erupted all over countless people. Partly because Lu Sun's singing was unbearably off-key. But more so, because countless demonic eyes had appeared around them, staring intently. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Everyone except Yi Zi and the teacher screamed inwardly. The scene before their eyes was too terrifying, sending shivers down their spines. Some of the more timid even fainted, foaming at the mouth from sheer terror. Lu Sun took a deep breath at that moment, spread his arms wide, and let out the final note. The sky is filled with little stars. As countless meteors plummeted, the illusion before their eyes dissolved. Not a single voice could be heard now. Those who had fainted lay unconscious, while others remained frozen in shock. Silence hung heavy in the air. Lu Sun scanned the scene, laughing wildly inside. Bro, I really have star potential. Look, these people are so stunned they can't even speak. At that moment, a cold electronic voice echoed in Yi Ziyi's mind. Ding! Comparison failed. Dare mode activated. Dare, take Lu Sun's hand and declare your love for him aloud. Task completion rewards, tattered version of the Emperor of Joy's garment. Don't judge it by its ragged appearance, it can withstand a strike from a martial king level powerhouse, fragment of the Celestial Demon Chronicles. Staring at the adventure quest that appeared before her, Yi Ziyi was utterly baffled this time. How did I lose? Wasn't the comparison supposed to involve martial arts instruments? Lu Sun just sang Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and then she saw terrifying illusions. Does that mean the mouth counts as a martial arts instrument too? Damn system, come out and explain yourself. Ding! Host, when honed to perfection, any part of the human body can become a weapon. Yi Ziyi. The music teacher, overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face, stepped forward and grasped Lu Sun's hand. Well done. What a splendid rendition of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Truly, the greatest truths are the simplest. Lu Sun, you show me the pinnacle of musical and martial talent. Your voice transports us the moment you sing. Lu Sun merely gave the music teacher a sheepish grin. Teacher, you flatter me. Though I practiced this Twinkle Twinkle Little Star for many years, I still feel it falls short. Is this the realm of genius? Even after mastering such a terrifying rendition of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, he still felt it was inadequate. The music teacher couldn't fathom how terrifying it would be if Lu Sun ever mastered this piece to its absolute limit. And the reason he called Lu Sun a genius was because music path martial artists required instruments to channel their power, yet Lu Sun had declared he needed none. Simply cultivate physical refinement techniques to the pinnacle, your mouth becomes the instrument. Though few could cultivate physical refinement techniques to perfection if one focused solely on cultivating the mouth. The music teacher grew increasingly excited the more he thought about it. The tables have turned. The Martial Arts Academy will never mock U.S. Music Academy students again. Lu Sun had no idea how profoundly his rendition of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star would transform the path of music. Where once everyone competed with their instruments, now it was different. He could simply sing and outshine them all. Lu Sun also didn't know that from this day forward, the standards for selecting musicians would be raised. Especially centuries later. A certain instrument instructor stared at a martial artist born with a frail constitution, incapable of physical training. Can't train your body? Sorry, our music academy doesn't want useless trash like you. Go to the Martial Arts Academy next door. Just as the teacher grew more and more agitated in his thoughts, Yi Ziyi, guided by the system's countdown, walked over to Lu Sun and took his hand. I love you. Ding! Adventure quest completed. System rewards have been dispatched to your inventory. As the system's voice faded, instantly, the classroom erupted in boos. Kiss him. Some reckless soul shouted this to stir up the crowd. Instantly, more onlookers eager for a spectacle joined in the chant. Kiss. Kiss. Yi Ziyi stared at the crowd, a glint of menace flickering deep in her eyes. Very well, you've chosen your path to death. But at that moment, Lu Sun, seeing her gaze fixed on the crowd rather than him, mistakenly thought she was shy. After all, when he sang, his mind was filled entirely with his overwhelming love for her. That was why the meteorite's impact felt so powerful. I know you love me. Lu Sun gripped Yi Ziyi's hand tightly. And I love you too. The words fell. Yi Ziyi felt like she could kill someone. Where did this clueless guy come from? Kick him out. Fuming, Yi Ziyi stomped on Lu Sun, who was leaning toward her as if he really wanted to kiss her, then stormed out of the classroom. Lu Sun, having been kicked, froze in place. Why did she suddenly kick me? Was she embarrassed? Well, with so many people watching. But then again, there was the ancient tale of Patriarch Bodhi tapping Sun Wukong 3 times, summoning him at midnight. Could it be that Ziyi stepped on me to signal me to find her at 1 o'clock in the morning? Thinking about it, Lu Sun realized it was actually quite possible. After all, girls tend to be shy, expressing affection in more subtle ways. Chapter 64, What are you doing here? And so, at 1:30 a.m., all was quiet. A shadowy figure crept out of the bedroom and into Yi Ziyi's room. Yi Ziyi, who was in the midst of cultivation, sensed someone entering. Her almond-shaped eyes widened instantly as she watched Lu Sun sneakily close the door. What was he up to? Yi Ziyi's hand rested on the sword hilt. Her fingers, with their sharply defined knuckles, formed a stark contrast against the jet-black hilt, as if she were about to draw the sword from its sheath at any moment. Her gaze grew icy as she spoke in a dangerously low voice. What are you doing here? Hearing the sudden voice from above, Lu Sun, holding a pack of tissues, gave an awkward smile. Scratching his head, he asked, Is Ziyi still awake? No, Yi Ziyi replied, her gaze wary. So what brings you here? Didn't you call me here? Lu Sun looked at her with confusion. Yi Zi looked back at him, equally puzzled. When did I call you? When had she given him this impression? Yi Zi replayed today's events in her mind, then fixed her gaze firmly on Lu Sun, who was holding a packet of tissues. Lu Sun spoke up then, well, you stepped on my foot in the classroom today. Wasn't that hinting for me to come find you at 1 in the morning? Hearing Lu Sun's words and watching him scratch his head with a slightly embarrassed expression, Yi Zi couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Wait, he. Unbelievable. Get out. I didn't mean it that way. Huh? Lu Sun looked surprised for a moment, then said with a serious expression, I don't believe you. Yi Zi. She took a deep breath before speaking. Don't misunderstand. I really didn't mean it that way. Lu Sun stared at her, realizing she didn't seem to be joking. It seemed he really had misunderstood. What should he do now? This was awkward. Seeing Yi Zi staring intently at the napkin in her hand, his face flushed and he instinctively began to explain. Z, don't overthink it. I just have a cold, that's why I carry a pack of napkins with me. As he spoke, he pulled out a tissue and blew his nose, then continued. Also, I only came in to make sure your blanket was properly tucked in. With that, Lu Sun prepared to act as if nothing had happened and walked straight out. But to Yi Zi, his excuses were as transparent as a fish in water. Seeing how amusing he was, she decided to tease him a little. She kicked the quilt off the bed with one swift motion. Weren't you going to tuck me in? Hearing this, Lu Sun awkwardly turned his head to look over, only to see Yi Zi's face glowing with amusement in the darkness. He couldn't help but suspect she'd done it on purpose. But since she'd asked, he'd reluctantly help her cover up. Lu Sun stepped forward, picked up the blanket from the floor, and draped it over Yi Zi. But when she saw the slight tremor in Lu Sun's hands, a flicker of something pure and bright passed through Yi Zi's eyes. Her voice, thick with allure, asked, Is it really just about covering me with a blanket? Don't you want to? As she spoke, Yi Zi suddenly extended a slender finger and began tracing circles on Lu Sun's chest. Lu Sun swallowed hard. No way, is she serious? Just as Lu Sun opened his mouth to say something, Yi Zi withdrew her finger, watching his silly expression before bursting into laughter. Alright, you can leave now. The words fell. Lu Sun froze in place. So she was just toying with me? That cunning woman, I won't fall for her tricks again. With that thought, Lu Sun strode out of the bedroom without looking back. The end.